Well, it's a very good, bright morning from ROWRAH here. Round 3 already. The National Kart Cup comes to Cumbria. And did I mention that this is the very first place that I ever raced a car?
You haven't mentioned the live stream yet, but you have mentioned it to everyone who listens.
Well, I'm going to mention it quite a lot because I love this place. Welcome to ROWRAH, everybody. My name's Joe Bradley, alongside me, Nick Damon. Nick, welcome to Cumbria. This has got to be your first visit to ROWRAH.
It is my first visit to ROWRAH. I think it's only my second time I've ever come this far up the M6. It's nosebleed territory.
It is a beautiful part of the world, and we are already getting on with round 3 because out on track, just being released from the collecting area, is the first of our races. We've got heats this morning, and then after lunch we'll be heading off into the finals. Right now, though, it's senior Rotax out on the track. And just to remind everybody, if you're new to the NKC, it's mixed grids. And what does that mean? Well, every competitor gets 3 heats, and then we go into the finals, and each of those heats we start... one of the heats from the front of the grid, one of the heats from the middle, and one of the heats from the back. That's what we call mixed grids. And it really does mix things up. For instance, current championship leader Lewis Jones is starting 17th on the grid, on this senior Rotax grid. Let's have a quick look at the grid, Nick, if you would, because we're going to get straight on with it. On the pole position is Tom Radburn. Dylan Tatum is alongside. The first of the Masters runners, Paul Ozan, who's currently third in the championship. Paul, who I know from... back in the 80s and 90s in karting. It's Martin Coe alongside Paul Ozan, Simon Key, Alex Warnaby, Thomas Storer, Pedro Oliveira. They're already round this relatively short ROWRAH circuit. It's about a 50-second lap, just under 50 seconds actually. And we're about to go racing already. And they've been given the go-ahead into the chicane for the first time. It's very uphill. You can't see the apex, and already a kart spearing off to the right there. But the majority of the field, and indeed the leaders, Tom Radburn on the number 22, using all of the track on the exit of McRae's there, the first of the hairpin. And we've got a bit of an M25 hold-up there. Everybody grinding to a halt the first time into McRae's. I think they've cleared off. But the leaders, that's allowed this leading pack to get well ahead, Nick.
Yeah, it's a classic kind of... 24 carts kind of squeezing into a corner where he takes them one at a time. It's after you, Claude, and people were trying to make up a bit of advantage early on. But we got a handout. It's a problem.
Right.
Has there been an incident down that corner? But it's a full start. I think they decided it was a full start. Right.
Okay. Then that was a bit of a rehearsal. Then
that's good for all of us.
A bit of a rehearsal, just to give everybody an idea of what's happening. The ROWRAH track, as I said, just under 50 seconds for these senior Rotax 125cc water-cooled motors on these karts. And they didn't hang about, did they? I hope everybody has kind of recovered from whatever that incident was at the hairpin. Now, we're getting the wave around. You see the drivers there just sort of signalling to the people around them that they are being given a wave around through that uphill chicane. Just give you an idea of the track there. We're on a bit of a burst. ROWRAH is all about stopping the kart and getting the kart back going again. These very, very tight hairpins really calls for a very compromised setup here at the Cumbrian track, and it's all about getting out of those very tight hairpins. From that one, again, maximised, optimised straight line speed into the next, this time a right-hand hairpin, and then a very long back straight into a 180-degree corner that we call the Stewart S's, because you missed the first apex, missed the first curb, hit the second one there, and then the middle curb there, and then that really does sort things out before they then head back onto what I consider the old track and down towards the St. John's left-hander, which is a beautiful undulating sweep. When you plunge down that hill, it might not look anything, and it's certainly something in the mid-pack there, as we've got it coming together on the warm-up lap. They'll sort themselves out at the back. Through the left-hander at St. John's, it's very, very tight, that, just a little bit more than 90 degrees. And then towards the paddock, back towards the paddock, and all of their friends and family watching from up on the hillside, and into the final turn here at ROWRAH, which is called Paddock Bend, and it's a deceptively fast right-hander that leads onto the curving start-finish straight. I think the starter's going to be happy with that. The starter wasn't happy, but they've gotten underway, and I'm not sure if we've given them the green light.
It seems red to me.
The red lights are on still, so they were a bit out of practice here, it seems, at getting these races underway. The pack have realised. So Tom Radburn on the 22, on the pole position, Dylan Tatum alongside. They've kind of thinking, what's going on behind us? Why are we not sorted out? Everybody is caught up, and we've got 2 lines of karts. 27 karts are starting this senior Rotax heat. 5 heats for senior Rotax, of which each competitor will compete in 3. And how you finish in the heats will designate where you end up on the grid for your final. We do have a pre-final, but more of that later. Like I say, we've got heats for all of our classes. Senior Rotax, Rotax 177, that's a senior class as well, just a little bit heavier. And then we go into our junior classes and then the TKM engine classes before the lunch break. And then we finalise the heats. The heats are 8 minutes and 1 lap. So 8 minutes duration. And the grid does look well formed. Hopefully the starter will give them the go-ahead. He does indeed. The red lights go out. And once again,
third time lucky.
Into the chicane for, I'm going to say the first time. I know it isn't, but you know what I mean. And then down the straight into McRae's. This is a great out-breaking point on the track, especially on lap 1. That's where you make your places up. But it looks like Tom Radburn has certainly gone off into the lead, and he's not being challenged. Everybody through McRae's for the first time. Everybody through the Iredale's hairpin as well, and then on to the Stewart S's. It's a tricky section of track this. You'll see karts coming to grief there, and then down the hill towards St John's into Sunny Bend for the first time. And look at Tom Radburn's lead there as he goes into paddock for the first time. He'll come then out onto the start-finish straight to complete lap number 1. And it's Paul Ozan, the old hand, Paul Ozan. He sneaked through into second on that opening lap. Dylan Tatum now down to third. Simon Keeble through in fourth. Up 3 positions for Pedro Oliveira, up to fifth. As the field, again, incident-free. We had more incident on the warm-up laps there. Can you believe that? We started racing and everybody settled down. Bizarre.
They obviously decided to put their brains back in gear now.
Yes, took a little bit, didn't it? Now then, we have got a race developing at the front because Paul Ozan, former Super 1 champion, is got the bit between his teeth. He's not here to play. He's not here to play games, he was telling me. We all think about, karting is a bit of fun. It is, and it's a great social periphery. But here comes Paul Ozan. He knows ROWRAH very well. But then again, so does Tom Radburn. Tom Radburn, a great job holding him off at the chicane there, down towards McRae's then for the second time, or indeed the third time, into and out of the hairpin. And down towards Iredale's. Still Ozan has to slot in behind Tom Radburn as they head down to the Stewart S's. This is where Paul Ozan will want to maximise his exit. Down the hill to St John's now, through that sweeping right-hander. It really is flat out. Just check the slide on the kart. Through the very tight Sunny Bend and out towards paddock again. So a great battle for the lead, and Paul Ozan did catch Tom Radburn very, very quickly. 0.2 of a second at the line there. Pedro Oliveira continues his progress, and he's up 2 more places up into third. Simon Keeble fourth. Down to fifth has gone Dylan Tatum. Martin Cope to 6th. 7th is Thomas Storer and Alex Wannabe. 8th. 9th is Scott Lowther. Harry Barker rounds off the top 10. That battle for the lead still ongoing. Now already at the Stewart S's, and Paul Ozan closes the gap again. He'll want to try and get onto the rear bumper of Radburn. Over the brow, down the hill. It is quite a steep decline there. Oh, and a little bit of a mistake there from Ozan. He poked his nose where it really didn't fit and hasn't really lost time there. As they come out of paddock then, it'll be 4 laps completed for these drivers. Absolutely nose to tail up and over the hill. You can't quite see the apex of the left hand of the chicane. Ozan has a little bit of a peak down the inside. Not quite enough though, not enough momentum to get down and inside on the brakes of Tom Radburn. Tom Radburn driving very well indeed. Now just keep an eye on Oliveira, who's in third place and will indeed be catching these 2 ahead. He's the fastest driver on the track at the moment. Fastest lap of the race so far, 47.382 for Pedro. And he is indeed catching Paul Ozan ahead of him. Into the braking area for the paddock right-hander. And then straight back on the throttle. And it's what was a 2-card battle for the lead, now developing into indeed a 3-card battle as Oliveira gets onto the tail of Ozan. Ozan is very soon going to be aware of the presence of Pedro Oliveira. That's going to make this job of getting past Tom Radburn a little bit more urgent. Has another look towards the inside, but just no, Tom Radburn absolutely last of the late breakers into these very, very tight hairpins, into the Stewart S's, which is a 180-degree turn. Clip the second of the apexes, then the middle bit. Use a bit of curb. Oh, and look at this through St. John's then and into Sunny. It's a very difficult place to pass, is Sunny. Bit of an opportunistic move there from Oliveira. Didn't pay off at paddock turn though. And now we're going to find that Ozan, who has been trying to find a way by Tom Radburn for the lead of this first heat for senior Rotax, now has to fend off Pedro Oliveira. He's not happy with third, is he? These two just breaking away now. And there's the move. Down the inside at Iredale's has gone Ozan. And the switchback happens for Radburn, who comes straight back at him and retakes the lead. Ozan down the inside at the Stewart S's, though, and Oliveira's gone through. Radburn down to third. So change for the lead as Ozan has made that stake at the Stewart S's, taking with him Pedro Oliveira. They're already through St. John's, already through Sunny, down towards the paddock, and Oliveira down the inside, but that's a wide line from Ozan. And Ozan side by side now with Oliveira. Oh, and they touch wheels going into the chicane. Oliveira sticks it out and puts the cart into the lead and ahead of Ozan, down towards the McRae's hairpin. They have to behave themselves through that very, very tight 180-degree corner, then into a right-hand hairpin this time is the Iredale's hairpin, out of that and down towards the Stewart S's once again. And it looks like Oliveira has pulled out a little bit of a cushion to perhaps stop Ozan challenging once again. They've pulled away from Tom Radburn. We knew that Radburn was a little bit of a cork in the bottle there with these two runners behind him. And now we begin to space the gaps out. Let's have a look at the top 10 as they come underneath us. 8 laps completed. We're inside of 90 seconds to the checkered flag. And it's Oliveira leading. Ozan is in second place. Tom Radburn third. Simon Keeble fourth. Scott Lowther moving up 2 spots there on lap 8. He's up to 5th. Alex Warnaby 6th. And then we've got Harry Barker now up to 7th. Martin Kuwait. 9th is Dylan Tatum. And Jez Owen rounds off the top 10. So leaders into the final stages of their 9th lap. They will probably get another 2 laps of racing through paddock turn, and it's going to be very, very, it's 48 seconds on the clock. They're lapping in 47s, so they may get 2 more laps after this one. It was right on the cusp of the timing. We'll see what the start line official makes of that next time by. Checkered flag being readied. We've got a cart off at paddock turn. That's not going to cause the field too much problems as they're at the Stewart S's now. Here they come, bearing down towards us, down the hill and into the left-hander at Sunny. It's the last lap board this time by, or is it? It's absolutely seconds on the clock. There was 1 second, literally 1 second on the clock. The last lap board was being ready just in case, but Pedro Oliveira manages to get across the line just in time. I'm pretty sure he wished it was the last lap board and get this one in the bag. Paul Ozan second now by just under a second. They're 7/10 to be exact, and then it's 1.6 seconds. Behind them is Tom Radburn. Tom Radburn now in third. Scott Lowther, he's a further 3 seconds behind in fourth. Fifth is Alex Warnaby. Harry Barker sixth. And Simon Keeble dropping 3 places there on that lap. Martin Coe 8th. 9th is Dylan Tatum. Jez Owen still rounding off the top 10. But then up to 11th has gone Lewis Ball. He's going to be challenging for that top 10 finish. Last lap board. Oh, checkered flag. So it was just an admin issue there, not bringing out the last lap board right on the cusp of it. So understandably and sensibly, we've thrown the checkered flag. So the first heat, indeed, the first race of the third round of the NKC goes to Pedro Oliveira. Paul Azan is second. Tom Radburn third. Scott Lowther fourth. Alex Wannabe a very fine fifth. Harry Barker sixth. And then down the order, seventh is Simon Keeble. Martin Coe is eighth. Ninth is Dylan Tatum. Jezzo in 10th. Lewis Ball 11th. Lewis Jones 12th. Scott Russell 13th. Ben Harper 14th. 15th was Tommy Lee Davis. Nathan Hope was 16th. Alexander Mirzan was 17th. Jamie Hardy 18th. 19th was James Costin. Patrick Williams-Rohage was 20th. Charlotte Parker 21st. Dan Andrews 22nd. And the last of the finishers was Grace Lee Davis. We lost George Boxall, went out on lap 8. Thomas Storer on lap 7. And Steve Jackson on lap 5. So first heat in the bag then. It's the heavier Rotax class. It's another senior Rotax heat out next, this time for the heavier class, the 177 class. The carts that you've just seen out there, the senior Rotax class, they run to a minimum weight of 162 kilograms. And the carts that we're about to see, they run to a minimum of 177 kilograms. So the taller driver, let's say it, to be polite, the taller driver, the bigger shouldered lad, finds himself being able to compete in Rotax Max Racing by entering the 177 class. So we've got everybody ready at the collecting area. So it's 177s next, and then we've got the first of our TKM heats coming after this one. But again, another 8-minute heat coming up for the 177s. Now, the 177 Championship is beginning to become a bit of a wrestling match with Philip Howarth and Louis Large, both former British champions in this class down the years. Howarth has got the lead of the championship after coming out of the round 2 of the NKC, which was at his home track at Clay Pigeon, and Philip on 489 points. Louis Large, who's more familiar here at ROWRAH, he's from the northeast of England, so coming across the Pennines on the old A69, this is where Louis Large would have raced quite a considerable amount. Been racing since he was a child, and Louis knows this place. So it's a little bit of a payback on Philip Howarth. So we should see Louis Large maybe clawing some of them championship points back on Philip. Oliver Smith is in third place in the championship. He's on 446 points. And then we've got Ben Hitch. He's currently in fourth place, 438 points. And then just 8 points behind Ben is Andy Gosling in fifth. Alex Thomas is sixth. Tim Darlow seventh. Richard Evans is in 8th. So it's still all to play for. We've still got 4 rounds to go. The championship has got all the way to the first weekend of September to go. After this weekend, we have a break in June, and then we will reconvene at Wilton Mill. Wilton Mill, the track that's near Daventry. That's the weekend of the 2nd and 3rd of July. Then the following month, we go back to Wales, to the Landau track. And that's on the 6th and 7th of August. And then the final round of the championship is at Fulbeck in Lincolnshire on the 3rd and 4th of September. The break in June is not quite a break because we've got our plate meeting, our Super Prix, which takes place at ROWRAH on the first weekend of June. So get your entries in for that if you haven't already done so. We've released our next grid of karts. So this is the second race of the afternoon. 177s with Mark Rowe on the number 5 leading the field round. Alongside him will be Colin Campbell. And then we've got Mike Edwards and Darren Edwards on row 2. Alistair Cunningham and James Yap are on row 3. Row 4 is Steve Maidment with alongside him Stephen Horner. Another local driver familiar with the ROWRAH track here, Stephen, current Wardenlaw Club champion in this class. So expect Stephen to go well this weekend as well. And then we've got championship leader Philip Howarth. He starts in 10th. Just looking down the order. Keith Mason, mentioned Keith. He starts in 15th. and we've got no... So Louis Large isn't on this grid. So Louis Large sitting this one out. Like I say, 5 heats for each of the Rotax classes, of which every competitor will compete in 3 to form the grid for the final. So the grid have come through Paddock Bend, and they get the go-ahead, and we are racing into turn 1. Into a little bit of dust being kicked up there with carts going off, which is pretty much the norm here at ROWRAH. Into McRae's for the first time, and fingers crossed we get through incident-free. Little bit of a concertina effect at the rear of the field, but it's allowed. I believe that might be Mark Rowe that's leading the field round. I'll get a better look at that when they come back into my view, out of the stewardesses and down the hill towards us. So leaders beginning to space out there out of the stewardesses for the first time, and it is indeed the number 5 that leads the field round. It's Mike Edwards in second there, slotting onto the tail of Mark Rowe. So across the line for the first time then. Mark Rowe leads, Mike Edwards second. It's Alistair Cunningham up into third, and then Philip Howarth. Look at the progress Philip has made, and another move for Philip into third. And Philip Howarth crossed the line in fourth. He's already in third. So championship leader here. He's come out, and his body language is saying determination through and through. Already chasing after second place, Mike Edwards. He made short work of Alistair Cunningham. And out of the stewardesses and down the hill towards St John's through the very fast right-hander into Sonny. Not quite an overtaking spot, is it? Into Paddock. And this is where Howarth will want to. Only slides a bit wide there coming out of Paddock. So he'll not put himself in a position to maybe challenge Edwards. Mike Edwards in second. Mike knows that he's got Philip Howarth there, and he bumps right onto the leader's rear bumper. Mark Rowe has to make way for Mike Edwards, who's moved into the lead, and Philip Howarth's gone with him at Iredale's. So 2 changes of lead there. First one at the McRae's hairpin, the second one at the Iredale hairpin. And now we've got Mike Edwards, who's just stretched a bit of a lead from Howarth. Here they come back down towards us now through St John's, the left-hander. Howarth now right on the bumper of Mark Rowe as they come through that turn in towards Paddock turn now. That sweeping entry, and then straight back on the gas to try and get alongside into chicane. He doesn't. He has to sit back behind him, up and over the brow of the chicane. Very tricky there, picking your apex through there. Use all the curb on the exit. Already into the McRae's hairpin, using all of that track extension there. No track limits issues here at ROWRAH. Through the right-hand hairpin now, and then chasing him down towards the stewardesses. It's a 180-degree entry. You missed the first curb. You clip the second one, and then through the chicane and out down towards St John's again. Through that left-hand sweep. Just get the cart across to the left for the right-hander, and then pull the cart. Oh, and he's made it. He squeezed it. He used a tin opener to get through there, didn't he? And that's put Mike Edwards on the grass there. And it was Philip Howarth, who went down the inside at Sonny. He certainly made that stick. Mike Edwards across the line in second. Gap out to a second there because of that little off-track excursion. Cunningham through in third. Piffner up into fourth. Mark Rose down to fifth. Taylor Adams sixth. Seventh is Colin Campbell. Brendan Smith eighth. Harold Wainwright ninth. And Darren Edwards rounds off the top 10. Keep an eye out for Harry Rowett, the number 82. He's up to 11th and looks like he'll be challenging Darren Edwards very soon. Howarth has pulled out a huge lead. The battle, though, is right there for second place. Mike Edwards, Alistair Cunningham, Joe Piffner now joining in. And I think we've had a change for second as they come across the line. It's almost side by side. It is indeed Joe Piffner on that distinct orange and black overall with the orange helmet into second place. Changes for fourth place there, and 2 carts going very, very wide. That's a battle between Edwards, Rowe and Adams. Not sure how that one panned out. But Philip Howarth off into the lead. We'll keep an eye on Joe Piffner, who's got Alistair Cunningham right with him. I think he's gone with him. Here they come towards the paddock area of the circuit, then through the left-hander at Sunny. Again, all of that momentum being carried across the exit of the curb. Here they come across the line then. It'll be 6 laps completed. Howarth crosses the line. He's got 2.5 seconds on Piffner. Alistair Cunningham through in third behind Piffner. Then we've got Taylor Adams up to fourth. Mark Rowe fifth. Mike Edwards sixth. Colin Campbell seventh. Harold Wainwright eighth. Ninth is Harry Rowett. And Stephen Horner inside the top 10 now for Stephen.
Hello, I'm back. Obviously, you know when you were gone.
I didn't realise you'd gone, Nick. I thought
I know, it's a lovely time on your own, weren't you?
Yes, yeah. I know you were dealing with some
running around.
Personal issues?
No, technical issues. Personal issues take way
well, they
longer.
are personal.
Personal issues take way longer.
We've got Philip Howarth, who's the championship leader, who's gone off now. He's managed to get through, and away he goes, quite frankly. The battle for second is the one we're watching now. That's beginning to settle down completely, with Piffner pulling out a gap now of half a second on Alistair Cunningham. Taylor Adams, in fact, there's no position changes all the way down the top 8. Up into 9th has gone Stephen Horner. He's the number 66. We'll see if we can get a look at Stephen, because he looks to be the driver on the move at the moment. So
who's this? Number 66.
Yeah, he's probably just coming. Oh, we've got an off at the first hairpin. McRae's cart off there. There's Joe Piffner. There's that cart recovering from McRae's. And we'll see how this pans out now as Piffner crosses the line there. What's the gap to the lead? It's 2.1 seconds. The number 29. Alistair Cunningham through in third. Taylor Adams fourth. Mark Rowe fifth. Sixth is Mike Edwards. Then we've got Harold Wainwright getting ahead of Colin Campbell. Stephen Horner through in ninth.
Do you still want the 66, by the way? No.
I'm not sure.
Everyone's searching for everything. No, I'll go give it something else.
Get a warning board for the number 22, who's down the order somewhat. Dan Millward. He's at the very back there, so maybe that was the warning board was the reason why he's ended up at the back for Dan. So leader already through second place. Now the gap was 2.1 seconds. Question is Piffner catching him? Howard through already into the chicane and out of the chicane. 9 laps completed.
So they're on their penultimate.
It's under 2 seconds. It'll be last.
Is it 9 plus 1?
Or is it's 8 minutes plus 1.
8 minutes plus 1.
Yeah, so they will get the last lap board next time by. And no question, Nick, Piffner is catching Philip Howarth, but it took Piffner a while to come through. As we see in mixed grids, it takes drivers a little bit time to get through the field if they're the faster car on the faster driver.
This is the 36 behind him, is it?
58, Alistair Cunningham.
There's
the leader. Just coming across the line now.
Last lap board? Or last lap sort of...
It is a board.
It is a board, yeah, but it's also kind of a...
It's a big, massive number plate. It's the same shape as a number plate.
It also said it in LED lights, like an announcement on a train station.
So the leader now, just ahead of that cart we're seeing now, is off into the distance at the stewardesses. Here comes the leader now, Philip Howarth, who comes out of down the hill towards St John's. This is where he made the move for the lead at Sunny. Very opportunistic drive.
Helmeters.
Yeah, indeed. Championship leader then continues on his winning way with a checkered flag being waved at Philip Howarth, who takes the win. It'll be Joe Piffner who finishes in second. A very fine third for Alistair Cunningham. Taylor Adams was fourth. Mark Rowe fifth. Mike Edwards sixth. Harold Wainwright, the youngster, coming through in seventh. Colin Campbell eighth. Stephen Horner, great drive from Stephen. Stephen Horner through in to ninth. Brendan Smith 10th. Tim Darlow 11th. Harry Rowett 12th. Rhys Llewellyn finishes 13th. And then the rest of the field comes through. 14th place. As I just wait for my timing screen to update. It's Darren Edwards, Tom Elridge, Keith Mason finishes 16th, Carl Bryan 17th, Zach Bolton. Hello to the Zach Bolton fan club. I'm sure you're along for the ride. They're here.
Mel
of course
Bolton.
they
Good
are.
luck to Zach Bolton. Yes, I'm listening to
they
it. Come on, Zach, says Mel again. Adam Haynes says, good luck to everybody. Unfortunately, due to my deployment, myself and Daniel, number 22, Minimax, have had to miss this round. We'll see you all at Wilton. Cameron Gale, good luck to LPR Racing today. Is our sum total of messaging so far.
Hello to the Zach Bolton fan club. I knew they'd be there.
They're all screaming.
Well, Zach finished 18th there. Tommy Austin was 19th. Alex Jones 20th. Jake Lewis was 21st. Charlie Jowers 22nd. 23rd was James Yap. Rob Logan 24th. Steve Maidman 25th. 26th was Richard Edwards. Dan Millward was 27th. Martin Heath was 28th. 29th was Aidan Hammond. We had 29 starters, Nick, and we had 29 finishers. So no retirements there.
Well, but the last time about
good.
400 carts being brought in at the end.
Yeah, there was.
All limping around.
We did have a little bit of that, didn't we? That's the two senior Rotax classes have completed their first heat. Not all of them, of course. We've got senior TKM out next. And we've got a 19 kart grid of senior TKMs, the 115cc engined karts. This is a little bit more the style that we raced, Nick.
Oh, yes. Back in the day.
Air-cooled.
Was this something to do with you making a debut here or something?
Have I mentioned that?
Yeah. No.
I wouldn't call it a debut.
What would you call it then?
Was it a class as a debut?
If it's your first race, it's your debut, isn't it?
Yeah, I suppose it is.
You know, it's obviously not quite the same as running out on the pitch at Anfield or anything.
Yeah, well, that's the kind of thing I think of when you say debut. It was like, this is where I first, bought a kart, came here, raced it.
The thing is, that's miles from where you live. Was there no nearer
Not
track?
really, mate. Felton in Northumberland and here was the two tracks that we went to and fro from. We've got the senior TKMs out. We usually see these getting 2 warm-up laps, just to make sure that we have no fouling up of those spark plugs. It's Matthew Horton leading the field round with Adam Surcar alongside. Mitchell Ball and Matt Slate are in 3rd and 4th place on the grid. Will Cregan and Leo Crabtree are on the 3rd row. Leanna Page and Louis Bevan, carrying the number 1 for the reasons of being the current champion, are on row 4. Callan Lamont and James Hull are on row 5. Steve King and Charlie Savage are on row 6. Oliver Fathers, Ricky Wright are on row 7. Liam Surcar and James King are on row 8. Row 9 is Andy Wagstaff, Gordon Smith and Alexander Lehman are on as the 19th and final runner. We managed to speak to Liam Surcar, didn't we?
Both the Surcars and his dad.
And Adam is on the front row for this start, and Liam further back in 15th. So
looks like they're going to make them do one lap. So they should be lovely and choky and smoky when they go past us.
They really will. The beautiful haze of 2-stroke smoke there, which is
can't beat it.
Is common for these kind of air-cooled 2-stroke motors. Field being brought round in very commanding style there from Matthew Horton. Very ordered. I'm sure
that's very slow.
It's very,
they're
very
all
ordered.
They're going to choke up, aren't they, surely?
That's sometimes the idea from the guys at the front if they're tweaking their jets. Here they come, though. They're being released. And it's the number 4 of Matthew Horton who gets off.
Shake of the head by the starter.
We've been given the go-ahead, I think.
No, it's red lights.
Got a cart off at the chicane, I think.
So everyone's a bit too keen this morning. Actually, I'm not sure they realise
No,
it's been stopped.
I think we've started that.
They've changed their mind.
We've started that.
He wanted to stop it, he didn't. Oh, okay, fair enough then. The starter basically went, I'm not really sure about that, and they went, oh, fine, forget it.
I would not read anything into the starter's body language. He looks disgruntled with every start, even the good ones. So we're not going to read anything into his body language.
So straight into the lead, and streaking ahead is the 4 kart of Matthew Horton. He's way ahead.
We've got all of the field through, I believe. Here they come across the line for the first time then. It's Horton from pole position leading. Mitchell Ball into 2nd. Leo Crabtree up 3 spots from 7th up to 3rd now. From 6th, I should say. Will Cregan, he moves up to 4th. And then the biggest mover on that first lap, Callan Lamont up to 5th place. Matt Slade drops down 3 to 6th. 3rd place, Up 3 in 7th is Oliver Fathers. Then we've got James Hull. Louis Bevan up to, or stays in 9th, I should say. Charlie Savage moving inside the top 10. So that's the race for the lead at the moment, with the number 4 of Matthew Horton into Sonny for the second time.
Yeah, the battle's behind him, I think. Drop back one, I'd say.
Yeah, that leader. He's carrying the number 4 because he was 4th in the championship. So he started from the pole position. We should see him command that lead. The battle, though, for that second place is a little bit spread out as they head down towards the hairpin at McRae's. It's getting the karts turned. Those solid rear axles, they don't really like turning through 180, so it's about basically getting the kart to turn in using the front end and getting the rear to rotate around. You can see some very well-prepared karts and well-set-up karts to maximise the lap here at ROWRAH.
Very sedate start. They all space themselves out very nice, haven't they?
Yes, yeah. It all depends on how the mixed grids come out, isn't it? When if everyone's sort of in where they are performance-wise, then you will get a processional race. I'm not saying this is relatively processional with a nice uniform gap between all of the leaders as they cross the line. 3 laps completed. Then still Matthew Horton. He's leading by just under a second. 7/10 to Mitchell Ball. Under a second to Mitchell Ball, 7/10 to Leo Crabtree, and then Will Cregeen settling in there about a half a second behind. Callan Lamont 3/10, 4/10 to Oliver Fathers, half a second to Louis Bevan. James Hull is in 8th, 9th is Charlie Savage, and the top 10 rounded off by Matt Slitt. Liam Surcar up to 11th, and Liam was down in 15th. So Liam moving up the order. Where's Adam? Adam Surcar ended up at the back of the field. So Adam had a problem there on lap, or so, I should say the early part of this race, and went from what was second on the grid all the way down to the back of the field. So he's on a bit of a recovery drive. That's the number 44 of Leo Crabtree, who's now got a bit of, how many is that? That's 4 karts behind him, so a 5-kart train there. And Crabtree in 3rd place as we get towards half distance. 4 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock to be precise. There's a challenge, yeah.
Louis Bevan there looking to make a place up.
I think that was Will Cregeen.
That was the one with Bevan coming up the inside. I was looking further. I was looking further back.
Oh, you were right. Okay.
As they actually went into the.
Yeah, that's the 84 has got ahead of Crabtree as well. So two movers in that pack.
Yeah, in that succession of black race suits. It's the colourful race suit in the 4th of the 5 karts. They're making the move. Louis Bevan. They come up and over the chicane.
Yeah, Louis Bevan up into 6th.
And another one now up the inside into McRae's.
Oh, that's side by side.
That's I'm coming through regardless, wasn't it? Oh, and 2 places lost by I think by Callan Lamont there.
Yeah, Callum Lamont, who came through the field really, really well and got all the way up into the top 5. He's going to find himself down to possibly 7th now, having been kind of, I'm not going to say squeezed out. He found himself on the outside, didn't he, and ended up on the grass a bit. Totally lost traction. Here they come down the hill through St John's. Oh, and this is getting very heated, isn't it? Louis Bevan being challenged massively as they come out of paddock.
The front cart there is actually the cart in 3rd, so we're actually looking at Cregan, Crabtree, Lamont and Bevan.
Yeah, it is Lamont down into 7th, as we predicted. That would be where he...
Bevan looking for another move up the inside of McRae's. He's going to make it stick and pretty much let through there. I don't know whether Crabtree realised that resisting it may result in the loss of an extra position.
It's a bit textbook, that, wasn't it? Down the inside of the hairpin, turn in, slot in behind.
I think he can probably pick up the next guy, which is Leo Crabtree, the 44 kart. But I think that, the 84 kart, Will Cregan, sorry. But I think the top 2 are away.
Yeah, their top 2 have been released, as they say.
Bevan on the move. 2 minutes and 17 seconds to go, so probably 4 laps. There he runs.
Across the line then. 2 minutes on the board, so time ticking by towards the end of this first heat for the senior TKMs. We've got the number 1, Louis Bevan.
Too far back for a move at McRae's this time. Will he try it on the opposite side for the right-hander?
Needs a punch out of that hairpin to give him the optimum entry into this hairpin. That's Iredale's hairpin, the right-hander. And then he doesn't seem to be able to sort of stay on the bumper into the braking area.
Blimey.
And is
that a mistake?
That
or
is
a different line?
I think we need to call the police there. He really snuck up on him, didn't we? He absolutely mugged him there into the Stewart S's. It's a 180-degree entry into this complex, and there he just comes from nowhere. It is a wide entry there, though, Nick.
Yeah,
and if you leave
but
the door
also
open,
what happened was I think that Cregan went a little bit wide and put his outside left tyre went slightly onto the curbing of the turf, and he did a little bit of correction, which I think put him another 2 or 3 feet, or perhaps a metre wider than he wanted to be.
And when you've got someone like Louis Bevan behind carrying that number 1, he's going to be. What are you doing over there? Why are you going all the way over there? Leaving me all this track.
If they actually were, if they were in any way related, professionally or personally, I'd say it was team orders. It was such an easy.
Yeah,
class.
it was. Yeah. He did make it look very, very easy. You'll not be happy with that. Will the number 44 of Leo Crabtree, who's dropped down behind Oliver Father, so that little mistake at the Stewart S's cost him even more so as they got further around the lap. Into Sonny. So it'll be one more lap before the last lap board is presented to the leader. Into the chicane.
Let's have a look at our leaders, first and second.
So it's Matthew Horton, who's led from lights to, in a couple of laps, will be flag. He's on the number 4. Mitchell Ball is second. Louis Bevan third now. Will Cregeen fourth. Oliver Fathers is in 5th. Callum Lamont making more progress and getting ahead of Leo Crabtree up to 6th. Crabtree now down to 7th. Charlie Savage 8th. 9th is James Hull. And that top 10 being rounded off by Matt Slate, with Leanna Page just outside the top 10 in 11th on the number 33. So here is Matthew Horton with about 0.6 of a second. It's the last lap board being shown for our leader on the number 4. Into McRae's then for the final time in this heat. Using all that momentum to get out of the corner clean. Needs that punch out of the corner. Very, very slow hairpins, these. And he looks over his shoulder there. Mitchell Ball is there. Louis Bevan.
A bit of waving going on.
Yeah, a bit of waving going on. He sent to, I don't know what he meant there to Mitchell Ball, but sort of, don't worry about me. You won't even realise when I pass you if that previous passing move was anything to go by. No, still keeping that position.
Did he tap him at some point?
I'm not sure, Nick. Here comes the leader then to take the checkered flag. Checkered flag flies across the start-finish straight, and it'll be Matthew Horton who sees that first. Mitchell Ball second. Lewis Bevan in 3rd. Will Cregeen 4th. Oliver Fathers finishes 5th. Callum Lamont 6th. Leo Crabtree 7th. Charlie Savage 8th. 9th is James Hull. Matt Slate is 10th. Leanna Page 11th. Gordon Smith 12th. Rest of the field coming across the line. Liam Surkar up to 13th there, right on the last lap. James King 14th. Andy Wagstaff 15th. We're losing Alexander Lehman, who drops down the order. Ricky Wright 17th. 18th Stephen King. And Alexander Lehman we lost somewhere. There he is. Just out of the Stewart S's and on the way down to St John's. Kart just off to driver's left. And that is Alexander Lehman, who we lost there on the final lap. So that's the first heat for our senior TKM runners. And it was certainly a bit of a showcase, wasn't it, from Matthew Horton, who got away at the start and then continued to lead in commanding style. Just managed that gap to around about the half a second. At the line, it was 8/10 to Mitchell Ball. Louis Bevan finishes in 3rd. Story is from senior TKM. That current championship leader, Jake Campbell-Mills, is having to retire from the series for personal matters. So we're not able to see Jake Campbell-Mills out racing with us, is the information we're getting. I hope whatever it is that's keeping Jake Campbell-Mills, who currently leads the championship on 475 points. Mitchell Ball, he's picked up some good points there. He's in 2nd place in the championship. Louis Bevan is 3rd coming into this round. We've got our junior categories out next, and that's Junior Rotax and Minimax. Minimax championship leader Alex Fraser has had a good season so far. Reece Green not far behind him though. And the Junior Rotax grids will be out soon. It's Braden Hill who leads the Junior Rotax Championship. He's on 463 points. Ashton French is in second place on 448, and then in third place, Archie Buttle, who we managed to speak to in my grid walk yesterday. He's looking forward to this, please.
First
worry, time here.
Because you get another chance to see us at lunchtime.
Of course.
You don't miss it.
Yeah.
Don't miss it. At lunchtime, we'll see Joe expunging his thoughts.
Well, it's not really me expunging my thoughts. It's everyone else telling me what they think. Here they come out onto the track, released from the collecting area, just across the way. So we've got 4 Minimax runners that will go off the back of this grid of Junior Rotax. And we've got 22 Junior Rotax. So Ashton French leads the field round. Archie Hardiman alongside. James Rigby and Braden Hill, championship leader, are on the second row. Levi Goodyear and Thomas Hadley are on row 3. Sophie Hadley and Ethan Wyatt are on row 4. Row 5 is Ollie Morris and Mason Perrin. And then we've got Dylan Mitchell, Josh Eaton Brown on row 6. Row 7, Ronnie Shrimpton and Rafi Salentano. Ben Ficini and Joel Bowden are on row 8. Row 9 is Jacob McDonald, Adam Catting. Then we've got Jack Briscoe, Samuel Wyatt, Archie Buttle right at the back of this junior field. And then Minimax, Reese Green, Alex Fraser, Louis Reese and Charlie Gillam starting their own little race, the 4 of them off the back of this junior field. We'll try and keep an eye on the Minimax battle as well. And once again, Nick, we're seeing the grid being brought around in very, very orderly fashion here. Great job by the drivers so far.
Well, they're good at gridding up, but then they get the start wrong. I'm going to watch the world's most depressed start line man and see what he thinks about this right down now. And
he's given them the go.
Oh, he's happy with that one,
or is he?
No, he's waiting for the second set to come through.
All right, of course.
The other the other people at the back. And now.
Honestly, you can never tell whether this is a full start going from the body language of our starter.
He seemed okay with it, but it looks like...
Did he?
He seemed all right, yeah.
I'm not sure he did, you know.
So in the lead is the 53. That is Ashton French. It's not Archie Hamilton second. I think it's... I'm trying to work out this. I couldn't quite read the number of the guy in second. But
You'll see them now, Nick, as they come down. Here they come through St John's. It's the number 53 leading from 35. The number 35.
So it's a good start from Braden Hill. It's out 2 places on that first couple of corners. They come round Paddock Bend for the first time.
Braden Hill's not going to stay there long, is he?
Squirt the power on into the chicane. Much more uphill than it looks on the camera. And they come into McRae's, and Braden said, well, realistically, I didn't want to be in 4th place. I didn't want to be 3rd. I didn't want to be 2nd. I wanted to be 1st. And as you say, that one has also come to the textbook of overtaking. And if I'm really honest, I don't think Ashton French was that concerned about letting him through.
Well, Ashton French, that's the championship battle right there. It's Braden Hill leading the championship, and Braden Hill now leads this heat. Ashton Hill is actually second in the championship.
I'm surprised he let him through so easily then.
Yeah, yeah. See how sideways he got there coming out.
Lost a bit of drive
there. It's because he hit the curb.
Oh, and Braden's up. Just like, they're pushing, aren't they? They're both pushing. They're waiting for a bit of temperature to come into the tyres. And suddenly, now Ashton's got a chance to get it back again. Now, I thought Braden would disappear in distance.
No, I did until I realised, who we've actually got here.
Now, it's going to be, is it going to be bite a bit? Is it going to be another move up the inside? Is there enough slipstream? Can he outbrake? Braden's looking quite, no, he's even trying. So is it a case now where he's going to sit in his wake for a while and then decide to make the move? A bit of a wave there again. We've seen a lot of waving at this event.
I'm not sure what that meant. Did he
possibly he may have got a little tap again.
Yeah. Was he saying "come by me"? I don't think.
No,
he
was going slow down. He's saying "you hit me, you cad, you bounder."
I tell you what, Nick. I think there's a 3-car battle for second, third. For third, fourth, and fifth.
4th and 5th certainly is very much on, isn't it?
I think they're actually catching the 2 leaders.
Yeah. So this is 4th and 5th, which last time round was Ethan White and Mason Perrin. Hopefully they haven't swapped round since then.
Yeah.
Far camera gives you an idea of the actual gaps. There you go, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, very much in one frame. 4th and 5th the closest. And it does look like Mason Perrin with the red cart looking to make a move, perhaps on Ethan up the inside. Oh, Ethan looking over his back. Oh, where are you? Left, you right? No, I'm not there. And no, so they've managed to hold back. But the loss of momentum there from James Rigby in 3rd, wasn't there? He lost a huge amount of momentum coming at McRae's. Now we've got 2 sets. You've got the first 2. And then 3, 4, and 5 battling away. In fact, 3, 4, and 5 is closer at the moment because it looks like Braden's managed to put in a decent lap, but half a second now, I'd say. And up the inside there, squeezing through goes Perrin on Wyatt. That was a good move.
Great move there into the Stewart. It really is a decision if you're leading going into that complex, then do you take the optimum line? If you take the optimum line, it leaves that inside line massively wide open, and that's what we've seen so far in the first 3 heats. We've seen examples of overtakes at the Stewart.
Oh, a mistake by Rigby.
Yeah,
mistake by Rigby. He's just gone straight off at the chicane. What happened there? But he's just drifted off. He did look a bit kind of tentative in a couple of previous corners. Here he comes.
It's the yellow cart here into the chicane. He turns in well, gets a little bit awry on the curb, and it was purely hitting the curb on the right-hand side.
And he wasn't tapped from behind, so he didn't get anything from behind from Perrin, so it was just a mistake.
I think he might have hit the cushioned barrier on the exit there.
Unfortunately, he's right in our blind spot to our left, so I can't see if he's got going again.
Yeah, he did get going. Yeah, he's got going. I think he clipped the barrier and continued.
So this is now a battle for third and fourth, with Perrin ahead of Wyatt and gapping it slightly as they go right round the top of the circuit now. You can see just ahead of them, it is Bradenhill leading by just under half a second. And this gap is pretty close.
Well, the gap's coming down, actually. It was 1.9, it's now 1.5. Now it's just, sorry, that was my timing screen, not updated.
It took a while up there. It's all a bit slow.
1.6.
We're in a quarry,
1.6 on my screen, 2.1 on yours.
It's going well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going very well. Technicals are working well. Minimax, by the way. Reese Green's leading Minimax by about 2 seconds from Louis Reese, who's got about 7 seconds from Alex Fraser. So the Minimax battle at the back of this junior Rotax grid is really, really spaced out. But they'll continue enjoying their drive around ROWRAH.
So it's got a bit close at the front again. Ashton French gained about a tenth, perhaps 10th that last time round. So he's the orange helmet. They're both orange helmets. In fact, I'm trying to work out, whilst the carts obviously are different, I'm trying to work out a differentiating thing. It's easy to say. Well, one's 50-53 and one's 35. But they all have elements of similarity. Head down in the 30 of Mason Perrin. He is trying to close that gap down. Come through the Stewart S's. Just at that point, I was trying to remember which bar of track it was. Joe had taken the track map away.
I'm sorry, Nick, I was just checking on the track distance here. 1,030 metres, so just over a kilometre in length. It's not the longest track.
0.62 of a mile, then.
Yeah, 0.6. Well, to be exact, yes.
Probably.
Yes, it is a long lap here. Anything we're looking for laps around about the 50 seconds mark, aren't we?
Yeah,
for karting.
And the mover is Mason Perrin in third because he has absolutely got on the back of Ashton French, who lost a few tenths again. Well, for this time on Bradenhill, that's been Seesaw. They've been on a kind of elastic band the last couple of laps. But absolutely now the man on the move, Mason Perrin with the white helmet, menacing Ashton with the orange helmet. And they come up the back straight.
Don't forget, everybody, that the NKC, the popularity, I think, has been got from the fact that it's 2 sets of tyres per season. So basically 4 front tyres, 4 rear tyres. They're completely different. And you can basically use any of those 8 tyres in whichever way you want across the whole of the 6 races. And we will see, as we're already, at the end of today, we'll be at half distance in the championship. So we will see tyre wear becoming a bit of a factor going into the final rounds of this championship.
Well, also the other thing, which is tyre conservation coming out the inside again. This is becoming the most popular place to overtake. And it was almost as though, again, it's like you kind of accept the fact that French accepted the fact that Perrin was going to get past him, didn't try and hold him up too much, didn't try and lose time himself. And whether he thinks there was an advantage in following rather than leading and getting back later, I'm not sure. But it seems to have got a little bit of extra front grip, getting in up the inside there of the entry into the S's. In fact, the corner, which hasn't really got a name, but coming into S's, is the way to go.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the optimum line is that wide line and then firing and straight lining the chicane. That is the Stewart S's. But certainly in a race situation, you can make that move, and it seems to be quite an easy overtake. Here they come down towards the section of track which we're talking about now, the leader, Bradenhill. He takes the middle line, doesn't he? Takes the middle line, then sort of tightens up towards the curbs to clip the apex going into the chicane. Mason Perrin right on his tail, 6/10 across the line. It's a lot closer than that, though, as they head down towards Paddock Turn, the right-hander now. They'll come through here. You'll see the grid markings in a moment.
Last lap.
And across the line for the last lap board to be shown. And Mason Perrin, 94 thousandths of a second, the gap there. And Mason Perrin looks over his shoulder. Nobody's there. Ashton French has dropped off now. Just over a second. I say dropped off. I mean that relatively, of course. Oh, and look at that. Braden Hill having to drive defensively into Iredale's hairpin. And here they come. It's going to be a sprint race, isn't it? Drag race towards the stewardesses. Here they come now. Braden Hill uses the inside line there and defends well through the chicane at the stewardesses. And out of that now down towards St John's, the sweeping right-hander. Really undulating part of the track there. You really feel the drop off in altitude there as you come over that in a kart. Final turn then. And across the line, it's going to be a very close finish.
Really close.
In fact, it's
side
by side.
I don't know. That was so close. It's where your transponder was.
It's Braden Hill.
12 thousandths of a second at the end.
Wow.
Mason Perrin just had more grip, I thought, the front at the end.
Yeah, here we go. Look at this. And they both optimised their line, didn't they? Look at that
Great
on the
defence
brakes.
by Braden the last lap, I thought.
Oh, look at that. Braden takes the inside line. Sorry, the outside line. Mason Perrin on the inside.
12 hundredths of a second.
And there's Ashton French just sneaking in. He said, I'll come with you if you're going to get past.
We've been talking a lot about the track. Should we have a look at the track, Joe?
That would be nice.
It involves me pressing several buttons at once, so that could be a while.
All right, let's have a look at the track. We had James Wood, we very kindly were given access to James Wood on board. He's in the number 12 in the senior Rotax class. He's running the FP Motorsport. Here we go then, across the line. Into the chicane. It's up road. There you can't see the end. It's on the left hand. He's all the way on the exit. Down towards the third line. Players. Heavy on the brakes there. Use all of that momentum to Iredale. Look at very tight on this time of one. And then this very long back straight. This is where we've been seeing people overtake. This is where we're seeing people use the inside line. James steers wide. That's the optimal line when he is himself. Change direction. Massively quick. Now down the left, that's a real good down the left. Massively fast through St John. Very tight through there. Use all the track again. And then the final turn here. It's deceptively quick and you're ready to finally cross the line. That's a lap of ROWRAH, 1,030 metres of beautiful Cumbrian countryside, and thanks to James Wood there for that. Local lad James Wood, he's from Workington, and this is of course his home track. He's been racing for, I think he said 20 years, and in my paddock walk, which you'll see in the lunch break, Nick, I spoke to him and Andy Powell, who is the P of FP Motorsport, who are running himself. It's Andy Powell and James Wood, and we chat to them.
So is James like just spending the rest of the time at the multiple karaoke bars in Workington?
I need to talk to him about that. Yeah. Why have all the karaoke bars closed?
We were staying in Workington last night, and to say it's shut is an understatement. We ended up having to eat at a hotel. It was way too classy for us. Because the only restaurant there was full.
It was.
And everything else was shut, including a selection of karaoke bars. They probably had a huge choice of karaoke bars at one point.
They did seem to have a lot of karaoke bars.
Well, everyone needs a hobby.
Right, we're on to race 5 now, which is back to the senior Rotax
Senior Rotax, yep.
Yeah. Just going to scratch that out, Nick, so we stay right. So we've got another 28 car field. And James Wood, our onboard camera there, who just took us round ROWRAH, he's starting in 28.
That was lucky, wasn't it? I thought, I'll play that out now, because I haven't played it yet. Very proud of the graphics.
Why did you spoil that there? That was a lovely synergy there.
I know.
James Wood out in the next heat.
I know, like I knew what I was doing.
Yes.
But I didn't.
Yes, you've spoiled the magic now.
Well, I think everyone knows the magic is a completely, I should say, completely random.
Complete fabrication.
Look at my random magic. Oh, Scott's got a chair. He's got a little chair.
Where's he got that from?
He's doing a full Fernando Alonso. Yes, we introduced ourselves.
I did.
Hello, Joe Bradley. My name's Nick Damon. To my left, who I keep waving at, and Paul going, "What are you waving about? What's happening?" As I kind of try to hand signal things I want to happen, and Paul's going, "What?" Because Paul's used to work with professionals. And on the cameras, we have Ash Leontine. Scott, who's literally just sitting down on a camper chair with a beer.
He hasn't got a beer, has he?
He's got something. It could be a beer. It's a can of some sort. Oh, dear.
Right, and we have we've got a bit of a delay, and that's because we're recovering a few carts, I think.
I should say it's Scott Domain, by the way. I didn't give him his second name.
I didn't tell you how the Minimax field ran out. It was Reese Green from Louis Reese and Alex Fraser, and that was well spaced out. It was 6.5 seconds between Reese Green and Louis Reese, and another 6.5 seconds to Alex Fraser. Alex Fraser, current championship leader. We lost James Rigby, Josh Eaton-Brown, Ollie Morris went out on lap 1, and Charlie Gillam didn't take the start in Minimax. So just to give you a bit of a rundown, Braden Hill takes the first heat for junior Rotax, Mason Perrin second, Ashton French third, Ethan Wyatt fourth, Ronnie Shrimpton fifth, Archie Buttle sixth, seventh was Sam Wyatt, Levi Goodyear was eighth, Ben Ficini ninth, Dylan Mitchell 10th, 11th was Sophie Hadley, 12th was Adam Catling, Joel Bowden was 13th, Rafi Celentano was 14th, Thomas Hadley was 15th, Archie Hardiman 16th, 17th was Oscar Shrimpton, Jack Briscoe 18th, and 19th and last of the finishers was Jacob McDonald.
If you're watching on Facebook, or then come over to YouTube, because you can talk to us on YouTube. We haven't had there's a shortage of messages today. I demand more messages. Just say hello. Tell us who you're supporting.
Yeah, of course. We've got the Zach Bolton fan club has become a thing, hasn't it?
Yes,
really?
but they're obviously waiting to go out again.
Well, yes, of course. They'll go and put the kettle on and start at the Sunday lunch, probably.
Absolutely.
They'll probably be steeping the Brussels. Can you have Brussels sprouts?
You can have Brussels sprouts. It's legal. It's not against the law to have Brussels sprouts.
Yeah, I know there's a lot.
I don't know if you steep them. I must admit. I'm not a massive. I think you can put my cookery knowledge on the inside of a very, very, very small notebook.
The NKC cookery class.
And today, avoiding food poisoning
could be a thing. So we have got the karts back out on track then, and this time it's the second Senior Max heat. Not necessarily the same drivers though. We've got five Senior Rotax heats, of which each competitor will compete in 3. We've got Patrick Williams-Rohage on the pole position with alongside him Lewis Jones. Harry Barker is third with Jez Owen alongside. Jodie Fox and Grizzly Davies are on row 3. Row 4 is Callum Davis and James Costin. Got Paul Moran and hello Helen. Helen will be watching and cooking dinner or sneaking off to the pub as she always does.
Saying she's cooking dinner.
Yeah.
Making out the chicken's all her own work.
Yeah. No. Ben Blowers is alongside Paul on the Red Lion. Jill Lewis and Alexander Mirazan is on row 6. Dan Andrews and Paul Lazan out for his second heat are on row 7. Row 8 is Luke Evans and Scott Lowther. Miles Barthorpe and Alex Warnaby are next. Then we've got Sam Elliott, Scott Russell, Jamie Hardy, Nathan Hope. And then moving down the order, Rob Statham, Scott Smith, Tyler Fossey, who we spoke to yesterday, who's got broken ribs and quite frankly a broken thumb, who's out there starting 25th. Nothing to lose fun. Really.
Well, apart from some other part of his body.
You'll hear the story in the lunch break.
Will I hear him screaming as he goes round now above the engines? Ah!
Yeah.
Because ribs is a nasty injury.
Ribs are better. It's his thumb now.
Is it? Oh, okay, yeah. Right.
That's kind of peeled into insignificance.
Watching my favourite starter in the whole world.
He's given them the go-ahead.
He likes that
and
one.
They're into the chicane.
That one.
And it looks like the 94. Oh, and there's carnage at the rear of the field. Back of the chicane. Unbelievably, everybody has restarted.
The 11 has stalled. And we've also lost. The only one we've definitely lost is the 11.
Is that number 17?
Nathan Hope.
It is number 11, is it?
Yeah, I think it's 11. I don't think we've got a 17.
No, we have.
I've decided it's not him.
We haven't got an 11. We've got a 17.
Yes, we've got 11, Nathan Hope.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, Nathan Hope. We'll see who that is. They're already out of the Stewart chicane.
It's like Waldorf and Statler arguing about it. We have got, we haven't. Yes, we have. No, we haven't. Yes, we have.
Into Sunny for the first time. Battle for the lead right there. And there's a challenge coming, is there? No, they settle down into paddock, but across the line for the first time. Who's it going to be that leads across the line? It is the 94, Patrick Williams-Rohage, Lewis Jones second, Harry Barker third, Jez Owen fourth, Callum Davies, Paul Moran, Jill Lewis, Ben Flowers, Jodie Fox and Dan Andrews lead the field round.
Lead change as in Lewis Jones, they got up the inside of Patrick Williams-Rohage. In fairness, he looked really, really quick. He powered off the chicane. Set him up, and then absolutely Patrick Williams-Rohage is losing momentum. He's about to be taken by Harry Barker unless he's careful. Yeah,
we've lost 2 karts, Grace, Lee Davis and Nathan Hope going out on that first lap.
So the battle is for second at the moment. And it is a rearguard action by Patrick Williams-Raj as he tries to hold back the irresistible force of the 6th kart of Ari Baker. It's great news for the leader, who's Lewis Jones. He's getting away. Cork in the bottle, Patrick here. And looking at look at the inside. Had to back off there. Wasn't going to get the run through the chicane again. It was here where things began to go wrong. Patrick last lap didn't get the drive, and Lewis did. And now looking for the outside line. Barker now switches back onto the inside for McRae's, but no.
Oh, and it's a bit of a cork in the bottle, isn't he? Patrick Williams-Raj. He's got Barker moving alongside, but he's got the outside line. He goes round the outside. He had the momentum.
Oh, and he's off the inside as well.
Yeah, Callum Davies moving through as well. So
that was amazing. You lose 2 positions in like 3 corners.
Yeah.
I get the impression that his particular car doesn't have as good low-down drive as some of the others. It's not coming off the corners.
Look at the punch out of this corner, and that's because of the optimised line by Callum Davies on the Lando Norris car.
It's engine as well.
Yeah, the engine punched out, didn't it? The number 85 or the 95 of Callum Davies there. He's on the Lando Norris chassis, new for this season. Into the chicane then.
So Barker into second, but
that battle for second now settling down, hasn't it? The leader's gone. Lewis Jones is out in front by just under 2 seconds. There's Ari Barker through in second. Callum Davies is now trying to get on terms now. So that's a bit of a battle going on for second. Behind them, Jill Lewis. And then behind Jill Lewis is Jez Owen. So things beginning to spread out somewhat. And we've lost... Oh, is that... I'm not sure if that cart that was being lifted off said 94.
Well, Patrick Williams... Yes, the leader,
yes,
you're right.
It's
gone.
Yeah,
the leader came
yeah.
up. I think he
was in third.
Yeah, but he started as the leader.
Started from pole.
I think he had engine problems because it just wasn't coming out the corners properly.
Well, he's certainly out of this race, being lifted over the barrier, and we've got a cart off.
The 34 carts had a moment. I'm not sure it's an accident. We've got 34 in the 91, I think. So Alexander Mirezian and the 34 of, I'm not sure who that is actually, of Dan Andrews are both off now at the corner right in front of Scott.
There's a little bit of a conversation going on there. Patrick Williams-Raj and the number 34 of Dan Andrews.
Dangerous position for that cart right on the apex of the corner.
Yeah, right on the apex. He could have helped the officials lift the cart up. I'm not sure why they can't lift the cart up and out behind the barrier. So as that incident is cleared away, and the problem is we've got such a strung out field.
Apex, and the field's all over the place.
Yeah, we've got such a strung out field. It's very hard there. Now's when we lift the cart up and over the barrier.
Now, was that an accident? It doesn't look damaged.
The chain's off.
Chain's off. He's had a.
I think that's a bent axle.
So it may well be coming together with the other car,
yeah.
the 91.
Yeah, so the number 34, Dan Andrews, out of the race now.
So back to the action. Jones winning in a second, third and fourth are right together now. About to go round the top of the circuit at Paddock Bend. That's 2, 3 and 4. That's Barker, Davis and Jay Lewis. Not Lewis, I confuse myself with 2 Lewis. It's Jay Lewis.
Yes, it is a bit.
It's very easy to confuse me, I've realised this. They sweep through again. Barker had a much better exit. He was a bit closer, but certainly the back for third and fourth is right on Davis and Jay Lewis. Jay Lewis with the white back to his overalls.
Just to give an update on local boy James Wood, he did start at the back of the grid. He's just overtaken Paul Lausanne, which is no easy feat. And James up into 14th there last time by.
Yeah, and there's Pedro Oliveira, who's had a good run in the first round at Gig. He also started the back, and he's up to 13th. So
yeah.
These other instances for the other carts in the middle of the field are proving big points winners, the guys who started last year. Because to make places from your heat at the back of the grid, you need to be good, but you need luck. In this case, you just need a door wide open for you, but it's going to be a switch back, and it's going to be a change back again. Temporary, Jones got in there. He got up the inside going into paddock. There's a kind of a switch back as Callum realised he was on the wrong line, trying to get back up the inside on the start finish. Didn't happen, so that's a change for third place. Lewis takes from Davis.
He'll be able to see, Nick. He'll be able to see the time on the board, and he knows that time is running out. Callum Davies wants that third place from Jay Lewis, who's just come through a couple of laps ago and took the last lap and took that position. And of course, Callum Davies will be wanting that position back, whether he can, because of course Jay Lewis showed that he had the momentum to not just overtake, but he'd been catching him for a few laps. And look at Jay Lewis go. He's now about to challenge Ari Barker for that second spot.
Yeah,
Look at the gap. He's just pulled the gap from Callum Davis in now, almost on the rear bumper of the number 6 of Harry Barker. Into the chicane. This is where he'll gain a bit of ground. He does indeed. Punching out the corner, gains a little bit more, and then he'll gain a little bit more. By the time we get out of the stewardesses this time by, we're going to have Jay Lewis challenging. Just seeing where Jay Lewis, he's not in the top 5 in the championship.
Wide line there, trying to carry some speed up the short straight in the back. But Barker, now we did see some very good defence in the last race, but most of the time getting past has been a case of a irresistible force, isn't it? And people just manage to get their way through. Seems there are a couple of reasonable overtaking points on this track up here at ROWRAH.
A little bit of a movement in the midfield. Little bit of a movement in the midfield as Paul Azan goes up to 11th ahead of Elliot Oliveira and James Wood. So I'm not sure whether that was a coming together as we get back to that challenge for second.
And there we are, Barker there
defending.
The inside, will it work? Get the drive. And now around that turn 42 does indeed. Look at that, Jay Lewis just getting through Barker there, right at the bottom of the track. Accelerating through now. So there'll be one more. They might get one in a bit. I'm not quite sure whether when the line's going to be crossed by our leader, who's a little bit of way ahead. 6 seconds. So I think, they're going to get 2 more laps, I think. I don't think it's the last lap board yet. There's a warning for the 124. So that's a warning for Miles Barnthorpe for poor driving. But as it is, Lewis Jones, Jay Lewis, and Harry Barker. And then behind them, Callum Davis now joined them. So this is the second, third, and fourth. Coming down. Lost you away. Jay Lewis got through. And up the inside there, Barker loses another place. And Callum Davis again taking this. It's a very popular overtaking point in the entry into the stewardesses.
Isn't it? Yeah, it really is. It's because of that wide entry. Well designed.
But you kind of think if you've got someone right behind you, don't take the wide entry.
You would think so, yes. You would think so.
But however, again, you don't know how many times these guys have been here before. You don't know whether they've been at position before. It's kind of a learning case.
You're kind of erring on I want to take the optimum line. It's like I used to hate defending, having to sit offline and get rid of the textbook. The checkered flag has been readied. Last lap board still being shown to the remainder of the field. The field really strung out around this track now, and that's because of that incident at the chicane. That helped string the field around.
Yep, and early melee, you're quite right, yeah.
The leader, though, I believe, is that the leader just coming into St John's now in the orange helmet?
Yep, 5 second lead, massive lead for Lewis Jones.
Massive lead. Here he comes.
In the 21, see him across the line. He sweeps around Paddock Bend now, and that is him behind the hillock and over the line for our winner. A little bit of wait for second place. I think there's some lap traffic in the way, in fact, in some places. And there it is.
Yeah, Jay Lewis taking second place, 5.6 seconds behind. Callum Davies hangs on to third. Harry Barker fourth. Luke Evans fifth. Got Miles Barthorpe moving up into sixth. That's a great drive from him. Scott Lowther in seventh. Jezzo in eighth. Ninth is Jody Fox. Paul Azan inside the top 10, and he's took James Wood with him. James got back onto, and would you believe, look at that, Nick, James Wood on lap 12 on that final lap of that race. James Wood, fastest lap of the race, or fastest lap of the heat.
No substitute for local knowledge, is there?
Scott Smith 12th, Alexander Mirazan 13th, Sam Elliott 14th, Pedro Oliveira he ended up 15th, so he went up and then dropped back down to 15th. Alex Warnaby 16th, Scott Russell 17th, Jimmy Hardy 18th, Tyler Fossey, wonder how his ribs and his thumb is, he's in 19th, Paul Moran 20th, and Rob Statham 21st. We lost James Costin on lap 6. Ben Blowers and Dan Andrews went out on lap 3. Patrick Williams Raj went out on lap 2. And Grace Lee Davis and Nathan Hope we lost on that first lap.
Yeah, there's certainly a number of dead carts to be collected this time from various parts of the track.
Yes, that might take a little bit of time to sort things out. We're on to race number 6 on the programme. And I'm just going to see what that is. That's our 100 UK. First heat of the day for 100 UK.
And don't forget the 100 UK Super Prix is taking place in 3 weeks' time down at Fullbeck. I know entries are open.
First weekend
for
of June, that, isn't it?
Yeah, first weekend of June. And it's a great weekend because it's the weekend of it's a super long weekend of the Jubilee, so you'll be completely bored of your family by Thursday and Friday. So the two bank holidays. So get down to the Super Prix. There are classes for everything, really. There are senior and junior road taxis, as well as a number of the older classes as well. Formula A, I believe, is going to be taking part.
Yeah, we've got
I
think we've got a historic kart display.
Yep.
Or exhibition and track exhibition, I mean.
Yep.
Which is when you're as old as we are, Nick.
It's not historic. It's just our memories.
Yeah.
So we'll be there. We'll be live on the Sunday. There is, I think, racing and practice. It's a 2-day meeting. Obviously, it's racing and practicing. And I believe you can practice on the Friday. There is, time practice and everything else on the Saturday, and then we'll be broadcasting on the Sunday from sunny Fulbeck.
And like you say, Nick, if you can't make it down to across to Fulbeck or down from Fulbeck or up to Fulbeck, you can shelter from the rain, because invariably it will rain. It's a bank holiday weekend.
Oh, good point.
So yeah, it will rain, and shelter from the rain and watch the live stream from there. So we look forward to that. And I did mention earlier that this is round 3 of a 6-round championship. We've got another 3 rounds coming. Wilton Mill, Landau, and rounding off at Fulbeck. So 2 visits to Fulbeck, one for the Super Prix meeting, another for a championship round. Certainly the talking point of this championship, Nick, and I do know we talk about this a lot, is tyres.
Yep. Well,
in fact, karting.
In fairness, you can't, in any motorsport,
yeah.
It is and the tyres, because it doesn't matter how much aerodynamic you got, it doesn't matter how good you are, how good your engine is, it all comes down to those 4 rubber contact patches, or 2 in a motorcycle, and how you manage them and how good they are.
You're only allowed 2 sets per season in NKC, so all of our classes are having to run. Now, normally, even at club level, you would have a brand new set each weekend, each round, to really optimise your performance. Well, that's not what the NKC is about, and this is why I think, certainly why we've got packed grids, and certainly the Rotax classes, and packed grids in what we've got out now. 100 UK. This is our historic class, if you like. These karts are basically the karts from the 90s and mid-90s, 100cc air-cooled TKM engine. The championship is being led by 2 old hands, Ed Peed, who isn't here this weekend.
Oh, no.
Ben Klukas is second. And Ben, who we spoke to at Spa a couple of weeks ago, because he was racing a Porsche.
Yeah. He was the star of that car.
He was. Wesley Graves, who we speak to, he's with the Flex team, and we speak to Wes in the paddock show, in the paddock walkabout. It's Lee Jackson and Marcus Dorey on the front row, Liam Hamling and Glenn Rayland. Then we've got Jamie Crease and Wes Graves on row 3. Row 4 is C. Leonard and Tom Pattle. Ben Klukas, Dennis Barclay. Row 5, row 6 is Williams and Semester. Dominic Pine and Lawrence.
Quickly, think about it.
We're going to get these underway, though, before I get a chance to give you a full grid rundown. And side by side into the chicane.
And off the chicane. Well, what happened there?
Well, we just went too fast into the chicane and understeered into the middle bit. Quite frankly, that was it's easy done. We've all done it.
Shall we see it again?
Let's have a look at that again.
So it's all going really well here. It's a 22 from the outside, Marcus Dorey, who looks a little bit optimistic. Or perhaps the 34 wasn't. No, the 34 cut. He came across and the 34 touched him. So Lee Jackson then sent him straight and off he went.
That was the front row. That was the front row.
But they are continuing at least anyway.
Yes, well, they're a bit down the field.
Here's our leader.
I think that's Glenn Rayland who's came through on the 62. Is it?
Yes, it is. 62.
Yeah. He went through. Came through all the dust of the chicane.
He's got himself a nice retro helmet on there as well, with the white with the 2 stripes.
Yeah, I like that.
He's got retro helmet. The thing about these karts, you look at them, they look so much smaller than the footprint of a modern Rotax. It's just
they really are, though, Nick. They've got a much narrower track at the rear.
Well, and do you know why this is a good thing? You can stick them in the hatchback of a Sierra.
Yes,
you couldn't get a modern Rotax in the back of a Sierra.
Yeah, that's very true. That's very true.
And a bit of rope to tie down the hatchback.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Into Iredales then for the second time. Glenn Rayland leads. Liam Hamling and Jamie Crease are the karts there, the number 3 and the number 61 going into the stewardesses. They are the karts that look like they're about to promise us a bit of a battle. But joining in behind them, Marcus Dorey and Wes Graves on the number 2, the recovering Marcus Dory, let's say. He was the kart, remember, that had the off-track excursion at the chicane for the first lap. He's in 4th place. Wes Graves in 5th. Ben Klukas coming through to 6th. Dominic Pine in 7th. Across the line there, that could all change. As Jordan Kendall goes through to 7th. Dominic Pine now down to 8th. Lee Jackson 9th. James Murray should come through in 10th. He does. And look at this. We've now got everybody beginning to bottle up behind Glenn Ryland. 4-card battle for the lead, about to become a 6-card battle, I think. As the number 2, Wes Graves there, just trying to get on terms. There's nobody behind him, so that's 4-card battle.
Lucas is a long way back, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
So
he is. Klukas 3.3 seconds behind, so he got delayed.
He needs to make hay while Pete's not here.
Here they come out of Sunny towards Paddock. Oof. No challenges into Paddock from any of the 4.
I think Liam was thinking about it a little bit.
He was indeed, wasn't he? He could see it.
He was soaring away, trying to keep the thing balanced on the inside front wheel.
Into and out of the chicane already, and look at that, 3rd place Jimmy Crease
momentum there.
Down the inside. Is he going to make it stick? He does indeed. And that was all about momentum out the chicane, wasn't it?
That went wrong sometime earlier. And the 22 now is going to drive at the inside. Dory. Obviously a comeback from his problem on the first lap.
We had the leader, Glenn Rayland, really taking advantage of that situation behind him and eking out a little bit of a cushion there, much more of a cushion than we've seen on the previous couple of laps. Now things will settle down and that gap will close, but we've got Jamie Crease now chasing him down. So it's a bit of a different order there. As Wes Graves has joined the back of that pack now.
We've got support online for some of these people. Ryan to speed, come on Dominic Pine and Liam Hamling, and Jimmy Graham has come on Marcus Dory. So the people thereabouts in this 5-cart train, they've got the pity they can't get fan boost, isn't it? Really?
Yeah. Fan boost, yeah. Well,
let's not talk about that because you couldn't have an FIA Series World Championship with a voted thing. But then let's not get to Formula E right now.
Once again, the battle for the lead.
And then up the inside into 3rd. He went trying to go over 3rd, the 22 of Dory.
He sent it.
He sent it, absolutely. And Liam gave him enough rope to hang himself. But no, that's fine. And there you are, too wide again.
Keep an eye on the number 2.
Sure. Marcus so far has had quite an interesting race. He's in a big hurry to get to the front. And he's had a couple of incidents.
Well, he'll be kicking himself after that first lap chicane. Be kicking himself, he will. Wes Graves, 3rd in the championship coming into this round. He's wanting a bit of this cake, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
He's there in 5th. 5-cart train across the line. 5 laps completed.
Klukas is just dropping off this, you know. He's got no pace today.
Has dropped off to
nearly 5 seconds.
He's behind Jordan Kendall now.
He's got no pace.
Yeah, Ben will not be happy with that.
Someone's going to change his jets.
He needs to maximise this round because Ed Peed isn't here. They're good mates. They run out the same morning. Does Ben and Ed Peed. Ed Peed, I'm not sure why Ed Peed isn't here. Maybe, holidays, family, work commitment.
Who?
I know.
We're here. Come on, Ed.
Glenn Rayland continues to lead, though, Nick, out of Sunny. Love how they use all of that extra bit of track there over the curb. Here they come then. It'll be 6 laps completed this time by. Look at that. First 5 across the line. So close you could pitch a tent over them.
Liam Hamlin really has got some pace coming down the start-finish straight. And every single time he's had a little bit of a think about making an effort on Jamie Crease. And every time he's thought, well, I can't get a whole cart through there. Now, are we going to see another send-it method from Marcus this time? No, a bit more circumspect.
And it's not just an easy situation of just sending it down the inside into one of these very tight hairpins, because we see, you can go much faster down the inside of Stewart. And over the back. That's the number 22 of Marcus Dory.
That was Marcus again.
Yeah, it was
and he let him back through again. So that was sporting there. He let him back through again.
Well, Liam Hamling went through on Jamie Crease, and then Marcus Dory went over the back of Liam Hamling, I think.
So this all started with Hamling getting the move up on Crease, and that was when Dory, in the 22, black with the white helmet, saw his chance. You see, he slid in, and he's hit Dory, and that put Graves through for 2 places, didn't it?
Yeah, so, Dory was a bit sort of eager there, wasn't he?
He let Crease back through again. He didn't hold that place, but Graves was the big winner out of that, went from 5th to 3rd.
Totally missed his braking point. He was sideways on the brakes there.
You could see it. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna.
He went with him, didn't he? He wanted to go with the number 3 Hamling, who's now chasing down the leader, Glenn Ryland, into Stewart's. Oh, and look at that. Right onto the bumper out of Stewart's chicane. The Stewart S's, to give it its correct term. Through St John's, that fast right-hander. It's hugely fast, that. And then on the brakes for the left-hander at Sunny. The question is, with about a minute to go, can Hamling challenge and get past Ryland?
I think Ryland, you've gone back to your original
I
again.
have, I know. I looked at it and said it differently. Why did I do that? Here we go. Is it going to be? No, it isn't. He slots in behind. He stays on the rear bumper of the leader, Ryland.
He's already looking for a move into the Stewart S's. That's his best chance.
But he doesn't want to go too early, Nick, as well.
They've got this in 2 more, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Out of
Check
Iredale.
behind, shuffling the seat. That always makes you fast if you shuffle the seat slightly.
It does, actually, for some reason.
And up the inside he goes. Oh,
side by side.
Oh, no, he lost it. He's like, he's broken. He's broken the cart. What happened there?
I'm not really sure what happened
Has he
there.
knocked the chain off?
So down the inside at the stewardesses, which we've seen time and time again, both heavily on the brakes, and then the number 3 just turns off.
Right. They didn't hit each other.
And look who's come through and takes the lead. Wes Graves, the number 2. He saw that happening in front of him. The number 62, Glenn Ryland, was
so
totally
he's gained 5 from 5th to 1st.
Fifth to first.
Basically just picking up the pieces of other people's mistakes, which is a very legitimate way of moving forward in the race.
There's a reason why Wes Graves is third in the championship behind Ben Clucas and Ed Peed, and that's because he drives like that. He's he's been racing a long time. He was Lewis Hamilton's teammate and a McLaren-backed driver back in the day. You'll hear him tell us the story in the lunch break show. And Wes Graves on the number 2. A bit taller than when he raced with Lewis Hamilton, but certainly on a par.
What you're saying is man taller than when he was 11.
Yes, that's the shock. That's the shocker. Here they come then across the line. And it's the last lap board for Wes Graves and Glenn Ryland. Glenn Ryland will be livid with what happened there.
But what did happen there?
Well,
I still don't know what happened.
I really don't know.
I know why he lost the place. He got knocked. But what happened to Liam? Why did he stop?
Well, Liam Hamling's fan group on YouTube needs to message Liam
and says what happened.
Ask him what happened there, because that was very, very odd. Look at Wes Graves there defending into the Stewart S's. 180
gets to the point where
turn into it.
Possibly Glenn decides, in this particular race, second's fine.
Well, it's not an easy job to get past Wes Graves. Through into Sunny corner, the left-hander. It really has sped that corner up with all of that runoff. Back in the day,
when I was a lad,
that runoff
was that after you delivered your Hovis?
Yeah, I'll talk about that in a moment. Wes Graves takes the checkered flag. Glenn Ryland second, Jimmy Crease third, Marcus Dorey fourth, fifth was Jordan Kendall, Dominic Pine was sixth, seventh is Ben Clucas. It'll be Matthew Lawrence, who's just coming out of paddock now, right with Lee Jackson. Is it going to be the same as they cross the line? It's Lee Jackson, who not only has gotten past Matthew Lawrence, but Brendan Williams comes through in 9th, James Murray 10th, Matthew Lawrence down to 11th. And then it's the novice driver, Leonardo Taggio, on the number 97. He will finish in 12th. John Allen, the novice driver, will finish in 13th. We lost Liam Hamling in very mysterious circumstances up at the stewardesses on lap 8, and we lost Tom Pattle and Charlie
Can we see that
Leonard.
again? I think you press again, it'll play again, I think.
Yeah, I'm not really sure if anybody can come and tell us what on earth happened here to the number 3.
Unfortunately, we changed cameras.
Liam Hamling. Yeah, just as we changed camera. But he continues just turning right and
got
pulls off. He puts his hand in the air.
I think also at that point, Glenn lost momentum. I think Glenn went and hit him in the back. Not hit him as in they came together and there's some sort of back. And I'm just wondering whether it was enough of an impact. It lost Glenn his momentum, which is why he lost the lead to Wesley Graves. But whether it was enough of an impact for us to knock a chain off or something?
Well, it could be, yeah.
That's my CSI ROWRAH.
Yeah, we need to find out, don't we?
Midnight Owl says minute hour 2468 motorway.
I
hope everyone is well on this beautiful day.
Yes, we are. Couldn't think of a better place to be than ROWRAH. I was going to talk to you about the left-hander at Sunny Bend.
Down in front of us, yes.
And back in the day, that was a much slower corner. That was a much slower corner because we didn't have that extra bit of tarmac over the curb. That was rough area and a big rock.
What you're saying, kids today have got it so easy.
They've got it so easy.
Blooming millennials and they're wanting some runoff.
It sped the corner up though. It's totally changed the nature of the bend. And it used to be a passing place coming off St John's, the downhill sweeping right, and then down the inside. But now you've got so much momentum through the corner because the track is much wider on the exit. That's all I'm saying, Nick.
Do you know who Mr. Airedale was?
I do not. It's an area, though, isn't it?
Well, I don't know, because the two named parts of the track...
There's a terrier named after it, isn't it?
That's Airedale.
Oh, right.
Because the two named parts of the track are actually named after Scottish drivers, I assume.
Yes. Well, McRae that's his cart over there. We're in the...
I know
we're in the lounge. We're in the club lounge
yes.
here at the Cumbria Kart Club. And in a corner of the lounge is Colin McRae's gearbox cart.
Oh, right, okay.
Did you not know?
No. But, I mean, obviously, we are close. We're very, very far north, not far from the Scottish border. I mean, if anyone wants to come here and get emergency married, we're about, 22 miles from Gretna Green, aren't we?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm not sure you combine karting and a shotgun wedding. I'm not sure.
Why not?
That's a big weekend out.
Yeah.
What do you do? Well, I came third in the NKC and I got married.
Out for their second heat, and this time we've got Tim... We've got Tim Darlow, who is leading the field round with Louis Large alongside him. Now, Louis is second in the championship behind Philip Howarth, who had maximised his championship standings by winning the first of his heats.
I don't think Louis went out.
Louis wasn't out in the first one, no. But he'll be wanting to maximise this one. Tim Darlow leads the field round. Louis Large alongside. Loris Hilton and Alex Jones are on row 2. Row 3 is Jack Goodyear and Rob Logan. Ewan Logan and Richard Evans are on row 4. Jake Lewis and Zach Bolton. Yay, from the Zach Bolton fan club.
Go Zach, on the
Zach
Bolton
row.
fan club.
Mike Edwards and Stephen Horner. Stephen had a great first heat. This one he starts from the middle, so we want to maximise that one. Billy Clark and Taylor Adams are behind on row 7. Row 8 is Thomas Hinton, Brian McCready, Adrian Smith, Colin Campbell, Alex Thomas, Michael Mallet, Liam Rabjohns and Stephen Richardson are on row 11. Row 12, championship leader Philip Howarth and Thomas Childs. Then we've got Joe Piffner, he'll come through the field as well. Carl Bryant on the number 2, look out for him. Martin Heath, Richard Edwards, and rounding off the 29 kart field is Aidan Hammond. So, karts to look out for, kart 101, Philip Howarth down in 23rd, Joe Piffner, kart 29 down in 25th, and Carl Bryant, kart number 2, down in 26th. Also, keep an eye out for, the Zach Bolton fan club will be keeping an eye out for
Jojo Bow, 75 ADHD Rocks goes, go Zach, with 4 kisses.
There you go, Zach.
You can have one of those kisses, by the way. They're
that's one for me?
Yeah.
All right, okay. Thank you very much. Tim Darlow leads the field round, Louis Large alongside. They're going to get the go-ahead, they do indeed, and into the chicane for the first time. It's Louis Large round the outside into the chicane, and he makes that stick on the exit down towards McRae's hairpin, and everybody through intact. Down towards the hairpin, it's where it could all go wrong, and it does indeed. We've got a spinner 90 degrees to the field. Yeah, and everybody, I think, stepped around it. No, we have not.
So it's the 14 and the 84 we've got problems with.
So kart 14 and 84 as the leaders already heading towards the...
So Liam Rabjohns, who was scored as second, I think that was quite slightly... I think the timing was slightly wrong for this one.
No, Liam Rabjohns was started 23rd. And who was the other number?
It's some carts finally getting going from the back of that. So our leaders, they come round.
Going to string them out, isn't it?
I think, is that the 100 cart leading?
It's the 128 of Louis Large leading. Tim Darlow in second. They all got through without any concern. Lawrence Hilton through in third. Jack Goodyear up to fourth. Alex Jones fifth. Rob Logan sixth. Richard Evans seventh. Up 3 places for Zach Bolton. He's in eighth. Jake Lewis is ninth. 10th is Taylor Adams. Oh, look at Philip Howarth from the back of the grid. He's up to 11th. He's up 7 spots to 11th. Mike Edwards 12th. Down 3 for Stephen Horner. As Louis Large, he's going to be a hard one to catch for Philip Howarth, but I wouldn't put it past him. These two battling it out. Both former British champions in this category. Into Sunny then for the second time for Louis. very composed in the kart, is Louis. Just talking to him yesterday, he was telling me about he measured his heartbeat. He says, I like to stay calm in the kart.
What are you going to say then?
Well, he's got a resting heartbeat about 60. He said, I came in expecting to see, what's my heart rate been doing? He said, I had a high of 70. I said, don't get overly excited. But that's experience,
But also, given the fact it's quite physical, I thought you need a little bit of extra heartbeat just for the muscles.
Well, he's quite young and fit still.
Oh, bother.
Yeah, he's not like us, mate. We'd be panting and breathing.
I'm on 160, just walk up the stairs.
Yeah, exactly. So there's Lodge out of the Stewart S's. Behind them, Tim Dollar, Lawrence Hilton in second and third. Rob Logan dropped down 2 spots there the previous 2 laps. We'll have a look at Philip Howarth through in 10th. There's the battle there as people move. They're into paddock turn as the leaders are already into the chicane.
Yes, it's Darlow fighting with Hilton. Evans now picks up 4th. Jones 5th. Goodyear 6th. In fact, Bolton is in 7th.
Philip Howarth has moved up another one. He's inside the top 10 now in 9th. Joe Piffner not quite moving as quickly in 19th. Where's the number 2? Cole Bryant way down the order still. Louis Large,
here comes
1.5 seconds.
For 4th and 5th. And behind them it's this is kind of a rundown now. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 going past us now. The blue and white 72 kart. That's Evans in 4th. And there's now the run of 6, 7, 8.
The kart right on the back of that field, and a little nudge there from Howarth. He might pick up a nose cone penalty there. He hit him rather boldly just behind the 2 karts that we're watching as this battle for
4th and 5th. It's Jones attacking Evans, and then behind them there's 4 more karts. Jones now coming into he comes round the top of Airedale's.
And that battle behind them there, stringing out. Howarth continues to move.
38 moves up again.
Up the order. That's the man who won the first heat there in the blue and yellow liveried kart with the gold helmet. And down the inside of St John's, look how determined he is. He's scything through. That everywhere on this ROWRAH track is a passing opportunity for Philip Howarth, who continues to, now he's cleared those 4 karts, and that's going to put him right into contention there. He's into 6th overall. I said it was a hard ass catching Louis Large.
He's getting very, very close already to the Evans and Jones fight just ahead of him. He's half gapped that.
He really has. We'll stay with him as he closes that gap. 3.5 minutes remain. And this is the championship battle that we're watching, and he's maximised that. I mean, if you think about it, Nick, this is the heat that he started from the very back. And to be inside the top 10 is quite an achievement. To be 6th. And you never know. There's more to come.
There's actually a gap now of nearly 4 seconds between these 2 guys, Evans and Jones, and then Hilton. So I think this will be as far as he can get if he can take these 2 and move himself into 4th.
I'm not expecting him to catch Louis, that's for sure. But I tell you what bodes well for a very exciting final when these 2 drivers, the 2 drivers at the front of the NKC Championship, will come together. Look how much ground he makes up there. Punches out of McRae's. Ooh. Flips the radiator flap to let some cool air. Just wants to get that engine temperature running where he wants it to be. Looking over his shoulder there was Alex Jones. He can see the ever-present gold helmet of Philip Howarth, and now he's on his bumper. Out of the Stewart S's, down towards St John's now. And Philip Howarth has indeed caught Alex Jones and Richard Evans out of Sunny. He'll be lining them up for paddock. There's pretty much anywhere on this track that Philip Howarth can pass. He's proved that in the previous laps. 2 minutes on the
drive as far as you can.
Yep, not quite. No, it's that narrower line that really sort of disadvantages you. And look at that, Alex Jones now falling into the clutches of Philip Howarth as allowing Richard Evans to eke away. Oh, look at that, Howarth jinks to the left, now down the right. That was textbook outbreak.
Stop, great braking as well. I kind of think that Alex may have realised it was inevitable, and the only 2 things were going to happen there. Either he was going to get overtaken or there was going to be an accident, and his discretion is better part of valour, because don't forget that you are scoring championship points in these heats as well.
Yeah, good point.
It's not just the final.
And look at the points that championship leader Philip Howarth is clawing back here. He's up to 5th already, Nick.
Oh, look
is
at
he going to make it 4th across the line?
Absolutely. Just got a superb drive out of Sunny there. So just Went,
Hang on.
Hello.
Steady.
Calm
Steady,
down,
lads.
boys.
The number 72 of Richard Evans didn't quite enjoy being overtaken by Philip Howard, who's now up to fourth.
So he got him out of Sonny.
Yeah, it was pretty clean.
And then
he tried the switchback, didn't he?
Cut back, and then Louis, I think, was surprised about that. And, oof, yes.
Howarth.
Sorry, Howarth was, it's dead. It'll be Louis later. Howarth was surprised.
Yeah, I think so. Howarth seen him and maybe did indeed close him off. Right, he's cleared them two, Richard Evans and Alex Jones. Now he's got Lawrence Hilton ahead.
It's a long way ahead.
He is.
So we can move forward to second and third. They're quite close together. They're just going over the start-finish line now. So second and third. Here we go. Coming up to the chicane. That is Darlow and Hilton. They are 3.6 seconds behind our leader, Louis Large. So it's hard to say who's been quicker overall.
Yeah, Louis just gone off into the front. He'll see the last lap board next time by, I think, for Louis. Kart 128.
He's a long way ahead. You can see him now going into the chicane. He's Stuart Essie, sorry, not the chicane.
He's just coming into St John's now as we continue watching that battle for second to see if they're going to close up. It'll be Louis coming up to paddock turn. We'll drop forward to Louis and follow him on his last lap.
Just didn't get another lap. He went over that with about half a second.
There's Louis Large now, and he's dominated this heat.
He's pulled up another 8/10 in that lap, so he's come on strong in the last lap.
Well, he will keep on pushing all the way to the very end. He's maximised his points haul from the front of the grid. However, unfortunately for Louis, a man who has maximised tenfold his starting grid position, coming from the back, something like 25th or something. Philip Howarth starting in 22nd, up to 4th place. Louis Large out of Sunny Turn for the final time. And into paddock. He knows this place like the back of his hand. Look how composed he is in the seat of that cart as he takes his first checkered flag of the day.
Might have made 71 beats per minute there.
What, sorry?
He might have got to 71 beats per minute there.
I think so. He might have got to 72. The excitement of taking the checkered flag. I doubt it, to be honest. It looked like a 50 beats per minute, that one. Louis Large wins. Tim Darlow second. Lawrence Hilton third. Outstanding drive from Philip Howarth. Really was outstanding to see him come through the field there. Richard Evans and Alex Jones, 5th and 6th. Stephen Horner, a very fine 7th for Stephen. And Taylor Evans in 8th. Zach Bolton, the fan club will be happy with that, inside the top 10. For Zach, Joe Piffner up to 10th. Great drive from the number 29. Stephen Richardson, 11th. Jack Goodyear, 12th. 13th is Thomas Hinton. Alex Thomas, 14th. Then we've got Billy Clark, Rob Logan, Mike Edwards, Thomas Childs, Jake Lewis, Colin Campbell, 20th. Ewan Logan, Carl Bryant, Michael Mallet, Adrian Smith. 25th was Martin Heath. Richard Edwards, Aidan Hammond, Brian McCready is the last of our finishers in 28th. And we lost Liam Rabjohns on the opening lap.
So next up is, where are we now?
We are Senior TKM for their second heat.
Excellent. So we are trundling on towards lunch break.
It's quite a novelty getting a lunch break.
We get a lunch break every other time.
I meant in karting.
The only problem I would say about that is due to the financial situation where they don't take cash in. I'm not sure there's any lunch.
I think I've got £3.40 in coins.
Well, I did hear that if you offered to go round the back.
No. And wash the dishes.
Exactly. What else do you think I was talking about?
I have no idea. Senior TKM out next. J. Campbell Mills.
Are they rescuing carts again?
Yeah, they are. Just one or two. J. Campbell Mills leads the championship. However, the word is that he has pulled out of the championship for some personal reasons.
Here they come. Jojo Bow 75 ADHD rocks. Well done, Zach Bolton. So proud. Very happy he's inside the top 10. So there we are, you see.
Right, I'm expecting Louis Bevan to win this one.
All right, then.
He's starting on the pole position. He carries the number 1 for a good reason, and that's because he's the current champion. and he's very quick here.
That's spoiled it for everyone, isn't it?
Yeah, just a bit for this one.
Let's take the tension away with Joe Bradley.
Well, Ricky Wright, the race I think is going to be behind Louis. Ricky Wright is alongside. Callum Lamont and Liam Surkar are on the second row. Steve King and James King. Not sure about the relationship there, if any. James King, Steve King on row 3. Charlie Savage, Gordon Smith are on row 4. Alexander Lemon and Adam Surkar are on row 5. Row 6 is Mitchell Ball and Matthew Horton. Matt Slate and Will Cregeen are on row 7. Row 8 is Leo Crabtree and James Hull. And rounding off the 18 kart field is Oliver Fathers and Leanna Page. So, again, a very smoky TKM field. Love the smell of...
Napalm. No.
Love the smell of
two-stroke in the morning.
Two-stroke
it's not
oil.
as good, in fairness, with modern synthetic oils, it's not as good as when it used to be Castrol R.
It's not Castrol R, is it?
Castrol R was, should have been on the prescribed list. You know,
Yeah,
should be
you could,
Cat C or something. You go,
Here
we go.
Here they come then.
Louis Bevan's going to win, apparently, according to Joe. Let's see if he's right.
He absolutely is going to be shocked if Louis Bevan doesn't get off and into the lead, and he does so far, into and out of the chicane.
Lamont trailing him.
Towards, it's a false start.
Oh.
A false start.
Oh, yeah, some good a hand action by the starter there.
Yes.
I gave him a chance.
He's not happy. He's not happy. He's waving his hands around there, and it's like, why can't they get this right? Why can't they get this right?
They've been doing it for years, all of them.
It looked all right to me. Not sure why he was
Something went
disgruntled.
wrong. Well, it's possible that
I'll tell you what was wrong with that. I'll tell you what was wrong with that. Louis Bevan was the inside row was slightly ahead of the outside row, and all credit to our starter. He wasn't happy with that. I've seen some starters will let them go at that, and it's a bit of a disadvantage, a bit unfair really. They should be level. He's going across to the rock. I once hit that rock, just on the inside of on the outside of Sunny.
Did you?
Yeah.
And did it break you or break the cart?
It broke the cart. I broke the cart.
Why did you hit it?
I was going too fast.
Oh, right.
What do you mean, why did I hit it?
Well, no, you might have been
gravity,
it might have been
physics.
It might have been the
Physics.
inertia. We're about to start. We'll talk about this more later.
Here we go. Let's see if we can get them underway.
He's further ahead this time. So if last time was no good, he was further. Well, they obviously decided the problem was the guy that was actually.
The red lights have gone out, Nick, so we are racing this time.
That's weird because he was further ahead that time.
Into McRae's for the first time. Louis Bevan leads on the number 1. Ricky Wright.
No, it's Lamont in second. Right.
Is it Lamont? Is it?
Yeah, Wright got a poor start.
Saw the 8. Oh, it's 23. Yeah. The 1 leads, the 23. Callan Lamont is second, heading down to Stewart's for the first time. Two leaders have pulled out a gap, haven't they?
Wasn't it Callan we were pronouncing wrong at Clay and we were told how to pronounce his name properly?
Callan,
I think, yeah.
I can't remember.
I know, yeah. Sorry about that.
If you're watching...
Sorry about that.
If you're watching...
We've remembered we got it wrong.
What were we saying?
We were saying Callan was wrong.
What is it then?
Don't know.
Callan.
Let's go for that. Let's go for Callan because it's not Callan. Let's go for Callan, yeah. Callan.
Right.
Callan Lamont. We thought we'd get the Lamont wrong. Couldn't work out how.
Right.
But there's only one L, isn't there? That's why. Oh, problems for the Steve King. He's gone right at the bottom. I think Steve King's out.
Yeah, we've lost Steve King.
So this is
number
first
30.
and second, which is Lou Bevan and Callan Lamont.
No, we haven't lost him. He's still there.
Oh, it's a transponder, is it?
Yeah, no. He's the second of the Masters. I think he's just had a problem. And he's right at the back of the field. These two, Callan Lamont, chasing down Louis Bevan. I'm not sure whether this is just tyre management going on now, because I'll be interested to see.
Pulled a massive gap on third and fourth, which is Wright and Surkar.
Liam Surkar. The battle behind them is Ricky Wright and Liam Surkar, just behind those two now. So if we just drop back to the battle behind, here they come. That's the battle for third and fourth. And then behind them, so Ricky Wright and Liam Surkar cross the line. And these have been nose to tail pretty much from the off. And they're slowing one another up. And that's allowing Leo Crabtree, James King, Gordon Smith and Mitchell Ball to catch up. And just look at the train of carts behind them. They're into Airedales, and there's a move.
He's going to go with cut back, and he just couldn't get it stopped, could he?
No.
Could not get it stopped. It was interesting because he seemed to have the right visual momentum reduction, and then suddenly just kind of skitted, almost like he just locked. He was braking to locking.
It was just basically carrying momentum into the braking area to get by, and then you're just carrying too much, aren't you? And that's, if you're the drive being overtaken, just let him go, and then just switch it back, and then you get the better drive out, and that's what we see there.
Yeah, pick your choice on this one. A little bit of pull away, actually. It looks like the third place kart is just getting away. Yeah, Leo Crabtree's got into third after that melee. Made a couple of places up in that one. I think actually what happened, the two of them confused themselves. So Wright and Serkar dropped back, and Leo Crabtree pounced and picked up third. So we're now with the fourth place, Ricky Wright.
Man on the move, Mitchell Ball on the number 82. He's moving up the order. There he is there, moving up another one, and he's right on the back now of Ricky Wright, I believe. So there's the number 82.
82 up the inside of 88. He's going to just go straight through.
Oh, and he made that look so easy,
no battle whatsoever.
He made that look so easy. Down towards St John's now, the sweeping right-hander, and then into the
third place man is in a no man's land, which is Leo Crabtree. We've got this train of karts again through some sort of really positions 4th over 13th are in a row. But our top two are very close together again. But I'm just I'm wondering whether Louis Bevan's just managing this whole thing.
I think so. And I also think, Caelan Lamont is sitting there knowing that, I'm just going to sit with him seconds behind the current champion.
Oh, no, we've got this wrong now. Craig Lamont's on. No, you had the first name correct. It's his surname which was pronounced incorrectly. So it is Caelan.
Right, so it's Callan.
Is it Callan or Caelan?
Callan.
Oh, Craig, help us. Give us can you write down the phonetic spelling of both the names?
I think it's Callan
Lamont?
I don't know.
Callan or Caelan? I just need to know. Craig, just put down how we're desperate to get this right.
I'm going to go and see him.
That's a good idea. Who are you?
We're going to get an interview.
So Mitchell Ball running on. Can we pick up the leaders who are the ones who are the closest together? There's 0.4 of a second between them. There we go. And it does look like Bevan's just giving it a little bit of an ease out towards Mr. Lamont.
Yeah, we'll wait for. Is it Craig? Is Craig who's on there? Craig, help us out here, mate.
Delay, and then he's got time, and he might rather prefer to watch his.
We'll get it right for the rest of the day.
Liam broke a chain in the last race. Liam Hamlin broke a chain.
Right, thank you for that. Yeah, we thought that might be the
thing. Had it then, Caelan Lamont. No, phonetically, we've been saying it in 10,000 different ways. Let's go for Caelan Lamont. Let's stick with Caelan Lamont unless we get a phonetic thing right.
Louis Bevan leads. Lamont is in second.
A big bumblebee in front of you there.
I know that. I'm just monitoring that bee. It's not gonna hurt me, and I'm not gonna hurt it.
How do you get in? Because we know the windows are slowly shut.
Yeah, I know that. Somebody's brought it, been invited in. The two leaders, with 2.5 minutes remaining, have got a massive lead of 5.5 seconds, which in karting, that's huge.
Oh, yeah.
These two, and you know why? Because Callan Lamont has just sat there. He hasn't tried to. What we got now?
Oh, God, you're so close to getting it right.
Am I really?
Caelan.
What nationality is he? Callan Lamont has just sat there. Caelan Lamont. Oh, I give in. Yeah. Lamont has sat there on Louis Bevan. He hasn't tried to challenge, and they haven't slowed one another up. Been very, very sensible, very, very sensible head on them, and that's why they've got a lead of 5.5 seconds. Great looking kart, that the Louis Bevan kart.
This is not going to change. Can we drop back to the kind of battle of about 6-7 karts back? Just roll through. Let's go to the back of the field there, where there's a complete massive cavalcade of karts going round now.
I've got an idea, Nick.
Go on then.
Tell Caelan, Craig, tell Callan Caelan to come and see us in the cafe.
And tell us.
We're in the corner. You can't miss us. Come and tell us how to see it.
So this is the mid-pack melee. You can see they were at 77 and 88. So we're down with Ricky Wright's dropped right down, hasn't he? Serkar behind him, and they sweep through. This is sort of the positions, I'd say, from about 7th to 14th in a whole scrapathon of karting majesticism as they come around the paddock bend, the sunny bend. There has been nibbling around paddock bend every single time here.
Yeah, paddocks are one of those corners. It's deceptively quick. You think it's going to be slow, but it doesn't. It's got a sweeping entry and a very sweeping exit, and it's kind of just got that little sort of apex where you clip. But you can carry lots of speed in, and then you're accelerating out before you know it.
So we're looking at the focus is 31, which is Charlie Savage. Behind him is Gordon Smith on 25, and just ahead of him is Liam Serkar. We'll hear from Liam during the break on Joe's pit walkabout. So this is the middle of the pack. The Louis Bevan absolutely dominated. running a incredibly clever race where he's taking as little out of his kart and his tyres as possible. Has a 0.6 of a second lead over Mr. Lamont. Apparently his mum's going to come
his mum's coming to see us. Tell her to bring cake.
Yes, cake. Or cash, because we haven't got any of that either.
yes. If she can bring our card machine and we can turn that into some cash. Only cash sales at the cafe here at ROWRAH if you're ever going to come.
So it's getting very close now. 14. The blue and white of Liam Surkar under heavy pressure now in the mid-pack from the 31. It's the last lap. Well, won't bother taking the leaders over the line because they have won by country mile.
Not quite the last lap.
Oh,
the last lap was about to go out to the leader. Just being prepared now. The leader.
So far further on.
Yeah, Louis just getting
inside
that now,
there,
Nick.
thinking about it. And he's going to be Can he get the inside line in? No. St John's not the place to overtake on the inside, it seems. Now, will you try and nibble him round the paddock bend, get up the inside, see if you can get the switch back?
St John's is flat out, Nick. It's not a place to overtake. There's no speed difference. It's different into the left-hander at Sunny, although the extension on the exit curb has sped that corner up somewhat.
31. Ooh, this thing here, do I go for it and risk losing a place and coming up the outside? Is the 25 of Gordon Smith with a cutback work, and this is the most popular place for overtaking on the track. On the inside line, it's Surkar. Oh dear, that was slightly out of control. Really
Charlie Savage really
slammed the brakes on and locked the rear end up.
Was that from the brakes, Nick, or was it on turning?
No, I think it was the same thing. You've only got so much grip of you in your friction circle.
I tell you what, great drive from Liam Surkar to keep Charlie Savage behind him. You're having to drive defensively pretty much everywhere on the track here. They're going to be going into their final lap now. Check the flag though for Louis Bevan.
They've all finished.
Yeah.
And they were covered between the three of them by 0.2 of a second.
Callan Lamont is second. We'll be back for the next heat for Senior TKM with the correct pronunciation.
Well, we hope so.
Of Callan Lamont.
We hope so.
With his mum coming to visit us.
It's a small ambition, but a big one. But one we need nonetheless.
Leo Crabtree is third. Mitchell Ball is fourth. Oliver Father's fifth. Matthew Horton is sixth. Seventh is Jim. So Liam Surkar eighth. Charlie Savage ninth. Gordon Smith 10th. Will Cregeen is 11th. Ricky Wright 12th. Matt Slate 13th. James King 14th. Adam Surkar 15th. Alexander Lemon is 16th. Steve King 17th. And Leanna Page didn't finish. Leanna we lost on lap 2. So Leanna not having a very good second heat there.
Well done, Louis Bevan, from his mum.
Yeah, great drive from Louis there. We thought that was going to happen, didn't we?
Well, you did, because you spoiled it for everyone.
I'm sorry if I spoiled it, but you don't expect Louis Bevan to go off from pole and not have a challenge for the win.
Exactly. Good performance by him. Gave us a chance to look at some of the action in the middle of the pack, though. That's always good.
Senior Rotax out next, Nick, for their third heat. Tell me when you want. Have you got any messages?
No, I'm literally throwing them in when I get them.
All right.
I'm keeping them fresh.
Grid for the next heat then. It's Senior Rotax out, and we've got Miles Barthorpe on the pole position. He's going to be a hard act to follow, isn't he? Ben Harper alongside. George Boxall third. James Wood with his front row start position for this heat. Jamie Hardy and Louis Ball on the third row. Ben Blowers and Jay Lewis are on row 4. Row 5 is Joshua Hope and Charlotte Parker. Then we've got Pedro Oliveira. Keep an eye on Pedro. He'll move up the order from 11th.
He's been in all 3 heats.
Yes, he has. He's got them out the way, hasn't he?
I don't remember him being at the front in any of them.
He was at the front of the first one.
Was he?
No, he wasn't.
He's had middle, and back as far as I can see.
I'll come to that later. Tyler Fossey, still nursing that broken rib and torn ligament in his thumb, is on 13th. Ellis Humphreys is on 14th. Adam Rogers and Thomas Storer are on row 7. Row 8 is Martin Jackson, George Sanders. Scott Myth, Jodie Fox are on row 9. Row 10 is Luke Evans.
Come on, get around the corner.
Jodie Fox, Alexander Mirzan and Matthew Hildred. And then we've got Jack Jones, Lewis Jones, Dylan Tatum and Andrew Powell. Andy Powell from FP Motorsport.
Excellent work.
On the back of the grid for this one.
Think about Oliveira being in 10th. If you think that the top, your front could be position 1 to 10, couldn't it? And your middle could be 11th.
Yeah, that's true.
So if he was in 10th and 11th, he'd be at the back of the top 10 at the front of the next section.
That is unfortunate.
Here we go. Powering up. Are we going to get a yay? Are we getting a yay?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. We've got the
What a
start.
fantastic start
That's
by Barnthorpe. Blimey.
Barthorpe, yeah.
I've got to put an N in his name there.
He's he did. He's. I'm just looking to see where he was. He was very, very good at round one, and I'm sure he won. I'm not sure if he won the final. I might be getting that wrong. It's the 124 Barthorpe leading by a considerable margin into the stewardesses. Then we've got James Wood and Ben Harper behind them, and they're battling for second. I think that's James. No, that's the number.
Ben Harper's in second.
James Wood on the number 12 with the gold helmet. He's in third. Now, we've talked about James, and James is the driver that took us round ROWRAH on that onboard lap. He's from Workington. So
he loves
local,
karaoke.
Must love karaoke, because the amount of closed karaoke bars that we saw in Working last night. Here comes James Wood down the inside for second. And he makes that stick very, very neat and tidy. Textbook overtake down the inside of the hairpin. Now the word is, or the question is I should say, can James Wood catch Miles Barthorpe ahead of him?
Got a second to make up. Frank Bourne asked what time is Junior Road Tax. It's the next one. Next one out is Junior Road Tax.
Yeah, so it's in about 9 minutes.
We're with Senior Road Tax, Heat 3, and it's quite a... I just looked up, and I shouldn't do that when it's not on camera. I just looked up to see someone on the grass, but they got it back on the track.
James Wood is pulling away from Ben Harper, so that's second place of James Wood beginning
is he gaining on Miles, though?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the other of the FP Motorsport drivers, Andy Powell moving up to 22nd that time by, so he is making progress through the order.
For Tyler Fossey in that last lap, he got knocked off the track.
That'll not help his thumb, will it?
So not only is he in pain, he's not getting the rub of the green either.
No, that's not what he wanted. Nothing to prove other than getting through the day for Tyler. Great story there coming up in the lunch break paddock show.
Fifth place man getting some support. Carrie Davis says go for it, Callum Davis. So we're with second. And Barnthorpe's not... Well, we've got 2 tenths.
James Wood has knocked 2 tenths off the gap there.
Let's have a little bit of a drift back to... We can come back to this one when we get a bit closer, but there's some pack action behind them. So just hold there. And let's let the first pack turn up. And I think it's coming about now with these two guys battling for... That's
Callum Davies and Pedro Oliveira.
Oliveira, he's made up much space. He's up to 6th now. So
Fifth
Oliveira,
and 6th.
then down, 95. So that overtake's happened. So in this lap, Oliveira
really is a tight turn into that stewardesses, isn't it? We saw the right rear wheel lift right in the air from Callum Davies. You kind of want that to happen because it unlocks that rear axle. Solid rear axles on karts kind of bind up and twist when both wheels are in contact. No differential like on your road kart. So it's a little bit of a different driving technique.
It's Louis Ball behind him. Oh no, hang on. Oliveira's...
He's dropping off, isn't he? Davies pulling out a bit of a margin.
That's a weird... Okay, we picked up Oliveira after he'd lost some places prior. And then he picked one up again. So they're down in 8th. And is it the 56
right,
behind
that's
him?
Callum Davies and Lewis Ball then. Or is it... Who are you watching, Nick?
I'm watching these two karts, the 95. It's Callum Davis and Louis Ball, yeah. Right, we had the wrong person. It's not Pedro Oliveira, it's Callum Davis and Louis Ball who are there.
So Callum Davis is on the Lando Norris kart. There's the Lando Norris livery.
Yeah.
On that kart through Sunny. And there's the kart chasing him down. That's Lewis Ball on the 70. That's the one that we mistook for Pedro Oliveira, who has dropped down 2 places to 8th on that lap. No change at the front, apart from James Wood now has closed right up onto the rear bumper of the leader.
Yeah, let's see if we can move forward to the leaders. They'll be probably coming just to the chicane now, I think.
Yeah, and towards the stewardesses there.
And through they go. And blue and white cart from the red, so it's a great move from James Wood, using every inch of local knowledge to negate Miles's great start.
Yeah, he's just moved onto that rear bumper, and this is where he needs to keep that momentum going, and if he can, get past him as quickly as possible, because what happens is you stifle that momentum you've had in closing down that gap. So you've got to make the move as quickly as possible, and this might come now towards McRae's. Barthorpe knows he's there, though. Little bit of a defensive move right until the very braking area, in towards the right-hand hairpin of Iredale. And look at Woods.
Oh, this is
James
the chance.
Wood.
Barthorpe needs to be
Lot of momentum, but look at Barthorpe down the inside there. On there, here it is. There's the move for the lead. James Wood, textbook, into the Stewart's S's, and we've seen that time and again.
Quite a lot of resignation in these overtaking, which I don't think we're going to see come to finals.
That might be a bit of a pinch point, I think, is the term.
I think it's the kind of case where I need the points, so you're not going to hit me, but when we come to the final, I need the glory.
Yes. Leader then. For the first time today, James Wood, local lad, leads a heat across the line. Just waiting for our timing to update.
This is the first time I've seen, because the last 2 rounds have been freezing cold. It's the first time I've seen them playing with the radiator shrouds.
Oh, really? Is it really?
Yeah, first. I don't think the first 2 rounds. I think you had to have them blanked off because it was so cold.
What happens is you kind of the engine gets to an operating temperature, and that's what you like. That's what you want to see. It then starts getting too hot, so you open the flap, let a bit of coolant, then it cools off a bit. So it's kind of you're managing it all throughout the race, as if you haven't got enough to worry about braking, turning in, getting your apex.
Well,
you're
the
also
same issue I used to have
in
my day, trying to choke the thing.
Choking it and changing the jet.
But this is obviously because the first 2 rounds are freezing, so you just they had it blanked off as much as possible.
Yes, yeah.
Ambient temperature's about
that's right.
17 or 18.
You didn't need to worry about that because your engine wasn't getting up there. Might have been bits of tape coming off and stuff.
So now Wood is through. He's pulling away quite easily from Barthorpe.
Yeah. That's the momentum I was talking about right there, Nick. He got momentum and catching and closing the gap. And he didn't stifle that. He got by him, and now look at him pulling away.
8.5 seconds ahead. That's ridiculous.
Oh, you mean these two?
Yeah.
Yeah. They have, haven't they? Now, if these two had been a little bit closer matched, you would have found Callum Davies and Louis Ball coming back towards them because they'd have been tripping each other over. However, James Wood, minute on the clock.
Let's hold here and wait for the next carts to come through.
Minute on the clock. And a warning to the number
3rd,
54.
4th and 5th should be, but if finally turn up, there's a yellow flag just gone out there. 3rd, 4th and 5th are quite close.
Yeah, there might be a challenge there. That's 3rd, 4th and 5th.
So 4th and 5th coming in, that's Lewis and Ball.
Well, Jay Lewis has just got by Louis Ball, hasn't he?
Yep, and he's now... Oh, the 60 car is abandonné. That is Toby Case. We also lost Ben Harper earlier. And it looks like now it's a case of where Lewis is going to try and hunt down Davis.
Oh, the leader crosses the line with 10 seconds on the board. So he's got enough time for 2 more laps.
Which is not great news for Callum Davis. He's now got Jay Lewis right up his backside.
So Jay Lewis, again, we've seen momentum, and Jay Lewis has got it. Has to sit on the tail of that cart ahead of him. Callum Davies on the distinctive livery of the Lando Norris cart into Iredale. And Lewis just dropping off him, didn't he? Just dropped off the back of the Callum Davies cart just when he needed to get right on the bumper into the braking area for the hairpins. He's right on the bumper now, though. And there's no doubt about it that Jay Lewis has a better handling cart through the faster medium speed and fast turns here at ROWRAH. So, right on the bumper there, almost touching. And across the line, last lap board, defensive driving from Callum Davies.
I always try to get him off his bumper, to wave him away.
Yes, he
Stop
did.
pushing me around. I'm going to move as fast as I can. Wide line and narrow light. So we got this exit now, and I think, Lewis is going to have the exit. Now it's about outbraking.
Sure. Look at the punch from Davies, though. The Lando Norris cart's got the ideal line. He's got the inside. This is the switchback. They come together there slightly, and just look at the punch off Iredale hairpin for that number 95 of Callum Davies. This is the gap he needs.
He's
just
hopping
in.
He was looking over his shoulder and got the line wrong. We've all done that. We've all done. Well, but it's not probably to get away with it. But you see him hopping away. Go, oh gosh, that's not right. I don't want to be here.
Checkered flag for the winner, James Wood. But we're going to stick with this battle for third.
Oof.
And they come together there into the final turn. But it is going to be Callum Davies who finishes ahead of Jay Lewis, battling right the way to the end. All credit to James Wood, local lad. He's been waiting for this opportunity to take a heat win in the NKC. He does so there with a very fine win over Miles Barthorpe. 3.8 seconds at the line. It was Callum Davies grimly hanging on to that third place from Jay Lewis and Louis Ball. They're third, fourth and fifth. George Sanders was sixth. Adam Rogers seventh. Thomas Storer eighth. Ninth was Pedro Oliveira. Scott Smith will finish 10th. 11th was Luke Evans. Lewis Jones 12th. We've got Andrew Powell. Andy Powell will be happy with that. 13th from the back of the grid in 25th. Ellis Humphreys 14th. 15th Matthew Hildred. Then we've got Jody Fox, Jack Jones, Ben Blowers, Martin Jackson. Rounding off the top 20 is Dylan Tatum. Alexander Mirazan 21st, George Boxall 22nd, Charlotte Parker 23rd, Tyler Fossey at that issue will finish in 24th and the final finisher. We lost Jamie Hardy on lap 10, Toby Case was lost on lap 8 and Ben Harper went out on lap 7. 27 karts started that one, Nick. And we've got our junior classes out next, Junior Rotax and Minimax coming next.
Yeah. Another good race, a lot of action. This is a good track for racing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, there's lots of places to overtake. I mean, those hairpins, you would think that's going to be the place to overtake. But what can happen there? Because they're so tight, it's easy to do the switchback. And that's what we're seeing. However, the stewardesses, wow, that's a great, whoever designed that. I wonder if Malcolm Fell designed that. We also talked to the director of Cumbria Kart Club in the show.
Scotty, our cameraman, he doesn't think we're mentioning him enough. He says, what's happening? So good news, viewers, because obviously the viewers are fans of Scott, the cameraman, obviously.
Of course, yeah.
Good news, viewers. I'm finally slightly warming up from GYG. you freeze one cameraman and they never let you forget.
You are right, Nick. They are a bit whingy, these camera folk. You did say it.
I warned you, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. You did, mate. You did.
It's all fun and games during Eurovision, but now it's about being a bit chilly.
Right, this is the 10th race on the programme, Nick. And it's for Junior Rotax and Minimax. We've got 4 Minimaxes qualified. They will start on the back of the juniors. Louis Rees and Charlie Gillam will start at the front of Minimax with Reese Green and Alex Fraser on the second row. Only 4 runners in Minimax. But the grid for the Junior Rotax field, I'm going to wait a little while because the grid sheet that I'm given doesn't have all of their surnames. So if you're called Salentano, I'll just get Selen.
Ah, I see.
That one I would know that one.
Salad.
Yeah.
Salon.
So we've got 3 more heats to go before the lunch break. It's a 30-minute lunch break.
And
Remind me, I've got to tell. I've been tasked by Marion.
Yeah.
That I've got to tell the canteen staff.
Yeah.
When the last race goes out. So
right.
I will go off cans. I'll nip back. I've then got to clear the tables after lunch before we restart.
Okay, fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then you go out the back for the washing up.
And then I'll do the washing up.
Right. That's good.
Before the finals.
I'm glad about that.
I've got a gentleman. Yes, sir. Oh, that's not us. Race control downstairs. Yeah.
Downstairs.
Yeah.
So there's a missing If you're watching at the track, there's a missing GoPro. So if you find a GoPro, please hand it in down below.
Well, what race control do is they tell the marshals, and the marshals have a little bit of look about if it's bounced off into the grass.
Stick it in the pockets.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. Will hand it in. But if it's bounced off into the grass, it might be there forevermore.
Yeah.
Expensive things, aren't they? Green flag flies, so the juniors will be released from the collecting area.
HB says, come on, Sophie, you got this, babe.
Come on, Sophie. Where's Sophie on the grid then?
No.
Let's have a look. Rafi Salentano is on the front row of the grid with... Oh, we're missing... Eaton Brown has not come out to go across the line. I'm going to give the grid as it's written. Eaton Brown's on pole. Ralphie Salentano alongside. We've then got Ronnie Shrimpton and Joel Bowden, Ben Ficini and Adam Catling, Jacob McDonald and Oscar Shrimpton is behind them on the 4th row of the grid. 5th row is Jack Briscoe and Archie Buttle. Samuel Wyatt and Ashton French are on row 6. Row 7 is Hardiman and Rigby. Braden Hill and Levi Goodyear are on row 8. Row 9 is Thomas Hadley and Sophie Hadley. Come on, Sophie. And Ethan Wyatt, Mason Perrin are on row 10 and row 11, rounding off the 22 kart Junior Rotax field are Ollie Morris and Dylan Mitchell. Like I said, Minimax Louis Rees, Charlie Gillam, and then Reese Green, Alex Fraser there on the back in their little 4-kart grid at the back of the juniors. We're all formed up and looking good for the starter. Will he give them the go-ahead? We did have the red lights go out, and we are indeed racing into McRae's for the first time. And the pack just concertinas up. We've got a little bit of a coming together there at the apex of McRae's. It's sorted itself out, but it's I couldn't quite catch the number. I think that's Ronnie Shrimpton. Yeah, it is Ronnie Shrimpton.
From 46. I think it is.
Rafi Salentano. Yeah. So Ronnie Shrimpton getting off ahead. And we've got the Eaton Brown pole sitter. Did not take the start of the grid. Did not take this race or start this race. However, two drivers that did, Ronnie Shrimpton and Rafi Salentano, with Ben Ficini wanting to get on terms as well. So we've got a 2-kart battle for the lead, which is about to become a 3-kart battle into McRae's for the second time. And out of McRae's towards the Iredale hairpin. Out of that one, charging down towards the Stewardesses, which has a 180-degree entry, and then it's a chicane. Rather reminds me of the Ost curve at Osterreichring, that one.
Look at you.
I know. The old track.
Yeah, because there isn't an Ost curve anymore.
Not the Osterreichring, the Hockenheim.
Oh, Hockenheimring.
Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah,
well,
Hockenheim, Ost curve.
Wasn't there a big curve at
there was, but not a chicane. That looks like the Stewardesses. Right. Anyway, I digress. He's the battle for second,
and
about to change.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ben Ficini up the inside into the chicane. First time we've seen that this weekend.
No.
Used to be a common overtake place back in the day.
Back in
my day, but not so common these days with the amount of grip that these
Rotax
Max
in
karts.
your ROWRAH skirt going past.
ROWRAH.
ROWRAH, yeah.
Yeah. Is that
I'm
what
clever
you
on foot. No,
yeah.
I'm not.
Really?
I'm not
That's
clever.
not what you said it?
No.
My goodness. So second place, Ben
Wish I
Ficini.
had.
Would have been good. Out of the Stewardesses, and the question I'm going to ask of Ben, can you catch Ronnie Shrimpton? That distinct bright orange and blue livery of Ronnie Shrimpton out
right
in
off the track,
front.
46 there.
Yeah, Ficini was nice and smooth though, and he is catching him. The gap was about a second. It's still about that, but Ben Ficini's now ahead of Celentano, and Celentano will be out there chasing down Braden Hill in fourth, and Braden Hill up 4 places that time by. Oscar Shrimpton up into fifth. Ashton French following these two through into sixth. Adam Catling seventh. Joel Bowden's the one that missed out the most there, down to eighth. Mason Perrin up to ninth. Samuel Wyatt inside the top 10. So all to race 4 in the top 10 in junior Rotax. It's Reese Green leading Minimax from Louis Rees and Alex Fraser. Archie Buttle losing out massively on lap 1 there. And Archie came into this third round in third place in the championship. Will not be happy, and it'll be a bit of a damage limitation run for him. As the leaders are already through McRae's. The number 46 there of Rafi Salentano. Nice and smooth line. Behind Salentano was Braden Hill. And we'll just stay with those two karts for the moment, because I'm thinking Braden Hill will indeed catch Salentano over the next couple of laps. We're at half distance for this 8-minute and 1 lap heat. So half distance for these drivers as Ronnie Shrimpton crosses the line. Ficini in second spot. Right on his bumper now. Braden Hill moves down the inside at the McRae's hairpin and slides very wide. And he hits the barrier. He slid so wide, he hit the barrier. Didn't expect to see that. So Braden Hill challenging for third down the inside of Rafi Salentano here. And it was a bit of a textbook outbreak. But what he did not contend with, got on the curb on the inside. That put him right out on the outside and just snags the barrier. That spun him round. I think he's been able to continue, but he's going to be right the way down the field now. So, a bit unfortunate there for Braden Hill. Ronnie Shrimpton continues to lead. 1.4 seconds is the gap for Cheney in second. Salentano still in third. It will be Ashton French who moves up into that fourth place as the field come through to complete 6 laps. Ashton French fourth, fifth is Oscar Shrimpton, Samuel Wyatt up to sixth, Mason Perrin seventh, eighth is Adam Catling, Sophie Hadley's up 2 into ninth, Joel Bowden 10th. And where's Braden Hill? Braden Hill continues, lost 11 spots there, comes through in 15th. Archie Buttle up to 17th, ahead of Archie Hardiman and Jack Briscoe. Minimax still has Reese Green. He's got a 6.6 second lead off Louis Reese. And Alex Fraser right with Reese for third, as Charlie Gillam through in fourth.
So you got Ronnie Shrimpton leading into McRae's, but this is the battle a bit further back. It's the 53 of Ashton French, who's gone well so far, following Samuel Wyatt and Mason Perrin. But all's even in the battle of the orange helmets and orange race suits.
The battle of the orange race suits.
Well,
is how we're tagging this one.
It's very orange. There's a lot of orange going on.
Yes, there is.
And orange helmets.
It's a good battle, though. Look at these 3 carts there, through St John's, into Sunny.
Perrin, of course, who did well in the previous season, then came right through.
Yeah, he did. Is it Perrin who's leading that group there?
No, he's lost.
Right, across the line then. Samuel Wyatt, Ashton French, Mason Perrin. Wyatt ahead of French for fourth last time by. It's Samuel Wyatt from Ashton French. Mason Perrin now looking like he's about to challenge. He slinks to the left, jinks to the right, and makes the move stick, I should say, into the stewardesses. So Mason Perrin ahead of Ashton French, who now drops down to what will be 6th place. Still, the challenge continues as we've got Samuel Wyatt moving ahead of Rafi Salentano, and moving up the field. Salentano very quickly will have the attention of Mason Perrin into McRae's, and Mason Perrin gets a little bit of oversteer. He looks over his shoulder. He knew he lost time there. Not enough to move down the inside of Iredale. Out of there, the drag race towards the stewardesses, into and out of the stewardesses, and heading down towards the faster sections of the ROWRAH track now. There they go into St John's. Oh, look, slides very wide indeed. Has to drag the cart back across for Sonny. They're already into paddock, as it's the number 30 challenging Salentano into the chicane, down the inside though, and Mason Perrin up into 4th place ahead of Salentano now.
Ashton French having a think about Salentano.
He is indeed. He is.
Trying the over and under. Rafi looking left, looking right, wondering where he is. He's gone a bit wide.
Rafi's done a great job holding these faster drivers up. There's no doubt that he's known that people like Mason Perrin and Ashton French are, regularly quicker than him, and he's done a great job in stifling their progress, and he's very much allowed to do that. Slides very wide out of St John's though, and he's stifled himself. He's lost all that momentum, and that's allowed Mason Perrin to get ahead, Ashton French to get ahead, and that was at the flag as Ronnie Shrimpton takes the heat win. Ben Ficini second, Samuel Wyatt third, Mason Perrin was fourth, Ashton French there right at the very end of that lap, indeed very end of that race. Ashton French takes fifth, Rafi Salentano sixth, seventh is Catling, Sophie Hadley for the Sophie fan club. Sophie came 8th, Oscar Shrimpton 9th, 10th was Dylan Mitchell, Joel Bowden is 11th, Ethan Wyatt 12th, Levi Goodyear is 13th, Braden Hill 14th, Archie Buttle 15th, Archie Hardiman 16th, Jacob McDonald 17th, Thomas Hadley 18th, and then we've got the first of the Minimax runners. It's Reese Green who wins by 11.5 seconds from Louis Reese. Alex Fraser was third, right on the tail of Louis Reese. And Charlie Gillam a further 3.8 seconds behind. We lost Jack Briscoe on lap 10, and Ollie Morris we lost on lap 1. So we've still got one more heat for the junior categories to come.
After lunch.
Come after the lunch break.
2 more till lunch. Next up is the Rotax Heavies. Or
Rotax 177 to be technical.
Yeah,
and I think my pen's run out, Nick.
Oh my lord! No, it's
No,
back
it
again.
hasn't. No.
That would have been a major disaster, wouldn't it? 'Cause
It
you
would
were
have.
striking through everything. That's right. I've been marshalled, and now I've stuck myself on a. That's not really very easy for the guy. Yes. So, but he fell off. Marshall got himself going again, and then sat it on a curb.
Right then. Third heat for Rotax 177. We have got 2 more Rotax 177 heats.
Just so you know that K-Slips says my uncle's on the next race. Go on, Stephen Gilbrand.
Stephen Gilbrand. Let's see where Stephen is going to start. Talk amongst yourselves while I find him on the grid.
You found him yet?
Now, I started from the back.
Well, in fairness, the fact about this is I'm assuming that SLPS has actually got the.
I can't find
timetable.
any Stephen Gilbrand on the grid.
Oh, well, perhaps it's 2 races away then. It's hard to tell where you are in the programme.
Right,
You're not actually
okay.
here.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Here they come then.
Rolling.
Carl Bryant and Keith Mason will start on the front row of this grid. Keith on the Hunter Motorsport engine for the first time this weekend, enjoying running that for the first time. Tommy Austin and Ben Hitch start on the second row. Third row, Stephen Richardson, Thomas Childs. Then Steve Gilly and Zach Bolton are on the fourth row. Richard Evans and Oliver Smith are on row 5. Row 6 is Jake Lewis and Jai Oliver. We've then got Charlie Jowes and Alex Jones on the 7th row. 8th row is Alistair Cunningham and Tim Darlow. And then we've got Harold Wainwright, James Yap, Adrian Smith, Steve Mainman, Colin Campbell. And then we've got Mark Rowe, Stephen Horner and Thomas Hinton are on the 25th and 26th. Louis Large, this is his heat from the back of the grid. So keep an eye on the number 128 coming through the field, no doubt. Second in the championship, and no Philip Howarth to chase this one. Jack Goodyear is alongside on the back of the grid. The field being brought round, Nick, in very ordered fashion. We've got one straggler at the very back. Looks to be having a problem.
And he's retiring.
And he's pulling off.
It's like my eyes aren't that good, but if there's a 91, that's it. And there isn't one, so that's not gone well.
Right, okay.
So Louis Large is absolutely dead last. He's starting.
Yeah, starting at the back.
Here they come. Depress the...
Yeah, the red light says yes. Red lights go out.
Come
into
on,
the
Zach,
chicane.
says Mel Botton, obviously.
Of course. Come on, Zach. That goes without saying. The leader is through and pulled out a bit of a gap. And it looks like that's Carl Bryant who's leading this pack round. That's Keith Mason sporting his brand new Hunter Motorsport livery as they come out of the Iredale hairpin towards the stewardesses. And these two have broken away, haven't they? It's the number 19 of Tommy Austin in third.
12 and 19 there. Martin Austin, you say there's Richardson and Ben Hitch just to give you a start. Louis Large crossed that line in 24th. Let's see where he can get to. And the Bumblebees come over to my way.
He's not going to hurt you, Nick. Don't worry. He hasn't hurt me so far. Everybody's through.
Steve Gilly is still from Gilbrand. That's who it is. It's Steve Gilly.
Steve, right, okay.
That's who Uncle is. And he's in 10th at the moment.
Steve Gilbrand is Steve Gilly. He goes by his shorter pseudonym. Carl Bryant is leading. He's on the number 2. Keith Mason still in second there. Not making any sort of inroads to that gap and getting onto the bumper to challenge. Tommy Austin still in third place, but right on Tommy's bumper is the number 59 of Stephen Richardson. We're going to get a situation here, Nick, where we're going to get the faster karts coming through, as we do with mixed grids.
And Louis Large made 5 places that last lap.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on Louis' progress. He's made even more by the time he gets through here. He's charging towards Paddock, and he'll scythe down the inside of his next victim.
Let's see if we can pick Louis up. He's the 128 car. He's brightly coloured with a golden helmet. He's dropped back a few more.
He's up another 5. Louis Large up to 14.
Hold back, drop. Hold.
A little bit of on the hoof
Ash didn't
directing.
hear me, I don't think.
Well, that's Keith Mason being challenged by Tommy Austin and Stephen Richardson. So that's allowed Carl Bryan to eke away into the lead. We're going to have a change. It's not going to be long, Nick, before Louis Large, who's just off the horizon there. He's going to be coming through onto the back of these karts. There's Louis Large there in the gold helmet, just coming through. We've got him now.
120.
That's into Sonny. And if you want to learn the lines and how to drive around ROWRAH, there's none better a driver to show you than Louis Large. He's just gone through the chicane as the rest of the field stream through. Oh, did we see a kart? We've got a kart off at the chicane in a big way. His wheels continue to try and finish the lap. And I'm not sure who that is. He's out of the kart and standing next to it. He needs to keep his helmet on.
18.
It's number 18. And that is the kart being pushed out of the way. And
Tim Darlow.
Tim Darlow, he was up the order, wasn't he?
So Louis Large now looking for his next victim as he comes around Paddock Bend. That's the 47 kart of Jake Lewis. This will be for, I think, for 12th. Ooh, Lewis there. Not having any of it.
So 13th
him right out there.
For Louis Large. Yeah, it's one of those situations on the track, isn't it? This curved start-finish straight.
Got him Louis inside, and
Louis pulls across there, slams the door in his face.
Yeah, don't try that one again.
Yeah,
nice try.
Yeah, door slammed in his face.
You do realise I'm a previous British champion, so
yeah, and this is one of my home
not having
tracks.
any of that. Thanks very much. So there's plenty of karts above to get these points.
So that's Louis Large up into 12th place now. Just ahead of him, Steve Gilly and Jai Oliver. Thomas Childs just ahead of them there. Zach Bolton, by the way, is in 7th and right in that pack ahead of Louis now.
He's done well. If you get, he's going to get some good points. He'll have a good start, I think.
I think these tyres, these less grippier tyres, the Maxxis tyres are less grippier tyre than what he would normally run at these club events. And it really does suit his driving. There's not as much grip. Opportunist move from Louis Large.
Up there, waiting for the other mistake. Is he going to get the inside for the second one?
Not quite. No. Not enough momentum there.
I thought he was going to get nowhere there because they would block his place, and it just all went wrong on the exit.
Yeah, we had two karts coming together there, didn't we?
So the top three are quite close together. Bryant, Austin and Richardson.
Yep, Spinner at the stewardesses. He's going to have to wait for the field to come through. We'll find out who that is next time by.
There's Large now with two more victims ahead. It's Jai Oliver ahead of him, isn't it, on the 320 car, yep, and he's up the inside of that one. Just a little bit of a ease him out. Another position made up. So this would put him into 10th place, I think.
Yeah, Steve Gilly was the one that lost out the most there. Thomas Childs, I think, was the spinner at the stewardesses as he's dropped down 10 spots to 18th. So it was Thomas Childs who rejoins on the back of the field in 18th. Sorry, 18th spot for him. Zach Bolton up into 8th. Jai Oliver 9th. Jake Lewis, Charlie Jowers, Steve Gilly dropping down to 12th.
I think the timing's lost Louis Large.
It has.
It's missed him
a
lap.
Absolutely has, yeah.
It's missed him a lap, so you're going to visually work out where he is because he's been dropped a lap officially.
Ah, yes, it has.
So he's now currently running.
So he is behind or ahead of.
No, he's behind the 72. The blue and white, I'm sure, is. I might be wrong. I think it's 72. It is. So he's currently running in 7th.
Right. Has he just overtaken Zach Bolton?
Yeah.
He's behind the 72.
Who's in 6th.
Yeah, and behind him.
I'll be honest with you. This isn't the greatest
That's
moment for the timing
41. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to have to work this out because Ben Hitch is behind Louis Large and it's showing in 7th. So I'm not sure.
This could be 6th. This could be the battle for 6th, which he's just got.
Well, he's down the inside of 72 now. We've got 72 in 6th place now. So Louis Large should come through. Oliver Smith in 5th. Who's going to come through? Who's going to tip the timing beam in 6th? Still waiting for it to update. Still waiting. I'll give you a shout when it does. Richard Evans through in 6th.
No, he's not, because Louis is in 6th, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Louis Evans. Richard Evans is the kart 72. who we know that Louis Large has gone ahead of. So Louis ahead of Richard Evans, and he's chasing Oliver Smith. So we'll see that he's got a bit of space in front of him, but there's less than a minute to go in this heat. So from the very back of the grid, he's almost matched his nemesis, Philip Howarth, who came through to 4th. If Louis can catch Oliver Smith in this next lap before the flag, then he's almost matched Philip Howarth. It's a big ask that, though, isn't it? Look at the gap. He is siding down. He is bringing that down. I'll keep an eye on the last lap board for the leaders, Nick, while we keep on monitoring Louis Large's progress. And look at that gap to that cart in front of him. Louis getting his head down there. You can just see in his body language how determined he is, but very, very smooth and composed driving style from the former British champion. Here they come into Sonny, and look at the gap he's pulled there. He's going to be in contention. The last lap board goes out for the leaders. So this is Louis Large's last lap to gain even more ground on Philip Howarth. Carl Bryant leads this heat in fine style from Stephen Richardson. Tommy Austin still in third. These three have kind of just driven a very managed race at the front of this field. Keith Mason is on the tail of them. Keith Mason on the Hunter Motorsport chassis in 4th. Oliver Smith 5th. He's 2.5 seconds behind Louis Large.
Last one more place. There we go, up into the Stuart S's.
And there he goes. And he's now been timed to pick them back up. So Louis Large up into 5th spot on the last lap. Here come the leaders. And it's getting very naughty at the front there. The leaders coming through. And there's been a change for position there as they come through on the last lap at Sunny Bend. Carl Bryant takes the win. Stephen Richardson was second, but a change for third as Tommy Austin drops to 4th behind Keith Mason right at the very end there. He'll be happy with that. Tommy Austin, not so much. Oliver Smith in 5th, Richard Evans 6th, Ben Hitch 7th, Zach Bolton 8th. We've lost Louis Large again. It was Louis in 5th, wasn't it? Oliver Smith in 6th.
This week and next week.
Richard Evans was 7th, Ben Hitch 8th, Zach Bolton 9th, Jai Oliver 10th, Jake Lewis 11th.
So, yeah, that's going to be...
Louis Large was
coming and going there.
Showing on the timer. So transponder issues for Louis, but it was definitely a 5th place position for him.
Yeah, it happens occasionally. Once the transponder gets lost, it can really tie up the timing systems. They go, what? No, hang on, what? Who am I? Where am I?
Hang on. He doesn't even know.
No. We've been visited by Caelan Lamont. So, hang on. Right.
No.
So on air now we have Mr. CALANALMONT, who just said he doesn't know how to pronounce his own name. Well, his family doesn't know. How do you pronounce your name?
Well, personally, I'd say Lamont, but I think my uncle would say, Lamont.
But hang on, what about the first name?
Callan.
It is
Callan.
Callan.
That's definitely
Okay.
Callan.
It's Callan, and you'll go.
I'll say Lamont. No, I didn't. I said Lamont. Yeah. I don't even know myself.
This is not scripted, everybody. This is Callan Lamont, who doesn't know how to say his own name.
Yeah.
Callan, what would you like us to say?
I think go with Lamont.
Lamont,
I
okay.
think that'll please the most people, yeah.
Fine, if you want to change it to Lamont?
You can change it either lap every time.
Out.
And Craig, you can chill out now. It's all right.
I'm not sure we've sorted that out.
No, well, either one. At least it's Callan.
It's
right,
Callan.
Just get Callan.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. Brilliant stuff. Well, there you go.
Honestly, everybody, that's not a script. That's real life. That is not a script.
Oh, that's hilarious.
That is not a script. Hang on, Nick. I've got to nip away and tell the cafe.
Yes, go for it quickly.
That is the last race.
Yes. And you need to put change to the thing. It's Heat 2 of the 100 UK, the last one before lunch break. Now, Joe has unfortunately taken away my piece of paper to see who's on the grid. Here we go. Heat 2, it should be Ben Clucas on pole, Dennis Barkley second. It's B. Williams in third. S. Sinister in fourth. Dominic Pye in fifth. Lawrence in sixth. Murray in seventh. Kendall in eighth. Jackson in ninth. Dory in 10th. Hamling 11th. Raylan 12th. Creaser 13th. Graves 14th. Leonard 15th. Prattle 16th. Allen is 17th. And Taggio is in 18th. That's the grid as printed a while ago. As they come into the... We've lost the 61 kart, though. So he's parked up and going, what's going on? And they're going to turn around, and will they get a go? No, one more. Going round one more. One more. They weren't ready at all there. You've got a couple of dead karts on the track. One to the far left. One to the far right. And...
Have we started?
I don't know. I can't get over that. I can't get over the fact that no one knows he doesn't pronounce his own name.
We've got a false start.
There appears, I told everyone that. There appears to be obviously some sort of family argument about how you pronounce your name.
Yes. What did we settle on?
Callan and Mond.
Right. The good news is I've alerted the cafe as instructed. The cafe is now on full alert that it's the last race before lunch break.
Excellent.
The problem is we'll be last in the queue. And we'll be back on before we get a chance to eat.
Well, there we are. I've got so many things to do at lunchtime anyway.
And I was being unfair to Dan Andrews, kart 34 in the senior road actor race, and I was saying, why didn't he help carry his cart? He's not allowed.
Oh, okay.
He's not allowed. He wasn't being rude. He wasn't being a diva. He's just told me. He was told to get behind the barrier, which is obviously how we do things these days. Right, who have we got?
We've got the 100 UK. And the slowdown flag.
Right, I was too busy doing my canteen duties there.
I've read the grid as it was supposed to be printed. I've done all your jobs for you.
Have you done the grid? Have you?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm too busy. I'm on canteen duties, mate.
I know. Canteen duties. What are people called duties? Let's go, Marcus Dory, says Gemma Graham. Here we go. And that one's a go. And into the lead has gone. I think Ben has taken the lead. Ben Clucas. Chased down by, timing's been a pain in the arse today. Oh, there's been an accident at the start. The 9 car and the...
number 9 is Dominic Pine.
And the 66 have both had an accident.
They're at the front of the field as
well.
well.
I will say is the timing needs a good old reset during the lunch break, because that's now not playing up properly.
Dominic Pine and James Murray, who went off there third and fifth. They've had it coming together. Good news is, though, as ever in 100 UK, we've got tight pack racing with, I'm not going to hazard a guess, they come towards us right in front of us now. And look at that, sorting themselves out towards paddock turn now, down the inside for the lead.
Oof.
And that's almost coming together. Who leads across the line to complete lap number 1. No, the timing's not playing, Nick. Oh, there it is. Dennis Barkley it is. Ben Clucas second. So Ben, and Ben's gone through. He slid wide. Barkley slides wide at McRae's, and he's almost, and he's off.
Right.
He's been punted round going in. There was a bit of movement on the straight there that caused that.
Wow.
And as Ben Clucas keeps out of the way of all of that, and just look at this, Nick. Clucas has gone, and then a little bit of movement left and right on the straight. As he
he's come across.
Yes, he came across him. Didn't realise he was there. The 54 it is the 54, isn't it? Or was it the 84? No, the 84 is Ben Clucas.
That was 84, because Ben's not winning. Ben's not leading this.
Who's gone off into the lead?
Jordan Kendall's in the lead. Oh, I'm wrong, am I?
Jordan Kendall's gone through.
Yeah, it wasn't Clucas who fell off either.
Yes.
So who was it who fell off? It's Dennis Barkley, 68, who fell off.
My timing is not updating yet, so I've got no idea who's where.
Yeah, it's 68 Dennis Barkley who fell off. Clucas booked in third. So it's Kendall from Dory. Dory on the outside, and that makes no sense. That's Graves.
Yeah,
that's Graves.
That's Graves. Wes Graves and Ben Clucas. Wes Graves now ahead of Ben Clucas for third.
No, he's not. He's in fourth, because that's second and third there.
What?
Exactly. Let's move forward two, please. Let's move forward to the next, to battling two. I think he's first and second, actually. And they come round the corner.
There are the leaders. Kart number 6, Jordan Kendall.
And 22,
And
Marcus Story, who had quite an eventful time, didn't he, in the, in the
he
previous
absolutely
one?
did. He's had very eventful time. He's got momentum coming out the chicane down the inside at McRae's, and he's made that stick. A great move there. It was all about momentum out the chicane, and Dory leads. Jordan Kendall now second. There's still all hell breaking loose behind these two, as that begins to settle down now, as Wes Graves is in third, Ben Klukas fourth, Glenn Rayland is in fifth, Liam Hamling sixth last time by. But there's another move at the Stuart S's, and Ben Klukas lost out 2 positions there.
I don't think
to Rayland and Hamling.
I don't think he's got much pace today.
He's not got pace at all, has he? He's Ben who
if we
is
drop
second in the championship.
In the 84, he's now behind the 62 as well now, isn't he?
Yeah, I think it's a handling thing, though.
And he's back behind
not so much a
I think
power
he's dropped
thing.
2 more. Then he's down to 6th.
So Marcus Dory leads, 4 laps completed.
We're on Wes Graves in the 2.
We are coming up to half distance, Nick. This.
Let's drop back to the next 2. So back down to that's it. That's the grey 62, and now he's just let through. So Liam Hamlin very invited. Oh no, the 60's got some now. Klukas gone through. So the problem there for Grim Rose just seems to lose all momentum all of a sudden.
Yeah, Klukas is just unable to keep them back, isn't he? He's about to lose another position because he's got Brendan Williams absolutely clawing all over him. And I think you're right, Nick. He's just got no pace anywhere, and he's dropping back to the clutches of the karts that are behind. Williams looks over his shoulder.
Oh, he's gone.
And Williams has spun off.
What happened there?
Oh, I'm not really sure. Just carrying too much momentum.
Well, he had no power. The kart just wasn't working, was it?
No, and there's the old school of push starting your kart and getting back away, slot back into the seat there. These karts have not got self-starters on them, no starter motors on these motors. You have to push start.
He did very
well.
That was something I was never any good at.
Yeah.
I never had the coordination to do that.
Could you imagine trying to do that now at our age? It would be not even bother.
Wouldn't bother.
Nah. Get the medics.
Where's my starter motor?
Get the medics on standby.
Clutch.
3 minutes remaining then.
Maybe wondering why it now sounds we're no longer at a kart track but in a canteen. It's because we're in a canteen.
Yeah.
The background noise is
the ambience.
Yes.
It's lunchtime coming up.
And also thinking, hang on, why can't we hear the karts?
Because
all the windows are solidly shut. We can't put anything through there's no holes anywhere.
Cumbria Kart Club
canteen.
Lounge,
I say.
Lounge.
There's Klukas. Currently running in 5th. And then we have the 3 of Liam Hamling coming into McRae's. Coming out of McRae's.
There's the number 3 of Liam Hamling, who's got a bit of a lonely race now. He's 3 seconds behind Wes Graves, and he's got quite a gap to Ben Klukas, 1.3 seconds, but that's increasing as we get inside the final 2 minutes, or just coming up to the final 2 minutes of this heat. There's the struggling Ben Klukas, who's enjoying his karting. It's not for a bit of fun, no. It's kind of a hobby.
Oh, it's just for fun.
It's a hobby
of
Ben's at the moment, isn't it? You know.
Well, he was very impressive in the Porsche at Spa. So
yeah. He's a very good driver. Good stuff. No question. Yeah. He'll not be happy with how the kart's performing today. He just doesn't seem to be on the pace. Currently second in the championship. Second to his good mate Ed Peed, who's not even here today. So Ed not bothering to.
The battle is at the moment is second and third. So. Need to move forward a couple of karts.
Yeah, just ahead of Ben. It's Wes Graves and Jordan Kendall, and it wasn't going to be long for Wes to catch Jordan Kendall.
Wesley Graves, and then just right as they come now through.
Just past him, just
Ben.
Before we got to him, yeah. Wes with the Flex team. You'll hear more about the Flex team and Wes Graves, former teammate of Lewis Hamilton back in the McLaren Autosport scholarship days in junior karting. We'll see more of that in the lunch break paddock show. When yesterday I had a walk around and a chat to some of the competitors here. Into Iredale Hairpin, then we're getting towards the very closing stages of the morning running here at ROWRAH. Round 3 of the NAVOS NKC, the National Kart Cup. Getting towards half distance in the championship. as Marcus Dorey continues to lead the field round in the number 22. The number 2, carried by Wesley Graves from the Flex team. Behind him, Jordan Kendall, who has got a very ever-present Liam Hamling closing down. It'll be the last lap board next time by as the number 3 of Hamling now beginning to challenge Kendall. Hamling slots in behind the number 6 to get through the McRae hairpin. They're off to the Iredale hairpin now, down that relatively long straight. Heavy on the brakes. They all close up together, and then again, hard on the accelerator towards the stewardesses.
Nice
down
one.
the inside. We've seen this many times, and that is a textbook move at the stewardesses.
Jordan wasn't quite so keen on letting it happen, though.
No, Jordan, I'm not sure he was even taken by surprise, but Hamling is through now. The leader will get the last lap to go board this time by as the leader goes into the paddock turn. This is the battle for 3rd and 4th. It's now Hamling ahead of Kendall as Wes Graves pulls out that gap even more so.
An accident in front of us. 13 and 14 have had an accident. That is Williams and Lawrence. I only saw the end of it when they're both spinning off. We got it, have we?
No, just in the foreground here. You'll see the dust.
Okay.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, coming together at Sunny. Easy doing.
You did tell me that wasn't overtaking place.
I did see it. As the leader, we look back towards the far side of the track, towards the stewardesses, and just coming out of the stewardesses is the number 22 of Marcus Dorey. He will come through St John's. Backmarker gets out of his way in fine style, through Sunny for the final time. There he goes towards Paddock. As Wes Graves,
look, at the inside goes
about to lose second place, but Graves hangs onto it side by side across the line in second place. Marcus Dorey wins. Wesley Graves takes the win by 84 thousandths of a second. Sorry, takes the second place by 84 thousandths of a second by Liam Hamling. Marcus Dorey took the win by 1.6 seconds. So Marcus Dorey takes the win. Wesley Graves second. Liam Hamling third. Jordan Kendall fourth. Ben Klukas fifth. Jamie Crease sixth. Tom Pattle through in seventh. We've got a few people already out of the race. Charlie Leonard 8th, Lee Jackson 9th, 10th is Dominic Pine, Glenn Rayland 11th, and then Leonardo Taggio, Dennis Barclay finishing 12th and 13th. John Allen will finish in 14th. We lost Brendan Williams and Matthew Lawrence with that coming together at Sunny on the last lap, and James Murray will be the last of the runners, but we lost James at the start.
And that's it for the morning action.
That is indeed it for the morning action. We're going to a 30-minute lunch break. We'll see our live stream viewers will have a chance to see our paddock show. Some good interviews coming up, and then we'll be restarting with the final heats coming up after lunch. We'll be starting with Senior Rotax, and that'll be coming next.
Hello and welcome to ROWRAH, home of the Cumbria Kart Club and the most important kart circuit for this man, Joe Bradley. Joe, your first ever kart meeting here, and now you're back 72 years later.
Shall we play some Bradley Bingo?
How would you have to?
Oh, well, how many times am I going to mention that? Way back April 1986, ROWRAH. Here we are at ROWRAH, sunny ROWRAH, that's quite rare. It was here that I had my very first kart race. In fact, it was here that I saw my very first kart and fell in love with the sport, and here we are.
Here we are, round 3 of the NKC, sponsored by NAVOS. It's close in all the categories, but Joe is going to find out all the news and even some of the intrigue.
Arguably in any series, the junior classes is where the competition is perhaps the most hottest, and none more so than the National Kart Cup. Archie Buttle here, kart 22 in junior Rotax. Archie, third in the championship. Here we are at ROWRAH for round 3.
Yeah, first time here, third since the championship. The pressure's definitely on. The good category here today, so ready for tomorrow.
So when you come into a race weekend like this, I've just noticed the Cardiff City badge on it. So I'm a big football fan as well. I digress. Coming into a race like this, third in the championship, is that something that you actually think about when you're out there racing?
Well, you try not to, because you don't want it to get in your head, but you just want to put your head down and hope for the best.
Now, first time here, you've been out already in practice. What's your first thoughts of the track here?
Hairpins are very tricky, but since after the chicane, this downhill is very fun.
Yeah. And your home track, we're going to visit in Landau, I believe.
Yeah. Been there once for a 2-day weekend and absolutely loved it. It was a brilliant track.
And where are we with tyres? I know this series is renowned for its tyre regulation. Where are we with tyre wear? Coming into round 3, have you worn a set out already or what?
Yeah, I used one set for GYG and clay, so tyre wear didn't seem too bad there, so just think about it tomorrow.
Yeah, just looking forward to actually getting out there, I bet.
Yeah.
Thanks, Archie. One of the biggest features of the NKC paddock is the flex awning. What a setup we've got here. I don't know how many karts this team is running, but Wes Graves, Wes, you're one of the drivers with Flex, but firstly, who are Flex?
We are obviously a race team. Brian Cole's team boss of it. He's been going many years. We're obviously probably the biggest race team in the paddock, so that's who we are.
That's what's drew me here. I mean, I think you've got representation in pretty much every class, have we? Or is it mainly TKM?
Just senior TKM and 100 UK.
Right, and you're the number 2 in the 100 UK, yeah?
I'm number 2 seed in 100 UK, yeah.
Now, I know that this is not your first barbecue, as they say. This is not you're not new to karting. You go way back. You competed with, and all the boys have been shouting it. Yeah. Did you compete and beat Lewis Hamilton?
I didn't exactly beat him, no, but I was his teammate many moons ago when he first got sponsored by McLaren Mercedes. We were both supported by McLaren's support program back in 1998, I think it was. Yeah, so yeah. Yes, I was sponsored by McLaren Mercedes, really, yeah.
Yeah, and going back all those formative years, that's the foundation that you've got underneath you. That's very important at that age, I would imagine.
Oh yeah, massively, yeah. Probably the most experience in this awning, to be fair. So, yeah.
And is that the experience of working at that level with the support of McLaren, etc.? Is that something that you can bring when I look around and you see all of this preparation going on with all of these karts? Do you bring some of those kind of the protocols and the procedures that you've learned all those years ago?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, obviously it's freedom of driving, and obviously it sees for itself on the track. So I would give everyone help with the driving and things like that. Mechanicking, I'm not bad at mechanicking, but more driving me. Yeah. I don't like mechanicking, but I do it. But yeah, so.
And how key is it between you say mechanicking? Most drivers here have got somebody looking after their kart. We all know about attention to detail. How important is the relationship that you have with your mechanic when you debrief, let's call it?
Massive, really. You've got to have a really good relationship with mechanic, because obviously you keep it like you got to keep mutual between each other. Obviously, no arguing and things like that, because it can go off. As say, if the mechanic's done something wrong on your car, the driver's always going to blame the mechanic, and then the relationship goes downhill. So you've got to keep your head cool, same as a mechanic, work it together.
And with a team like Flex, are you all one team, or is there a bit of inter-team rivalry, I'd imagine?
We're all one team, really. I help all the rest of the 100 UK boys out in here. I help other ones as well, to be fair. They're also in a different class, but yeah, we're all one team. Yeah. Yeah.
And who's your main competition this weekend? Where do I need to look?
I don't really know. There's a few quick boys out there. Liam's quick. Liam Allen's quick. Ben Cluse look quick. Jamie Crease, he looks quick as well. There's a few of us, but I've not put my rubber on yet, so I've just put the rubber on now, so we're going to see where we're at with it now. So, yeah.
Thanks, Wes.
No problem.
In all forms of motorsport, we talk about local knowledge and local track knowledge, and perhaps none more so than in karting. And with me now, James Woods and Andy Powell, two local lads to ROWRAH. I'll start with you, James. James, thank you very much. James has done our in-car for our track guide that we're going to feature on this live stream. James, what I've just said there about track knowledge and being your local track, is it important?
Oh, massively, yeah. I mean, I've done plenty of laps over the years. Been doing karting for, on and off for at least 19 years. So, yeah, track knowledge is massive. And it obviously a massive advantage this weekend, so, yeah.
Yeah. Andy, what's the secret of ROWRAH then? What's the secret to a good lap time?
Good braking and be brave in the hairpins, I would say. Especially when it comes to overtaking. Sometimes you've just got to send it down and hope for the best in the hairpins.
You mentioned to me about this tyre that we use in NKC being less grippy than the more commonly used Mojo tyre. We use a Maxxis tyre here. You said to me that makes the outbreaking into those hairpins a bit trickier.
Making it a bit more tricky, yeah, because as soon as you push it that little bit too far, it just seems to break away under the braking. So you've really got to try and keep it under control. If you get past that point, it starts getting...
So when it breaks away, you mean easy to turn into a spin?
Yeah. It's like as soon as you outbrake yourself a little bit, you just feel the back end come, and you've just got to try and correct it, and then obviously you push wide on the corner. So,
James, we've got mixed grids for the heats. Yeah. That means you start at the front for one, the middle for another, and at the back. What do you prefer? Would you prefer time qualifying, or are you happy with a mixed grid?
I don't mind the both really. Obviously, I'm used to the time qualifying, but obviously it brings a new concept to the karting. Gives everyone a chance, I suppose, and gets if you're at the back and you're fast, it gives you a chance to work through the field and things like that. So yeah.
Now you're both with FP Motorsport this weekend. There's got to be a bit of inter-team rivalry, I would imagine. Andy, you want to beat James, and James, you want to beat Andy. Who's gonna beat who, boys?
It's going to be close. It's always close. It's always 10 for 2 in between each other. Yeah. So it's just on the day, really. Yeah.
And it's not really all about just having fun, is it?
Not when you get once the visor comes down.
No, we keep it real, and we're good friends, and have a battle on the track, just not too much, but yeah.
Who sorts out the team orders then?
Me. It's my own, and he gets
okay. Right. Yeah. Okay, boys, I wish you all the very best. I don't want to put any pressure on you, but it is your home track, so you've got to maximise that, and you've got to go for everything. Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Cheers, Joe.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
The sport of karting has always been about what's classed as, or what's called, dad and lad racing. And I tell you what, we've got an absolutely fabulous example of that, of how to go kart racing. We've got Liam and Adam Surkart and their dad Derek, who dad Derek at the moment is the mechanic. Why is that, Derek?
Because I broke my ribs in the last race.
So there would have been literally 3 of you guys racing before, but you've hurt your ribs.
Yeah.
Are you too old for this?
Never,
absolutely. Adam, if I can ask you first, tell me what class of kart you're running in.
Yeah, we're running in senior TKM.
And that's the 110cc TKM.
115 it is, 115, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And your brother Liam running on the same grid. Yeah. So I'm going to ask you the question, boys. Who's the quickest?
Me in the last session.
So does it to and fro?
Yeah, we're one each a piece, aren't we, so far in the series? So yeah.
Ah, right. So Liam, where's the championship table? Where are you guys?
Great. It's only my second season racing. I started last year. I did 4 races, so this is only my 6th race in my life. Oh, really? So yeah, just getting to grips with everything really.
And Adam, are you about the same, or have you done a bit more?
I did a bit when I was younger. I raced TKM probably 10 years ago now. So yeah, I'm just getting back into it as well. But yeah, I'm getting there.
Now, Derek, I just saw you adjusting something on the front. Now, I know what it was, but the viewers might not. You can't tell us. Yeah. Just to remind you, this isn't Formula One. What was that then? Was that a camber change or a caster?
Caster. No, we're lifting lowering the front of the frame.
Right, I'm going to ask you why. Now, the reason why I'm asking is for the viewers. The viewers in there might not know.
I'll probably tell you, I'm just doing what they're telling me to do.
Right, that's brilliant. So, Adam, Liam, bring you guys in. So you come in, you tell your mechanic, Dad,
to be honest,
how it's handling.
To be honest, none of us really know what we're doing. We're just trying things. It's practice day, so trying it, see if it goes better. And so, yeah, that's it.
So, Adam, will it be something that, all right, you're playing with caster and camber there, trying to get the grip or lose grip or whatever it is, you don't need to tell me. But when will the decision be made, right, that's it, that's what I'm racing with tomorrow?
At the end of this session, I guess. We've got one more to go, and then we might make a few more changes tomorrow if we're still not happy, but I guess it's just one of them. We're just track time, really, that's our main thing, I think.
What's the weather forecast tomorrow, Derek?
Bit of mix into it, bit of rain possibly, but hopefully dry most of the day.
I hope so too. Yeah. Guys, you really do epitomise dad and lad karting quite literally. So thanks for that, and great to see you out there tomorrow. Best of luck. All aspects of motorsport can be categorised as character building. They say that if you've been in motorsport for 5 minutes, you've already got enough character. But Tyler Fossey here, he's on the number 115 in the senior Rotax class. Tyler, you've had a bit of a torrid year. Yes, so, in chronological order, it was GYG. Tell me what happened there first.
So I hit someone. They slowed down on the right-hander, quite a fast corner, and I went flying into the tyre wall and I fractured my rib. And then I couldn't do clay pigeon, and then went out on a practice session, and someone drove over the top of me, and my thumb got caught in the spoke
of the steering wheel.
Yeah, and I tore my ligaments and my thumb, and I've sprained these two in there, tore that one, and yeah, I'm out racing.
So, I mean, anybody sensible would say, what you're doing, why you're here, why don't you give yourself a chance to heal? But hey, tell me, why are you here?
I love motorsport, so I've missed being out for a while, and I've been getting bored. It's just been sitting in my garage, unable to do anything. And went with James to Clay, just sort of sitting there watching them all go around, and I was just a bit like, oh, I should have been out there. But it's got to a point where I can actually drive with it, so I'm back out.
Right, and is that going to give you a problem at all? I mean, I know it's hard to say, but maybe, you know, does it ache at all after a heat?
Yeah, a fair amount. But yeah, I've had some painkillers.
Yeah.
That's kind of helped me get through a bit of today.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's all looking up. It does ache when I come back in a bit though, and my hand shakes a bit, as you can see.
Yeah, that's not you doing that. Is that actually shaking? Yeah, all right, so that's all the tendons. Yeah. Oh wow, that's. I'm not sure if you need medical help actually, mate, for mental health help if you're going back out with that like that. So I wish you the very best of luck. We'll keep an eye on your progress, and I suppose, Tyler, there's no pressure. You literally are here to enjoy it and just be here, because you can't expect anything from you with carrying a healing rib and a healing thumb tendon.
Yeah, basically, I'm just here to have fun. So
yeah,
that's the main bit of it. That's
great stuff. I really hope you do have fun, and I hope it's not too much of a problem for you.
No, it should be all good.
This will not be the first time you hear this weekend, but it was right here at ROWRAH when I had my very first kart race, April 1986. Malcolm Fell here is the track owner and manager. Malcolm, it's changed quite a lot since April 1986.
Yeah, considerably. Let's just get this right. It's a members club. I'm one of the directors who run it. It's not my circuit. Right. The club has been designed around its members, so to give them better value for money. So therefore, all the money we make at this facility goes back into the track.
Right, and we've already seen in the off season, 21 into 22, you've had some paddock extensions and all sorts of investment made in the place.
Yeah, we've just spent £250,000 re-tarmacking the pits, putting new drainage in. We put 60 electric hookups in, so when people come to site, they've got mains power, as well as decent facilities like the cafe and the showers and the toilets. And so it's now become one of the top venues in the country to give people value for money.
I mean, it's always been a place that I've certainly loved coming and watching karting and competing at karting. What are the big meetings that you've got here this year? Have you just had a Super One here?
We just had a Super One here. We've got the UKC, we've had the CKC here. We've got Nora Sport, the British Supermoto. We've got Fab Racing, which is the mini bikes, and the British Mini Bike Association come here as well. So we've lots. We're very busy during the week in the evenings, and we even have the local push bike cycle club come here on a Wednesday night with 200 kids on push bikes.
Oh, wow.
So we do everything for the facility to utilise it during the week.
Malcolm, on behalf of everybody at the NKC, the National Kart Club, thank you for having us and thanks for looking after us while we're here. Thanks. Malcolm Fell.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm getting shots of us now. Hold on, put that one up. I can wave. Hello. You take the lunch breaks, though, the most important thing. You're on air, so move slowly. There we are. Artistic pan. Oh, fuck me. Oops, shoot. No, I'm really sorry about that. I do apologise when you're listening there. You. I got to apologise for my very bad language. That's the first time I think I've sworn there for many a year.
Are we back?
No, not. No.
Oh, good. We're not back then.
No, we are back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to lunch, where we've been.
This is an actual intro.
That was. This is the quality you normally get.
My God.
I actually waved you and said we're on.
Can
now.
I do it properly?
Hang on. Wait a second.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to round 3 of the NKC at ROWRAH. We're in beautiful Cumbria, where the forecast is a little bit dubious at the moment. If you looked at the skies here at ROWRAH, and blue, wispy clouds, my forecast says that it's going to be sunny. However, been speaking to some locals over the lunch break, and they say it's going to rain at 4 o'clock. And having been to ROWRAH many, many times, did I mention, Nick,
what happened?
That this was the very first track that I ever raced on in 100 National back in 1986. Yes, in fact, this was the place where I very first saw my first ever kart race. And it's been,
Okay. Oh, sorry. It's been a long day.
Anyways, back to the weather forecast. We are forecast a little bit of rain from the locals.
Rain.
The locals are telling us a little bit of rain at 4 o'clock.
No rain.
Which, by my estimation, is just when we're right in the middle of our finals.
Excellent.
Right now, though, we've still got the final. I'm not going to use the word final. We've still got the heats.
The final heats.
The remaining heats.
The last round of heats.
Yes,
or
the last round of
section
heats.
of heats. Yes.
The fourth heat for senior road acts is going to kick off the action for this afternoon. Then we've got the fourth heat for the senior road acts 177. That's the heavier category of senior road acts. We've then got the senior TKM, their third and final heat for the senior TKM, so that'll be their grid done and dusted and sorted for the finals. We then got the junior classes for their third and final heat, and then we've got the remaining senior road acts heats, 5
through 14.
I say 5 heats. Not every senior road acts competitor has competed in 5 heats. Every competitor will have competed in 3 heats, which will designate their grid position
Here we go.
for the final. So, kart's been released out on track. It's perfect weather conditions. It's got an ambient temperature of about 15, 16 degrees. Sun keeps coming out when the cloud cover moves, and that heats up the track temperature very nicely. We've got George Sanders on the pole position with Dan Andrews alongside, Tyler Fossey, and then FP Motorsports Andy Powell alongside, sporting the new for this weekend for him, Hunter Motorsport engine. And Andy's telling me that engine is going really, really well, and he hopes to capitalise on this grid position, is what he tells me. We've got Charlotte Parker, who starts on the third row with Tommy Lee Davies alongside. Adam Rogers has got Rob Statham alongside him on row 4. Row 5 is Louis Ball and Steve Jackson, with row 6 Matthew Hildred and Jack Jones. Row 7 is James Costin and Scott Russell, with Dylan Tate and Paul Moran on row 8. Hello, Helen. Hopefully the dinner's on. Sam Elliott and Jay Lewis are on. Sam Elliott and Jay Lewis are on row 9. Ellis Humphreys, Tom Radburn are on row 10. And then we've got Martin Coe alongside Callum Davies on row 11, with Ben Blower, Simon Keeble on row 12. And the 13th and final row, rounding off the 26 kart grid, is Jez Owen and Nathan Hope. They're already with us out of the paddock turn, and if the starter is happy, we should get the red lights going out. They do indeed. So we are racing and off into the lead, as we've seen all day long, getting the jump that looks like George Sanders. We've got a yellow flag being shown for a small off at the back, just going into the chicane, but all is good. Those karts continuing. It's the bright orange kart that leads I'm just trying to get a number on who exactly that is.
Should be 56, shouldn't it?
I think it's George Sanders.
Yep, 56
It
from
is indeed.
34 and 19.
Very distinct, bright orange livery on the cart. Leads through the stewardesses for the first time. But just look at that. It's Tyler Fossey. I'm looking for Tyler Fossey's number 115.
56.
No, he's dropped back to fourth.
So
Tyler
Fossey
Fossey
right
dropped back
together to go round Paddock Bend.
So Tyler Fossey, remember, if you listened or indeed watched the paddock show at lunchtime, Tyler Fossey is the driver that we spoke to yesterday, and he's telling me that he's got broken ribs and virtually a broken thumb. He's got a cart off on the start,
just
finish
broken.
straight.
So the battle here for second down Androids and Andrew Powell. Actually, Andy Powell dropped back a little bit into the clutches more of Tyler Fossey there. They come round Airedales.
Into the stewardesses. So Andy Powell in there in third place, and will want to try and chase down Dan Andrews. He's just latching onto the back of him. Andy Powell, local lad to ROWRAH, with the FB Motorsport crew, who are also running James Wood, who give us our on-kart video footage from earlier.
Technical defect for 64, apparently.
Yeah, 64.
So that Ellis Humphreys has been called for a technical defect.
Right, that's not in contention, is it?
Battle again, Andrews and Powell.
Powell's ahead.
Powell ahead of Andrews.
Yeah.
Did you know him say that? The identical blooming cart. So it's a cart with the yellow chain guard.
Yeah, Andy on the number 19. They're both predominantly white liveries, aren't they, to pick out. Andy in the silver and blue helmet. He's now pulling away from...
Sanders has got a big lead, though.
Dan Andrews. Let's see if he can catch George Sanders, though. The gap was 2.1 seconds at the line last time by. So we'll keep an eye on that. Here they come underneath us now. 3 laps completed for Sanders. 2.6 seconds at the line between Sanders and Powell. Then we've got Andrews, Tyler Fossey in 4th still, Tommy Lee Davies 5th, Adam Rogers, Charlotte Parker in 7th, Scott Russell, James Costin, and up into the top 10 has come Jack Jones.
And there in that sort of multicolour bronze-nosed 115, that is Tyler Fossey, who obviously... Oh, we've got a cart stop with fuel coming out of it. Or is it water? It's been a big problem on that in Airedales. They're not sure which cart it is. But it's stopped there. I think it's Louis Ball, actually. I think that's Louis Ball looking at that colour scheme.
Oh, yeah, we've
the
got
22.
fluid leaking out of
it's
that.
The 22. It's a Tom Radburn cart, but he's rolled over. Look at it. It's crushed. That's rolled. That front area is crushed, I think.
I'm not sure if that's leaking fuel. The fuel stays
I think it's water.
In the tank.
That's
I think
water.
that might be coolant.
He's had a big smack, and you can see the radiators flapping away.
Yeah, he's had somebody
Not
come
sure
over the top of him.
Yeah, he hasn't gone over, but he's had someone come over the top of him and take that out.
That's a shame for Tom Radburn. He's out of this heat now. We've got a slippery surface flag down at the Iredale hairpin for that coolant being dropped onto the track. That's going to cause problems for the drivers as the rear tyres lose grip momentarily.
Was that Bernie Nicholson's idea, wasn't it, to halfway through a race just make one core randomly wet?
yes. Good for television.
So in the middle of the pack there, losing a lot of places, is the 26 cart.
It's the 42 moving down the inside.
That was Matthew Hildred losing some places there. They all streamed through the Stuart S's.
Jay Lewis. Matthew Hildred had already lost out to Sam Elliott, and Jay Lewis was following him through. Whether that had anything to do with the coolant down.
Up with Moran and Jones now at the top of the corner. The 7778, but almost identically liveried carts. And they sweep up and over the chicane now. Yellow and blue. 77 and 78. And they go round McRae's as the whole train of carts there in this midfield battle. Sanders to the way by 2.5 seconds, and it's now 3 seconds back to Andrews and Rogers, who are now battling themselves. Powell's got away from that in second. Radiator adjustment there for the 77 of Moran, and Jones doesn't decide to dive at the inside of him.
Just to give you an idea of what's happening at the front, George Sanders still leads. Andy Powell, 2.5 seconds the gap was last time by. It's 2.5 seconds this time by.
Oh, that's his chance. In the inside of Paddock, and there goes Jones to get past. I know it's his teammate. They're very similar numbers, very similar liveries.
That's exactly the same livery. As the 78 moves ahead, Jack Jones now ahead of Paul Moran. It's can Paul Moran come back at him.
I think we should try and move forward a pair of carts because this is the carts will pair themselves up. We've got Fossey and Lee Davis.
Hang on, Paul Moran. Hang on, Paul Moran's coming back at the number 78. Let's see if Jack Jones can pull away. He looks like he is, though. So, yeah, Tommy Lee Davies challenging Tyler Fossey.
And they're at the top. They're going over start-finish now. The white and the black cart. Through the chicane. There we are, 1:15 and 16. Both with white helmets. Everyone's decided to be similar. Both white helmets, but it's the Reds for the Blues. It's the Cup final all over again. Will this one go to penalties, do you think?
We've got the red suit of Tyler Fossey.
It could go to penalties if one of them got a nose drop penalty.
Yeah, that's true. He's the driver with the broken ribs and the
busted
torn
hand.
Yeah.
Broken bank balance.
Oh, and that's not going to help him any as the number 16 of Tommy Lee Davies moves down the inside at the stewardesses and just makes that move stick.
Yeah, Tyler's been drifting back slowly. I mean, I think he's obviously struggling with a number of physical issues, so just getting in a good top 6-7 finish is probably what he was aiming for from his front of the grid start.
Leaders already through. Fastest lap of the race for Andy Powell. But takes a 10th out of Sanders. These two at the front, Nick, are absolutely hammer and tongs. There's a good gap between them, though, so it's not likely that there's going to be any change soon. But
it's quite. It's interesting. We've seen this on several occasions so far today. I don't remember seeing it very much in the first two rounds of drivers or driver suddenly gapping the rest of the field.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of that.
So I'm wondering what that is. Whether it's the fact that it's the design of the track, it's the fact that it's a track that you need knowledge of, or is it just a case we're suddenly in normal temperatures? People are able to get their carts into different. We've been fighting the cold the first two, and now you've got average British track temperatures, and perhaps people's setups, the good and the bad, are being exposed.
I think the nature of the track configuration here at ROWRAH, with those very tight braking hours, just about to go into one now. We're with Tommy Lee Davies and Tyler Fossey. It's a very heavy braking and then an acceleration out. You've got to stop the kart and accelerate the kart to maximum here. Again, stop the kart and then back on the power. You can lose a lot of time in those slow bits. This next section of track that we're coming into now, the stewardesses, long sweeping 180-degree turn into a chicane. And that's a very technical fiddly bit, is what I call it. That's a technical term for it.
Yeah, okay.
But you can lose a lot of time in the fiddly bits. Here, through St John's, through Sunny Bend, the medium to high speed turns, even paddock, there's very little speed difference between a good driver and a bad driver. It's the slow bits that count, and maybe we're seeing that extension of gaps appear because of that, and the differences between drivers are exacerbated by the nature of the track. That would be my theory. It's pure theory.
It's a good theory. I like
Tell
it.
us your theories. Tell us your theories.
And we'll either tell us your names as well. If you know how to say your own, if you know how to say your own name,
if you know how to pronounce your own name, then that's even more of a bonus.
One up with some of the competitors here.
Yes. More of that later coming.
2 laps to go. Well, a lap and a half to go. Sorry, because more than that because George Honda has now gone past for his last lap flag.
Yeah. Andy Powell's reduced the gap to 2.2, so not really. And another fastest lap of the race from Andy Powell.
Where is our leader at the moment? He comes to his final lap.
I think he is heading towards. Let's put the binos on.
It's number 56, the bright orange cart. I assume he's coming out. Is he going to come out the head? There he is. He's coming up towards the Scott's position now, in the back straight. There we go. That's your leader. Number 56. And that's been textbook. Got out in the head, established a lead, didn't get bothered about anybody else, and stayed in the lead. So, across the line he goes.
We've lost Andy Powell.
We have lost Andy Powell in the last
We've
lap.
lost Andrew Powell.
Wow.
I was confused there when you were describing George Sanders taking the flag.
We have. Adam Rogers is second.
Adam Rogers comes through in second. Dan Andrews through in third. Andrew Powell continues to drop down the order. Tommy Lee Davies fourth. Tyler Fossey will be very happy with fifth. Jack Jones sixth. Jill Lewis seventh.
A last lap issue for Andy
Paul
Powell.
Moran eighth. Sam Elliott ninth. 10th is Dylan Tatum. 11th is Callum Davies. Matthew Hildred 12th. Simon Keeble 13th. James Costin 14th. Steve Jackson 15th.
Scott says one of the carts dived in the pits in the last lap.
Oh, Charlotte Parker 16th. Scott Russell 17th. And then we lost Andy Powell there. on the last lap. He went into that final lap only 2 seconds behind. Incredible. Scott Russell finished 17th, Nathan Hope 18th, Rob Statham 19th, Jezzo in 20th, and Ben Blowers 21st. We lost Andy Powell on the final lap. We lost Louis Ball on lap 9. Ellis Humphreys we lost on lap 2, with Tom Radburn and Martin Coe also going out on that early lap. It's Rotax 177 coming next, and it's their 4th heat. Not quite their final heat. Still a bit of that to come. So it's race number 14. That is coming next. And again, 29 karts have qualified. And I'm just looking to see if we've got anybody down the order from the perspective of the championship. Louis Large starts 15th. He's second in the championship. Oh, guess what? Guys, stand by. This is going to be a good one.
Go on.
Phil Howarth starting 11th.
All right.
Louis
So
Large starting 15th. We're going to see those two coming through, and Louis Large will indeed want to get by Philip Howarth to gain points to claw that championship lead back, or that championship deficit, I should say. So round 3 of the NKC. We've got another 3 rounds coming. Got a bit of a break for the Super Prix at Fulbeck coming at the first weekend in June.
Entries open now?
Entries are open now. Get your entries in, everybody. And then we have got the next round of the championship is at Wilton Mill. First weekend of July, first weekend of August. We then head off to Wales, back to Wales, this time South Wales, to Landau. And then the championship is finalised with the final round of the championship, first weekend of September, and we go back to Fulbeck. I say back to Fulbeck just purely because we'd already been there for the Super Prix. So ROWRAH, 1,030 metres length. That's in comparison to the other tracks that we visit. The longest track we visit is Landau. Sorry, no, GYG. We've already been there. 1,100 metres. We've got 1,030 here. Landau is 1,050. Wilton Mill's 960. Fulbeck is 930. I would have lost a bet there. I would have thought Fulbeck was longer than that.
Just goes in, just kind of a long straight. It doesn't do a lot of tiddling about, does it? Just goes away and comes back. Yes, it's a
typical old-style airfield circuit, of which there are lots. Felton used to be a similar design. Shennington is a bit like that. Dunkswell, which is now the Mansell Raceway, that's an old airfield circuit where basically you go up one side of the airstrip and series of chicanes and then back down. Fulbeck's a little bit different. It's got a bit of a more, as is Shennington. They've sort of gone beyond the airstrip to a certain extent, but fundamentally it is that. We've recovered carts off the track through the circuit gate there. That gets things, that allows us to get things.
That is the cart that had the
underway. The
broken radiator, the 22.
Ah, yes, so it is. Yes, and Andy Powell went into the pits. Did I hear?
That's what Scotty was telling us.
Right.
Top news from Scott.
Have we got any more messages from our collective?
No. Rachel Foley went, good luck, Jodie Fox, Madison Foley. But I think that was that was during the last race.
Right.
So,
do you want me to confirm where who was the driver?
Good luck, Jodie Fox, Madison Foley.
All right. So Tyler, Foley. There isn't a Foley in the.
Oh, you know, who knows? Maybe the next race.
Maybe it's good luck to us then.
Could be, yeah. Good luck. Well, I always think it's good luck to us. Because you know, you do know, don't you?
Sorry?
It's all about me, you know that.
Yes. Yes, of course it is.
It's all about
So we've got a grid of 29 karts that are being prepped for the 4th heat for the Rotax 177s. Just to remind everybody, if you haven't heard me say this, the 177, what do we mean by that? Well, that's the minimum weight that these karts can be, 177 kilograms.
Oh, they think of track clearing up. That's what they got. They got some quick dries gone down.
Of course, for that fluid that went down. The karts that we've just seen, the senior Rotax class, pardon me, they run to a minimum weight of 162 kilograms. So if you're a heavier driver, if you're taller or bigger in whatever way, then you're probably more competitive running in a 177 class, which allows you a bit more weight overall with the kart and yourself.
Is there a minimum weight for the driver, or could a light driver just put lots of lead on it?
Yeah, you can. You can do that. Yeah, if you're right on the border, then that's what you would do.
No, but say you would actually light enough to do ordinary Rotax. You thought, no, I'll do it Rotax heavy.
Yeah, you could put lead on. Yeah. Nobody's going to ask you a personal question of how much do you weigh.
When they see that 25 kilograms of lead on it, they're going to go.
Yeah, exactly.
Why have we got three
no, you can do that.
Why have we got 3 car batteries in the back of your car?
Yeah, you can do that. I'm not sure why you would want to do that, but hey
Often the question, why would I do it?
Alex Thomas is on the pole position and will lead the team round with Thomas in alongside. We then got Billy Clark and Dan Millwood on the second row. Joe Piffner and Brian McCready are on row 3. Then we've got Brendan Smith and Harry Rowett, Jack Goodyear and Michael Mallet. And we've got Philip Howarth in 11th, Thomas Childs 12th, Ben Hitch and Liam Rabjohns are on the next row. Lawrence Hilton and Louis Large are on the next row, that's row 8. Row 9 is Steve Gilly and Alex Joyner. Steve Maidman and Ewan Logan are on row 10. Row 11 is Oliver Smith and Taylor Adams. Row 12, Darren Edwards and Jai Oliver. Row 13 is Tom Elridge and Richard Evans, with Richard Edwards and Keith Mason on 27th, 28th. And rounding off the 29 kart field is Martin Heath. Field being led round then by Alex Thomas, and Alex is the driver with the blue livery. The yellow and red helmet doesn't help because the Thomas Hinton's helmet is yellow and red also. But they've got the grid formed up in very orderly fashion. Here they come out of paddock turn. I look towards the starter. He presses the lights to go out.
They're off. Good start
and
by
away
the
they go.
33. Thomas Hinton absolutely got a cracking start there. It was almost allowed it by the guy in second, Alex Thomas. But
well, Thomas Hinton started second, so he gets a win. It's we've got karts off at the chicane who rejoin. We've got a kart.
No, one's not rejoining. One's looking like a little flat.
That's
on
number 77, is it?
Yeah.
That's Richard Edwards.
Yep. Out he gets.
Yeah, he'll help get his cart out of harm's way. I'm not sure why that stopped. The rest of the field, though, they're already at Stewart's. Coming through Stewart's and into our view.
Lovely lead.
Massive lead from Thomas Hinton, is it?
I think so. Just throws it into the St John's. It's the 33 from the 11, from the 29, from the 46. So
Philip Howarth already moving up the order there into paddock. Let's
and
keep
behind
an eye.
him, there was Louis Large as well moving up.
Yeah, these two will move up the order. Philip Howarth now in 7th as he comes across the line. And we'll see Philip continue to move up the order. He's just back off these two, Nick, behind him in a pack of karts. If we drop back from that cart there to the next pack that's coming through, that's Philip Howarth there, the number 101. And he's going to move up another position. And then just behind Philip.
He's in 7th and Large is in 10th.
Yeah. Well, behind, we'll keep an eye on the horizon as well. Oh, and Howarth down the inside.
Look at that.
That's a
bright
great
gold
move.
helmet.
That's him there coming through paddock. Now Philip Howarth is current championship leader. And Philip will side through this field. A little bit of a battle going on ahead of him now. And that's there it is there. Brendan Smith and Billy Clark just ahead of Philip there. And he's broke that fight up already.
So he's in 9th.
Down the inside.
Kind of a kerfuffle at the back end there on the going to McRae's. A few karts lost all their momentum. So the 46 is the next victim. That will be Billy Clark.
And then he's got clear air in front of him, Nick.
But then behind him is Louis making his way through.
So there he goes. That's his favourite overtake there, right there, isn't it? Let's drop back. Let's leave Philip to close that gap. And let's drop back to the number 128, which is the bright orange.
White, red, and there is.
With the gold helmet.
There he goes.
There he goes.
Oof. Thinking making a move on the 22 of Dan Millwood.
And again, Louis down the inside at McRae's. Makes that stick. Ooh. These are two championship contenders trying to optimise their finishing positions from these heats. As I can't wait for the final when we should see these two very close together on the grid. And it was a battle at GYG. It was a battle at Clay Pigeon. Clay Pigeon being the home track of Philip Howarth. He clearly knows. He's from the south of England, near Clay Pigeon, I believe.
Really, that's a long trip up here then.
Yeah, but I tell you what, his track knowledge here is phenomenal.
Another one up for Louis there, and he's waved through, pointed through.
Yeah, up ahead of Dan Millwood.
That might not have been Dan. That might mean the timing's running a bit behind us. I think that was actually Brendan Smith.
Brendan Smith, was it?
Brendan Smith, he got past, yeah.
So we're already heading towards half distance. So time running out. Philip Howarth has caught Alex Thomas and is right on the bumper of the number 11 now. Joe Piffner in the 29 has gotten ahead of Thomas and is now second. Meanwhile, Thomas Hinton
nibbled at the back of him there. 46. Louis there, right old into the back of the bumper. Now whether he was enough to drop his own nose, he comes up the inside to the start finish. I don't know. I don't think for a second that Billy Clark was particularly chuffed he was going to get anywhere near him.
We're going to be very soon seeing Louis Large when he clears this kart, if he can. He's going to have clear hair. Clear hair. That's it, hair.
Yeah.
Clear air
looking both
to
ways.
The battle ahead of him, and it's been very well defended by Brendan Smith. Brendan just looks over his shoulder there, driving as he's allowed, very defensively. Louis Large jinks to the right, down the inside at Stewart's, and he does make that stick.
Billy Clark. Billy Clark has gone past.
It's Billy Clark, is it?
Yeah, the 46. So timing's a little bit slow on this one as well, but it's okay. So that's the man who's gone past 46. That's the man on the move, 128.
And also on the move is Philip Howarth, who's gotten ahead of Alex Thomas and now up to third. The two championship protagonists have got Alex Thomas in between them. So it'll be Howarth chasing down Joe Piffner now. If we move ahead to the 101, who's the yellow and white liveried kart of the 101, who's chasing down Joe Piffner. I'll try and get a location on him. Just coming into the paddock turn now. There he is. Spot on, boys. We've got him. Let's see what the gap is. It was 1.1 to Piffner. It's 9/10 of a second. So that gap's coming down. 2 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. And meanwhile, behind Philip, it's a pity we didn't have two live streams here, Nick, to keep an eye. We've got Louis Large now, right behind Philip Howarth on the road. And if anything, he's closing the gap. I'm just waiting for the timing to update. It's been really slow today, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's only a bit of a tired day.
Yeah, it is. Having a Sunday off, I think. So Howarth through into Sunny, kart 101, gold helmet. And as he will come out of paddock turn, hitting across the line, there's Piffner, 7/10 of a second to Howarth, 2 seconds to Louis Large. And Louis is going to struggle. My timing's telling me Louis Large is still behind Alex Thomas.
Yes, so's mine.
Right.
Oh, problem. Problem for the 11 of Alex Thomas. He just slowed and stopped. Yep, it's gone.
He's pulled off. That's a tragedy for Alex Thomas. He was running fourth. He looks down. That's maybe a chain. So a retirement for Alex Thomas. Not good is how I would summarise that. So a dejected Alex Thomas after running at the front of this field. We get back to Louis Large, who's now having got by Alex Thomas after that retirement. 3.5 seconds for Louis to pull back. But I tell you what, man on the move, 47.2 lap time for Richard Evans down in 6th. Thomas Hinton leads, 2.4 seconds to Piffner, 0.8 of a second to Howarth. I'm not sure if Philip's going to be able to make any inroads on Piffner, as he hasn't for the last 2 laps. Louis Large 4th, Dan Millwood is in 5th, 6th is Richard Evans, Billy Clark 7th, 8th is Thomas Giles, Steve Gilly 9th. Up into the top 10 has just gone Lawrence Hilton, with Harry Roward dropping outside the top 10 in 11th now.
So this one and one more. Oh no, Thomas Hinton has taken the last lap, so they're into the last lap now.
Yep, last lap board shown. So final lap for this fourth heat. Still got one more heat for some of these runners, and Louis Large will be out next time. And this is Philip Howarth's third and final heat. So he's maximised what he can pull in points-wise. As the leader. Kart number 33 just coming out of paddock turn now. There he goes. And across the start-finish, checkered flag flies for Thomas Hinton. There's Joe Piffner in second. Philip Howarth will finish third. Fourth will be Louis Large. Damage limitation for those two championship protagonists there. Dan Millward will finish in sixth. Ahead of him, though, Richard Evans finishes in fifth. Billy Clark seventh. Thomas Childs eighth. Steve Gilly ninth. 10th is Lawrence Hilton. Harry Rowett 11th. 12th is Michael Mallet. Jack Goodyear is 13th. Tom Elridge 14th. 15th is Alex Joyner. Jai Oliver is 16th. Brendan Smith 17th. 18th with Keith Mason. Bren Hitch was 19th. Steve Maidment was 20th. 21st, Oliver Smith. Brian McCready was 22nd. Ewan Logan 23rd. Martin Heath 24th. Darren Edwards 25th. We lost Leon Rabjohns on lap 9. Alex Thomas on lap 8 as we saw him pulling off. Taylor Adams went out on lap 3 and Richard Edwards went out on the first lap, as we saw at the chicane. It's the juniors, no, not quite the juniors. We've got senior TKM next.
Seniors.
Then we'll be going into
it's the Smokies.
Third and final heat for senior TKM. So it's race number 15 of the weekend. So third and final heat for TKMs coming next. Let's have a look at the championship for TKM coming into this round. Now I know we've had 2 heats already, but senior TKM, just gonna got my clipboard here, Nick.
Oh, a good clip. Is it by any chance a Creventic clipboard?
It is a Creventic clipboard.
There we go.
Yep,
The top,
yep,
the
yep.
other clipboards are available, but not as good.
Absolutely, not as good. Now then, senior TKM, which is out next, we've got Jake Campbell-Mills at the front of the championship on 475 points. He's not here, and the news is that Jake has pulled out of the championship and won't be back this season, which is a shame. So Mitchell Ball is effectively the championship leader. Louis Bevan, who's been going very well all day long, he's in third. Callan Lamont is in fourth.
Is it?
Who knows?
Who knows?
Not even Callan knows.
Do we end up decided it was Callan Lamont, because that apparently made most of his family happy, but not all of it.
All right, Callan Lamont.
Yeah.
Callan Lamont.
Lamont.
He's fourth. He's on 441 points. He's only 2 points behind Louis Bevan in third. Behind Callan, fifth is Leo Crabtree. Lucas Sullivan is sixth. And then we've got Ollie Milner and Charlie Savage. So, you know, we're just coming up to half distance in the championship, so still a lot to play for everyone. What we got, Nick?
Everyone's very quiet at the moment. I think they're just
All right.
they're enjoying the show. They're enjoying the magnificence of ROWRAH, which apparently is going to rain in a minute, which is just worrying me intensely.
Who said it's going to rain in a minute?
Malcolm did.
He said Malcolm said 4 o'clock. It's
Well,
only
that's quite
25 to 2.
Is it? Okay,
Yeah.
I've lost what time it is.
So Malcolm, who is the director of the circuit here, has
These
told
heats
us that's going to
are
rain at
taking
4.
a long time, aren't they? A lot of clear up in between.
Yeah, we are. That's pretty standard fare, though, isn't it? That we do take a little while to recover some carts and a little bit of track service.
What's actually going on at the moment?
I'm not sure. What's the news on the Super Prix, Nick? So the plan is to live stream the event
on Sunday. No, not plan. It's happening. We are live streaming on the Sunday.
That's what I mean. The plan is to live stream it on the Sunday.
Plans
all day racing.
Yeah, you see, you know.
Yeah.
So I think it's a Friday practice, Saturday sort of time practice, and some bits and bobs, I think.
Mixed grids.
Mixed grids. And then the actual race is on Sunday, whole day. And there's a huge number of classes: senior, junior, Rotax. There's obviously 100 UK. There's Formula A, Formula C, some historics. Come one, come all into. Should be good fun.
And it's at Fullbeck.
It certainly is.
You been to Fullbeck?
No.
I raced at Fullbeck. Did I ever tell you that this is the very first track that I ever drove on and raced on? Did I ever mention that?
No.
Yeah, April 1986.
Really?
Yeah. I had a right kart with a Pirella TT27.
Anyway, Joe's not here anymore, so...
Let's have a look at the grid then for the senior TKMs. Oliver Fathers on pole with Alexander Lehman alongside Leanna Page and Gordon Smith are on row 2. James Hull and Charlie Savage are on row 3. Row 4 is Leo Crabtree and... Where is Leo Crabtree and James King? Will Cregeen and Steve King are on the 5th row of the grid. 6th row of the grid is Mitchell Ball and Liam Surkar. Matt Slate and Callan Lamont are on row 7. Row 8 is Adam Surkar and Ricky Wright, with Matthew Horton and Andy Wagstaff rounding off the... Oh, I forgot Louis Bevan. Louis Bevan's in 18th. It's Horton alongside, with Bevan alongside. Now then, keep an eye out for the number 1. Louis Bevan will be moving through the order. However, it's going to be a tough call, I would say. Once again, that pall of blue two-stroke smoke in the air as these two-stroke, air-cooled two-stroke engines. It's the 115cc motors in these karts. And the field nicely formed up, heading towards paddock turn. They're nicely formed up. Look at the blue oil smoke there. They get the go-ahead into the chicane side by side.
Almost hear Greta Thunberg turning in her bed.
Who, sorry? Greta Thunberg.
Thunberg.
Let's not
It's
go there.
Thunberg.
Whatever. Leaders already into McRae's and out of McRae's and heading down towards Iredale's. Is that Oliver Fathers? They're both black carts with red.
24 leading, yeah.
24. Oliver Fathers leads from Alexander Lehman.
91. And then in third, it's Gordon Smith.
Yeah.
So in fourth. 1, 2, and 3 sweeping through the Stuart S's.
Leanna Page in fourth, is it?
Not sure. Depends.
Yeah. Here they come towards us. We'll get a look at this. Through St John's now. Sliding very wide, just catching the slide there. Into Sonny, the left-hander. And then out towards the paddock turn. It's a sweeping turn in. Curving entry on the brakes, just trying to balance the cart on the brakes through paddock turn. Already into the chicane though. Up and over the brow. It's a blind apex, the left-hand bit. But they're already heading down to McRae's. It's the hard acceleration towards Iredale's. The two hairpins here at ROWRAH really do take a lot out of the brakes and the tyres on these karts. And also the drive is very, very tricky to brake from such high speed to a very tight hairpin like these two. Change for fourth, I think, that looked like. Charlie Savage moving up ahead of Leanna Page. As the two leaders, though, Oliver Fathers gets on their way. Louis Bevan up to 13th after one lap, I noticed. And he's right in the midfield now, the number 1. Look out for the number 4 as well of Matthew Horton. He's making progress, both on... Across the line. Let's have a look at the top 10, shall we? Oliver Fathers leads. Alexander Lehman second. Gordon Smith, Leanna Page. Gordon Smith, Charlie Savage, Leanna Page, Mitchell Ball, Leo Crabtree, Will Cregeen. Callan Lamont up to 9th. Great drive from Callan. James Hull down to 10th. He's lost 4. Louis Bevan up another 2 places to 11th that time by.
The number 1 player, Bevan, is going to be trying to come through from the back of the field like we've seen on the... heavy, perhaps slightly more complex here. Competitive front to the field. As far as slides around, we're now with the 75 kart. That's the 75 or 25? 25 kart, sorry, of Gordon Smith. Then the 31 behind of Charlie Savage. They are in third and fourth with these remastered vintage karts.
No change all the way down to 10th, apart from Louis Bevan, who does enter into the top 10. Ahead of James Hull, that time by. There's a battle with Gordon Smith and Charlie Savage coming together now. They are in third and fourth place. The two leaders kind of sort of just getting on with it, aren't they, at the front of the field?
This is one of the more processional races that we had so far. As everyone's keeping their powder dry. Number 19, I think that is
Andy Wagstaff.
Andy Wagstaff. I think he hadn't come off. He was waiting to get himself back to the pit. I think he's got a problem.
Battle for third continues into Paddock Bend, into and out of. Still no apparent chances being taken there. The 25 leads the 31. Gordon Smith and Charlie Savage. And if anything, Gordon Smith had more momentum, just kept him back ever so slightly. They're closing the gap, there's no doubt about it. Leanna Page getting on terms as well, but they're closing the gap to that second place of Alexander Lehman. Leanna Page, she's wanting to be back in on that party. She's lost those 2 places. She was 4th. So that 2-car battle for 3rd and 4th has now become a 4-car battle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Great stuff. Cracking racing here at ROWRAH. It really is an awesome track. As the number 44 of Leo Crabtree gets the warning flag, not sure what that's about. Louis Bevan continues his progress. He's now up to 8th. Callan Lamont, just been demoted to 9th behind Louis Bevan.
Sure.
Oh, and there's a move for the 31,
yeah,
Charlie Savage.
Savage got inside of Smith. That's already been made. It's where he can hold on to as he comes through the exit, the Stuart S's. Yep, close that one off. So that's a change of 3rd place.
Look at the gap. Look at the challenge there. I mean, behind Leanna Page, now right on the rear bumper of Gordon Smith. And right on Leanna's rear bumper is Mitchell Ball and Leo Crabtree. I think Leo Crabtree got the warning flag for basically tripping over the cars in front of him. Bit of
So apart from Fathers, who's away and clear, 2 and a bit seconds ahead, this is a train of karts covered by about 9 karts covered by a second. Sorry, 2 seconds. And you can see there's a trail around the bottom of McRae's coming up towards Airedales. And it's a case now, this is the opportunity to overtake. It's looking very much like there's going to be a move made by the 82 of Mitchell Ball up to Leanna Page. And yep, can he make it stick? He does, behind another one. So 2 or 3 people are using that right-hand turn. And I'm kind of wondering why people aren't covering it by now.
Yeah, I know. There's been a lot of overtaking into the Stuart's S's. We've got a massive train of karts, though, Nick. It's a massive train of karts there. From, what's that, 3rd all the way down to
2nd down.
10th or
second down to...
2nd down. Oh, is that a spinner? That's not the leader, is it?
Where's that? Oh, somebody off there, yeah.
It is. It's Oliver Fathers.
He's gone off.
Oliver Fathers is off. Now, remember...
From the lead.
We are in the world of air-cooled 2-strokes here, so attrition is a factor.
Right.
And Oliver Fathers from the lead, 2.5 second lead. So that battle for second now with all of those, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 karts. It's a 9-kart train for the lead of this race. 90 seconds remain.
And he had a bit more of a gap, and that's being closed right down by Savage and Smith. So it's at the front we need to be here. He's said it. I said that. Savage comes through. And is he going to lose up down to 3rd? He does. So our top 2 are now from last lap, a 3rd and not running in a lap.
Incredible.
So Savage from Ball, from Lemon, from Page, and they are a train. They're nailed together.
So Gordon Smith drops down the order.
Louis Bevan's scored as 17th as well, so he's had a problem.
Yeah, Louis Bevan's come round. He's dropping down the order. I think he's out. I think Louis Bevan is out of this race. That'll certainly hurt him for his final. The grid for his final is what I'm trying to say. Charlie Savage, though, now in the lead of this train of karts for the lead. There's 30 seconds on the board as they come through. So 1 more lap before the final lap. So 2 more laps of racing for these karts. Mitchell Ball looking very racy indeed on the 82. Out of the chicane, using all of that exit curb. Looking down the inside at McRae's, the hairpin there. All of the track and more being used on the exit of McRae's. Into Iredale now. Oh, and look at that right on his bumper now. It's getting very, very racy indeed. As Mitchell Ball now, he's heard what you said, Nick. because Charlie Savage, defending into
Hard.
Stewart's, left no gap there whatsoever to get down the inside for Mitchell Ball. He's got one more lap after this one to do that. It's tricky to pass here through St John's.
Just you think it's a pass?
Oh, and he's gone down the inside. Is he going to hold on to it? He keeps it on the track as well. The whole field concertina up into paddock. And here they come out of paddock and across the line. It's 1 lap to go board for this. Can Charlie Savage defend for all he's worth?
Well, he could easily come 7th if he gets it wrong.
Absolutely, he could indeed come 7th. He has to defend into McRae's. So down the inside, that's going to leave him exposed on the exit. Mitchell Ball tagging onto the rear bumper behind Mitchell Ball, who goes to the outside
up as well.
because Savage has to defend. Look at what's happening
Easy
behind.
out.
3 wide coming out of that hairpin.
Leo Crabtree makes a place up.
Great defensive driving into Stewart's from Charlie Savage. He gets a little bit of an inadvertent nudge, let's say, as they come out of there, accelerating. It's an acceleration zone through St John's. It's almost flat out. Into Sonny, he has to defend again. 1 more corner to go for Charlie Savage. These 3 coming together. There's invariable contact there as they cross the line side by side. It'll be Savage who takes it.
Big
what
wave.
a race for these Formula TKMs, the senior TKMs, as ever, deliver. Charlie Savage wins, Mitchell Ball second. It was Leo Crabtree. I don't know what on earth was happening behind those two, but there was
basically
all sorts going on. A row. Leo Crabtree was third. Alexander Lehman was fourth. Sorry, no, my timing screen is just updated. Here is the result.
Go on then.
Charlie Savage wins. Mitchell Ball second. Leo Crabtree was third. Alexander Lehman was fourth. Callan Lamont was fifth. Not sure if I said that right. Will Cregeen was sixth. Leanna Page seventh. Gordon Smith eighth. Matthew Horton ninth. James Hull 10th. Matt Slate was 11th. Adam Circa 12th. Liam Circa 13th. James King 14th. Ricky Wright 15th. And Steve King last of the finishers in 16th. We lost Oliver Fathers from the lead of this race on lap 7. That was an absolute tragedy after such a commanding run. Louis Bevan we lost, the number 1 reigning champion, we lost on lap 7 also. And Andy Wagstaff we lost on lap 3.
And another major bit of clearing up going on. As they kind of try and rescue the...
We've got the juniors out next, boys.
Good.
Junior Max and Mini Max. We'll be having a look at their grid rundown. Remember, we've got 2 races in one coming next, 2 classes of Rotax Max juniors, Junior Max and Mini Max. 4 Mini Max runners. Alex Fraser this time starts from the Mini Max pole with Charlie Gillum alongside. Reese Green and Louis Reese are behind them. Then we've got Dylan Mitchell and Samuel Wyatt, who will have the job of leading the field round. Ollie Morris and Archie Buttle are on the second row. Archie coming into this round in 3rd place in the championship, remember. First time here at ROWRAH, and he's been going pretty well from what I can gather. A few carts still to be gathered up around the circuit. 3rd row of the grid is Mason Perrin and Jack Briscoe with Ethan Wyatt and Oliver Shrimpton alongside. So we'll have a proper rundown of the junior Rotax Max field when they come out on track. There's a bit of clearing up going on out there.
There's
Nick.
a lot, isn't there? Yeah. We've had a messy old start to the afternoon session, which is extending the day, I think, really, because they're having long amounts to clear up. But they have now released the juniors, Minimax and Junior TKM. Then Laidlaw Bird to go on Mitch, and then yes, Mitch. And Paige B says, good luck for Sophie Hadley. Proud to call her my best mate. And Chloe Clark said the same.
Sophie Hadley starts in
9th or 10th.
9th place, yeah. Samuel Wyatt, Dylan Mitchell leading them round. Archie Buttle and Ollie Morris are on the second row. Jack Briscoe, Mason Perrin. It's Oscar Shrimpton, not Oliver Shrimpton. I don't know where I got that from. Oscar Shrimpton and Ethan Wyatt are on row 4. Sophie Hadley and Jacob McDonald are on row 5. Row 6, Thomas Hadley and Adam Catling. Leva Goodyear and Ben Ficini are on row 7. Row 8 is Braden Hill and Joel Bowden. Archie Hardiman and Ashton French are on row row 9. Row 10 is Rafi Salentano and Josh Eaton-Brown. I'm not sure if Josh Eaton-Brown is actually here. Oh, he is. Yeah, he's out there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
this is. I think they'll be lucky to get this one away. No, this is going to go round again. The carts are too spread out.
Well, we've got the Minimax 4.
Oh, of course, they're designed to be spread out, aren't they?
They're designed to be spread out. We've got the junior Rotax all together, so that's good. Our starter, he's cheated up a bit this afternoon, mind.
Has he?
Yeah.
Have a drink at lunchtime. Is he happy with that one?
Yeah, he's happy with that one. They're aware we're racing into the chicane and out the chicane. Dylan Mitchell.
He's obviously having a bit more relaxed afternoon, isn't he?
I think so. Samuel Wyatt down the inside. Is that Samuel Wyatt?
Yeah, that's Wyatt in the orange overalls.
Number 20. Yeah, and leads and will lead for the first time into Iredale's.
I'm glad they got different overalls because they've got almost exactly the same sticker set on the cars.
Tell you what, Dylan Mitchell, the last of the late breakers, they're almost connected with Samuel Wyatt. But look at that. I'll tell you why. Look at how much gap that Samuel Wyatt has pulled now. That was slow in, fast out. That's the optimum way of taking these hairpins. It was a lot slower than Dylan Mitchell expected. That's why he nearly rammed him up the rear end. But once again, that's proved to be the way to drive these things around here, is slow in, fast out.
Ollie Morris running in third. This is second and third we're looking at. Sort of the bluey, almost Petronas green there on the nose carrying the 19 of Ollie Morris. He chases down Sammy White, Archie Buttle behind, who obviously featured on our lunchtime interview pit walk. And looking for up the end. Oh, that was looking like it wasn't going to work the whole way through there.
He had to put
had
it on
the thing locked up.
Yeah, had to put it on the curb on the inside, didn't he?
Not sure how he's got away. I think he's okay, though. Don't think he actually lost more than perhaps some time. I think he even lost a position, actually.
He has. That's Ollie Morris. Archie Buttle behind him. Oh, no, it's Dylan Mitchell behind him, isn't it, of course? Ollie Morris getting ahead of Dylan Mitchell, who did start on pole. And Dylan doing a great work for keeping up with these drivers who are passing him. Ollie Morris just getting slightly ahead now. Mason Perrin also ahead of Archie Buttle. Ethan Wyatt 6th. Oscar Shrimpton ahead of Jack Briscoe for 7th. Briscoe now down to 8th. Lever Goodyear 9th, and rounding off the top 10, Adam Catling. It's Reese Green who leads the Minimax from Alex Fraser, who's about 2/10 behind.
Mason Perrin in that distinctive red car again, moving forward. And he's now on the tail of Dylan Mitchell, and certainly Mason has certainly been moving forward in all three heats, which means he'll get a good point haul and should be starting near the front for the main final. It's taking place in a couple of hours.
Field across the line again. 1.9 seconds is the gap between the leader Wyatt and Ollie Morris in second. Dylan Mitchell 7/10, but right on Mitchell's tail now, Mason Perrin. Archie Buttle, would you believe, fastest lap of the race. First time here for Archie, and that's the fastest lap of the race on the third lap. He's the first driver into the 47.8s. So Buttle is certainly with 3 laps completed. That's his tyres coming on. Into and out of Sunny, the leader has gone. Samuel Wyatt crosses the line, very distinct in that orange helmet. Meanwhile, here is that battle, that 3-card battle. Firing out the chicane.
I'm sure Perrin will like to try and get past what he sees as the roadblock of the 60 Dylan Mitchell.
Yeah, Dylan Mitchell, he's driving defensively there. See him right in the middle of the track and then goes to the outside and optimises his line.
It's the option.
Yeah, Mitchell, Perrin, Buttle, keeping a watching brief on that.
Now.
Oh, and he's got him.
He was waiting for that, wasn't he,
Yeah.
really? And he just got a little bit extra drive and then just took it out the inside.
He's lulled him into a sense of security, I think. It's Mason Perrin, that red overall, red cart, white helmet, ahead of the green helmeted Dylan Mitchell now. And just look at how much ground they've made there. Mason Perrin has pulled out a huge gap already. Now the next driver in line to get by Dylan Mitchell is Archie Buttle. And Archie right on his bumper now as they go into Iredale's. The green helmet, a little bit of a nudge was that. It's sometimes a little bit unavoidable.
Double nudge.
Yeah, you've got to be very careful because you get a bumper penalty. Down the inside at Stewart's, that's Buttle. He's made that look very, very easy. But I'm telling you now, they're on the brake, trying to get the speed off the kart whilst they're turning. Never, never easy. Especially on these Maxxis tyres, they do give up pretty quickly. So Archie Buttle now gotten free of Dylan Mitchell. He'll be able to chase down Mason Perrin ahead. Just to remind everybody, Samuel Wyatt is the leader of this Junior Rotax heat. Third and final heat for these drivers. Ollie Morris 1.3 seconds behind in second, and then a further 1.3 seconds for Mason Perrin. Archie Buttle not that far behind, then Dylan Mitchell dropping down to fifth. Ethan White is sixth. Braden Hill, keep an eye open for Braden because he is the championship leader.
He's not really made many real progress, it doesn't seem. Got a lot of shout-outs for Sophie Hadley on the chat. She's currently running in 11th, about 10 seconds off the lead. But, I'm not quite sure.
Braden did start in 15th.
Problem there. We've got a problem for the 12.
That's Sophie Hadley. So Sophie Hadley, you mention her, Nick,
and
she's had a problem.
I think she just slightly overcooked. I think she had a half spin, and it's such a tight pack that suddenly, she's dropped 4 seconds, and that 4 seconds is 7 places.
Yeah.
I think she was gesticulating, so I'm not sure she's gesticulating on the driver or she was just herself.
Minimax looks like this. Reece Green with Alex Fraser right on his bumper. Comes across the line. Louis Reese is a further 2.3 seconds behind. And then we've got the fourth place Minimax driver, Charlie Gillam. He comes through a further 6 seconds back. Gap between the leaders beginning to close. It hasn't quite. It's gone back out to a second. Got about a second to third and Mason Perrin. And then we've got 9/10 of a second to Archie Buttle. Dylan Mitchell through a further 8/10 behind. So things beginning to settle down. Braden Hill.
So we're at Thomas Hadley at the moment. So we're down in 12th place. It's a run for 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th. That dark blue cart behind him. That's Adam Catling. Ashton French in the 53 is just behind them as well. So this is right in the meat of the battle, as you say quite rightly. It's Samuel White, Molly Morris. No real battle there. There's a kind of second gap between all the top 6 as they spread out. This is where the scrappage is, and you can see behind there is the 53. Ashton French has a little bit of a look, a little bit of a nudge at the cart ahead of him, and then behind there's 2 more carts having a swap around as they go round Pallet Bend. 13 of Joel Bowden as well as in that one, so there's a lot of movement still going on. So if you had made a place up, Rafi Celentano dropped back, which becomes the end of this final. This is the final heat, the final junior heat, isn't it?
Yeah, third and final heat for these drivers. We're about to have 0 time on the clock. Here is the leader through Sunny now. And we've got the 3 carts at the front who've kind of closed the gap.
Yeah, a little bit closer.
So we're coming out across the line now. Last lap board.
Here we go.
We missed the last lap board.
So then they got 2 laps
for
to go,
the leaders.
No, it shouldn't be because he's gone over at 8 minutes, 0.3. So that's going to be interesting because visually they missed it, but actually he hit it.
They will get the checkered flag next time by. We've seen that happen. There's the leaders there.
Second and third's where the battle is.
Yeah.
It's Ollie Morris against Mason Perrin. Mason making up more places again in this heat. He's made them up in every single one of these Junior Rotax Mini Max mixed heats so far. And really now, he's only got 3 corners. Well, he probably thinks he's got a lap and 3 corners. But he may only have 3 corners. There is a last lap board is going out. And now it is the checkers. They are going to checker them. One more, and this is crossing the line now, and it's going to finish in the order it finished the last lap. So it's Wyatt from Morris from Mason Perrin. Oh, is that a take on the line? Did Mitchell get? Yep. Ethan Wyatt got Mitchell on the line there.
Oh wow! Yeah,
by 300ths of a second.
Braden Hill comes through in 7th. Oscar Shrimpton will finish 8th. Ronnie Shrimpton 9th. Jack Briscoe 10th. 11th. Levi Goodyear. Ben Ficini 12th. 13th. Thomas Hadley. Ashton French 14th. Adam Catling 15th, Joel Bowden 16th, Jacob McDonald will finish in 17th, 18th was Sophie Hadley. After that problem, Sophie was doing so well as well, ended up in 18th. Rafi Salentano was 19th, Josh Eaton Brown 20th. We lost, no, Archie Hardiman is still circulating. He will finish in 21st in the Junior Rotax class. Minimax had Reese Green winning with a margin of just under 0.3 of a second from Alex Fraser. Louis Reese was about 4.7 seconds back, and Charlie Gillam finishes on 4th spot. That's the third and final heat for the junior classes, Nick.
Yeah, not as much forward movement from Braden Hills as I was expecting in that one. But, you know, I'm not going to criticise him.
Well, it's a very fast front end to that. I mean, you know, we saw how tricky it was for the faster drivers. I say faster in relative terms to get by. We are going next. Senior Rotax is coming next, and it's their third and final heat for these drivers. There, I've got it. I've got what I need, Nick.
You know where you're going, you?
Did I ever tell you about my brake failure here?
No, this is a news story. Thank goodness after 2 days.
It's a ROWRAH story, though.
I'm happy. If it's a news story, that's fine.
Coming into paddock turn, right? You come out of Sunny.
Mm-hmm.
You're piling into paddock turn.
Mm-hmm.
You're just about to hit the braking point.
Yeah.
You press the pedal.
Yeah.
Nothing. I hit that barrier and winded myself. There was no... They've got a little gravel trap there now, isn't there? A little sand trap.
No.
There was nothing there, mate. I think it might have even been a wooden fence with barbed wire on it.
Well, I'm kind of hoping. I'm hoping at one point we'll go to Buckmore Park. 'Cause I've got loads of Buckmore Park stories I can tell you.
Have you?
Oh God, yeah, I've had no end of disasters at Buckmore Park.
Is Buckmore Park back operating as a competitive?
Yeah.
venue?
It's kind of it's doing corporate and sometimes I think they are trying to get some back onto the various programs. Yeah, after having been post-COVID kind of dropping off.
Right. Let me get the grid for what I need here.
Senior Rotax Heat 5.
Senior Rotax Heat 5. We've got Jack Jones on the pole, Scott Lowther alongside. Then we've got Scott Smith, Martin Jackson. Row 2. Row 3, Sam Elliott, Ellis Humphreys, Simon Keeble and Luke Evans. James Wood, local lad, in 9th. Steve Jackson, 10th. Andy Powell, another local driver to this venue, both on the from the FP Motorsport crew, in 11th. 12th is Martin Coe. 7th row of the grid, Grace Lee Davies and Paul Moran. Hello, Helen. Jodie Fox and Tom Radburn are 15th and 16th. 17th and 18th is Thomas Scorer. And we've got a very ordered grid there. Just head down the grid a little bit more. Alex Warnaby, Patrick Williams, Rahaj, Tommy Lee Davis, Adam Rogers, George Sanders, Miles Barthel, Ben Harper, Harry Barker and Paul Ozan.
Well
the
done.
old master right at the back of the grid. So keep an eye on Paul Ozan on the number 72, who
James.
will invariably come through. Into the lead, though, has gone the 78 of Jack Jones, who leads through the chicane and indeed into and out of the hairpin at McRae's. Heading down to Iredale now. Oh, and that was a bit of a coming together behind them for 3rd and 4th. Scott Lowther and Sam Elliott, I think that was.
Smith behind right on the tail of our leader, Jack Jones.
Yeah, they've got a huge gap now because of that coming
he
together.
Didn't try and get past, did he, in the first lap? You kind of think, well, he sat there going, well, we're pulling away, but he's almost pushing Jack along, isn't he?
He really is. Scott Smith looking very racy indeed. He knows he's got to break the gap. These two know they've got to break from the pack, because if there are quicker drivers in the field that are going to come through, they need to be as close to that 8 minutes and 1 lap as they can get. These two continue to circulate behind them. Oh, they're almost side by side coming out of the McRae hairpin into Iredale.
Now,
the rest of the field.
If Scott wants to get past, this is supposed to do it, but it looks like Jack's taking the defensive line.
Biggest mover on that first lap, Nick. George Sanders up from 20th place up to 11th.
That's impressive. Azan's in 19th, by the way. So
Andy Powell down 14. So Andy Powell started towards the front of the grid.
Well, you saw some kerfuffleage, didn't you?
We did have kerfuffleage. Yeah. As the leaders continue on the way, they're glued together, aren't they? You know what? They're not. Scott Smith isn't challenging though. That's the thing. Scott Smith happy to sit behind, and as I say that, there he goes.
Is that a commentator's prediction?
It absolutely is. Yeah.
But no, but the over and unders worked, and back ahead again goes Jack Jones,
side by side towards Stewart's. Who's going to make it stick? It's Jack Jones down the inside. Scott Smith reattaches himself to the rear bumper of that number 78 kart.
And not only are we enjoying this, Luke Evans in third's enjoying this as well, because we're slowing them all down. They had broken away by best part of 3 seconds. But these two will cost themselves time, and then get another overtaking manoeuvre up the inside of Paddock. Doesn't always work, and he's going to get the door shut again.
They are slowing one another down massively, these two now.
Lost a second.
Deciding the battle. Here they come
Evans.
Into McRae. Scott Smith looking for a way by, but Jack Jones is having to defend, and that will slow them down because it's not an optimised fastest way to get around the corner.
Twitchy under braking.
Scott Smith dives to the outside, gets the undercut.
Got him, because he noticed it. He jumped out of his seat. Jack Jones realised he hadn't got the drive either.
Well, Jack Jones, by defending, really did disadvantage himself coming through. Just to remind everybody, Ellis Humphreys, James Wood, Simon Keeble, Thomas Storer, George Sanders, Paul Moran and Miles Barthorpe all moving up too. That means we've got a warning for Sam Elliott, I'm being told. I'm not sure if Sam Elliott has caused some kind of issue. Paul Ozan from the back of the grid in 28th. Paul Ozan up to 16th. Make that 15th. He's just gone up another one. So a great drive into the midfield already for Paul Ozan.
So Jones now becoming under decreasing pressure from Luke Evans, and Luke Evans himself is dragging James Wood into what I think will become a relatively close battle, second and third and fourth. Scott Smith in 37 has got enough pace to break away, and that's what he's doing to pick up the maximum points for this heat and give himself a much better chance of a decent starting place in the final. But these three now, there was very much daylight between Jones and Evans just a couple of laps ago, and now coming at the halfway point of this, the final heat of Senior Rotax. 5 heats, you take part in 3 of them. The 3 you take part are random, and you randomly start front, middle and back during those 3 heats. So there's a lot of randomness. Check over the shoulder.
He does, he checks, he knows he's there, doesn't he? The Lando Norris kart on the 63 of, is that 63?
Yep.
Of Adam Rogers?
68, then 68 for Luke Evans.
68, sorry,
and
Luke Evans.
And Luke Evans got him. Dived up the inside on the entry to the Stuart S is the most popular place to overtake, and the rarely contested point. But now,
that orange livery car behind them, though, is the winner of the second heat, or his second heat, was James Wood.
And he's thinking about it. And now up the inside, and they're kind of shuffling about. It's all the only real effect is that Evans and Jones are slowing themselves up, and Wood, the local expert, looking to dive up at the inside of McRae's, not thinking about it. One of they've kind of decided that the place to overtake is into the Stuart S's because there's no comeback.
Yeah, because when you come out of that hairpin, you've got to negotiate a chicane. So it's not just a straightforward accelerate out. You're not going to be disadvantaged.
There he goes.
There goes Wood down the inside. That's the ROWRAH move, isn't it?
It is.
At the Stuart S's.
As long as you've got enough front end.
James Wood down the hill towards St John's, through the right-hander, now into the left at Sunny. Out towards Paddock Turn. Can James Wood catch Luke Evans? Meanwhile, Scott Smith is off into the lead by about 3 seconds. 3.7 now, would you believe? And he's lapping that time by quicker than Luke Evans, so that gap will continue to increase. So James Wood in third now, Jack Jones now in fourth, Ellis Humphreys fifth, Simon Keeble sixth, seventh is George Sanders, Thomas Storer is up to eighth, Miles Barthorpe ninth, Paul Moran is in 10th, Alex Warnaby, and the Paul Ozan continues to improve and goes to 12th place. Scott Smith across the line. Fastest lap of the race for Scott Smith. James Wood now in second spot. He gets ahead of Luke Evans. Did you see that happen, Nick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I must admit, I saw it happen and then went, was that right? Yeah. One of those ones, yeah. No.
Now then, gap is 4.7 seconds. Only a minute and 16 seconds, though. So James is going to have to settle for second. I'm not sure he's got enough time unless...
Oh, off.
And who's that? 19, Andy Powell.
Oh, he's having a nightmare.
Andy Powell is having a bit of a nightmare.
Hopefully got that one going again. But it is the 12 of Wood now who is streaking away. He's got too far really to make up in second place. He's still about 4 seconds back from the leader, Scott Smith.
We're getting towards that time, aren't we? It's not going to be next time by for sure.
They've got 2 more.
Yeah, I think so. James Wood is indeed pulling away from Luke Evans into Stewart's.
Your leader
for the 10th time.
Coming round to complete the lap, so he'll definitely get 2 more in the 37. Scott Smith.
Yeah, Scott Smith, that distinctive white nose cone with the red fairing. Let's see what the gap is. Scott Smith crosses the line. 46.2 is his lap time. He really is on fire. James Wood, not quite as quick. It's out to 5 seconds, the gap now. Luke Evans through in 3rd. Jack Jones 4th. Up into 5th has gone George Sanders. No change down the order. Paul Lozano is stuck at 11th. Paul Moran loses out and drops to 13th behind Adam Rogers, as the number 87 allows the faster kart through. He's a back marker now, is that number 87.
That's Martin Jackson. As you say, a lap down. There's been all sorts of interesting stuff happening, so let's not assume he's lost a lap in time in this in 8 laps. It's been in 10 laps. It's been a
last lap board short of Scott Smith, Nick.
So on the last lap, and there's a little bit of argumentative stuff still going on, but potentially between Jones and Evans.
So let's find the leader as he continues on his winning way. He's just coming out of Airedale's hairpin. He's got the white side pods, or the white nose cone, I should say, with a red fairing. Quite distinctive. Just coming out of Stewart's now and into St John's. It's the number 37 into Sonny for the final time then. Great drive from Scott Smith. He's
absolutely dominated this one.
He's absolutely dominated, and I'll say dominate because as he takes the checkered flag, he also takes fastest lap of the race, and he was putting in fastest laps, lap after lap. It's James Wood in 2nd, Luke Evans 3rd, Jack Jones crossed the line in 4th, George Sanders 5th, Ellis Humphrey 6th, Simon Keeble 7th, 8th is Miles Barthorpe, Thomas Storer will finish 9th, and then we've got Paul Lozano who sneaks another one and gets inside the top 10 with Alex Warnaby 11th, Adam Rogers 12th, Paul Moran 13th, Harry Barker 14th, 15th is Sam Elliott, 16th Ben Harper, Jody Fox 17th, Tommy Lee Davies 18th, Patrick Williams Rohaj was 19th, 20th was Martin Coe, Grizzly Davies 21st, a frustrated and distraught Andy Powell will finish 22nd, Steve Jackson 23rd, Martin Jackson 24th, and we lost Tom Radburn on lap 4 and Scott Lowther we lost on lap 2.
So
that's the final heat for the senior Rotax boys. Where am I? There I am. Next out, final heat for the 177s. $28 carts, Nick. 28 carts. Due out next. Have you had a thought about the driver of the day, by the way?
Not yet.
So far.
Not yet. I'm thinking about people.
Usually, it's when do we award that? At the end, is it?
Yeah. Well, near the end. Sort of, we kind of need to define some ways.
I've got an idea, which I'm going to keep myself.
Are you going to give it to someone who can't remember their own name?
That is worthy of a driver of the day. He's out there not even knowing how to pronounce his own name. Yeah. That could be. That could be. It's for the wrong reasons, though.
Yes.
I'm thinking, yeah, great run in the previous heat.
Yep. We like a bit of battling adversity. Driver of the day is not the person who went the fastest. This is not the person.
No, it's not about that. It's not about that.
In many ways, it's a spirit of karting event.
It's a bit like what we do for our car racing events, Nick. That you and I do. We call that the spirit of the race, and this is kind of a similar vein, isn't it? Young Harold Wainwright, he's actually a junior, being allowed to run in the seniors because he's so tall. He's taller than me. We interviewed him at Clay Pigeon, you may remember. Yeah. That's worth having another look at if you haven't already seen it. Liam Rabjones is alongside him. Then we've got Alex Joyner and Aidan Hammond, Adrian Smith and Tom Eldridge, Rhys Llewellyn, Charlie Jowers, Michael Mallet and Jai Oliver. 11th and 12th is Stephen Richardson and Ewan Logan, Steve Gilly and Rob Logan, Brendan Smith, Darren Edwards, James Yap, Harry Rowett, Mark Rowe, Tommy Austin, Brian McCready, Alistair Cunningham, Ben Hitch, Mike Edwards, Lawrence Hilton, Alex Thomas and Billy Clark round off this field of karts. I noticed that the 2 championship protagonists have obviously completed their 3 heats because they're not here. So all to play for, maximum points for some of these drivers. I looked down at the starter, he's shaking his head, and I knew straight away.
He's already got a nomination for driver of the day.
He's not happy. He is not happy.
The depressed starter has got a nomination for driver of the day.
He's a great fella. I wish I knew his name.
What do you think he doesn't like about that particular start?
I'm not sure. No one ever knows. Only him.
Why didn't you like that start? I don't know why I like that start.
No, didn't like the look of that one.
No, it's a bit smelly.
No. So we're going to send them round again. They are heading down the back straight towards the Stewart S's. So 2 more heats remaining. This one and the final heat of the day for the 100 UKs. We've got a straggler.
Oh. 83 is the straggler.
83,
Oliver Smith. Who currently is the only person currently in the timing.
So the timing will right itself, I would think. Yes, it will. Next time by, of course. Clock will resume. Now that's a very orderly grid, isn't it?
They've really
slowed them down. Where's our straggler? I'm not sure they're going to be able to wait for him.
I think he may well have. He cut in.
He cut in, did he? Oh, he used the. Oh, right. Clever. Brilliant.
Here we go.
Right, this looks good. This looks good. I'm going to look at the starter.
A little bit aggressive on the right hand side there.
The red lights go out. He's happy. We get the race underway. Oh, it's a spin in front of everybody.
No.
And that is absolute carnage as he spun and was. Can you imagine doing that? Have you ever done that, Nick? Spun around and had the whole field coming at you. That was absolutely terrifying. And he pushes his kart off to the side. I'm not sure of the identity of that unlucky driver. Is that the number 83?
The 83's gone. Who's that?
That was Oliver Smith, who came on at the lap. Came on,
did a lap,
destroyed everybody's. Because he was on the colder tyres.
Ah.
There's the leader, though. Number 92 it is. Harold Wainwright, the youngster, off into the lead by quite a margin. And who are we giving?
37's in second, I think. I think it's Adrian
Warning
Smith
for 14. Liam Rabjohns has incurred the wrath of the stewards. Field go through then. Mark Rowe up 9 places to 5th spot. Lawrence Hilton up 7th, taking Ben Hitch with him. There's been some massive movers there because of that first corner incident. Harold Wainwright, though, he leads. Adrian Smith 2nd, Aidan Hammond 3rd, Michael Mallet 4th. Here comes the leader now into Sonny, the left-hander, flings the kart in. Nicely controlled there. Oh, a little bit of a slide from the 3rd place kart of Aidan Hammond. He's going to struggle to keep Michael Mallet behind him if that car keeps handling like that.
There we go. Big battle for 3rd and 4th going down towards McRae's right now.
That's what I was talking about. That's the car that slid, and that's the car that's gotten by Michael Mallet ahead of Aidan Hammond. Into 3rd then for the black liveried car. Quite sinister looking livery on that, just plain black. As we continue waiting for the field to come out of the Stewart S's. Here they come. There's the leader. There is 2nd place Adrian Smith. Here comes 3rd place Michael Mallet. Oh, and a change for 4th. Is that Tom Eldridge now up into 4th? That bright yellow livery.
That's the 59,
That's the 59. Where's he come from?
Richardson.
Stephen Richardson. He was down in... Where was he? He was down in 5th. He's now up in... That's Rhys Llewellyn up to 3rd. Stephen Richardson 4th. Tom Eldridge 5th. Ah, that's why. Jai Oliver I've been saying Michael Mallet, he was the one that dropped down to 9th place. I'll tell you why, Nick, because my timing screen's been a lap behind.
It's been, yes.
Yeah, that's why I was a lap further back. Now it's righted itself.
Wainwright,
so
Smith, Llewellyn, Richardson, Eldridge, Jai Oliver is in 6th.
Never known it this slow.
He's having a problem with this particular heat for some reason. I don't know why.
Was it this lot before?
Yep.
Was it the same people? Ah.
Heavy's been having a problem all day. I don't know what it is. So as the heavies come round, the all-black menacing kart.
I love that. Black kart, black suit, black helmet.
It's kind of before Rhys Llewellyn. He's even trimmed down his numbers so he's only got the single 4 rather than each green round it. He's got a black visor as well.
Mega. That looks mint. He's the bad guy.
Yeah. Hey.
He's the bad guy.
Don't mess with him.
He's been chased down by Rhys
good
Llewellyn.
guy, 59.
Okay. Yeah, there's Rhys Llewellyn down inside of another good guy.
Oh, someone spun in front of them. Oh, there's a different corner.
That different corner, yeah. Oh, look at that. What happened there? I'm not quite sure what happened at all to Adrian Smith.
He's lost all momentum.
Yeah, he's lost lots there and dropped down behind the two karts who continue. Rhys Llewellyn, Stephen Richardson. It's like the car just stopped.
Bogged it down.
So Harold Wainwright continues to lead by 3.7 seconds. Rhys Llewellyn through in second.
Here they go. It takes a while for it to reset, doesn't it?
It really does. It's really annoying. They're halfway around the lap before it does.
We're fine. We can see how far apart they are. We also know that 4 seconds just about ahead is Harold Wainwright, the 92. This is the battle for second, going through the, I keep wanting to say Senna S's, which is Stewart S's. And
that's
look at the inside.
Battle.
Oh, no one's gone through there so far into St John. So let's, I don't think it's going to start happening now.
I'm not sure. That was a very, very bright move. That it's, it doesn't seem to disadvantage him. And he's almost side by side.
Drive.
He's got the line into the chicane, hasn't he? Yeah, great move. He obviously had a lot of momentum over Llewellyn, did Stephen Richardson.
So Llewellyn now is the follower. Can be easier to be the follower than the leader, but we have seen on the whole that when people have got past, they've managed to gap, haven't they? We haven't had a lot of to and forth.
Yeah.
To and fro.
I think that's the lad who's another local driver to ROWRAH, really, really quick around ROWRAH, and he certainly he was all over the back of Rhys Llewellyn there, and he's made it stick. And look at the gap he's pulled already. Yeah, so Stephen Richardson is pulling out.
13 kart goes off the track.
Oh, almost
Lawrence Hilton managed to avoid hitting the rock actually, but he did go off. Lost a few places.
Richardson's now going to pull away from Llewellyn, it seems.
So that's strung out field, isn't this one, because of the problems in the first lap.
Just waiting for the TV timing to update. With just looking down the order to see where, Lawrence Hilton, it was dropped 5 places to 13th. Outside of the top 10 now for him. Tom Eldridge, another driver to drop 4 places to 9th. Alistair Cunningham, though, up from 12th to 8th last time by.
Wainwright is losing 3/4 of a second a lap at the moment with his lead.
Yes, he is. Stephen Richardson is a man on fire. 1 minute 22 on the clock, and a 47.2 was his lap time. 47.9 for Harold Wainwright. As they continue to lap, they've got coming up to a minute remaining. They're into the stewardesses now. Richardson absolutely on a flyer, closing him down. It was 2.1 seconds at the line between Wainwright leading on the number 92 and Richardson on the 59. Out and across the line again. It's down to 1.2. He's taken a second out of him. 47.1 for Richardson, 48.0. Massive.
They're going to go across. They should get 2 more after this, shouldn't they?
Yes.
It's in the cusp of 1 and 2.
I think it's going to be right on the cusp. And what we have seen is the checkered flag coming out, but Richardson's absolutely bearing down on him. I think it's going to be the last lap to go board next time by. They've still got to, yeah, it definitely is. They are into St John's now, and look at the gap now.
So one more to
Through
go.
Sonny. Richardson's going to make
Look
short
at,
work
well,
of
look
this.
at that. Wow. Yeah. He just gained like 7 or 8 metres just coming around that very short area.
He's going to scythe by him into the chicane, I think.
John's.
No, sits back.
Wainwright got a lovely little drive out there, up the hill.
Over the brow. This is where we go. They're into the final turn, and Wainwright knows he's got to defend. Great driving from Wainwright. Really defended well. Pushed Richardson right to the outside of the track, and Richardson's dropped back a bit. Time running out for Richardson, and an opportunity.
He's not in a good position for the best overtaking point on the track.
No, he's not.
Going tight has gone Wainwright. If he's going to get past now, the only place he's going to be able to do it is round the paddock bend on the last lap.
Yeah, here he
This
goes.
is the last lap, so he's got a couple of corners to go.
No, has a look into St John's, has a look at Sonny, but not quite.
I'm not
His
sure
only opportunity now is paddock, and it looks like he's lost out at Sonny to do that. Across the line they go, and he's backed out already. He knows the job's done. I hope he backed out there, and that wasn't a problem.
I think
Harold
so.
Wainwright held on to that and drove
done.
very,
Good
very well
driving
indeed.
Good driving the last couple of laps, Holland that for the win.
Yeah,
Richardson, though, made up a lot of places, and Llewellyn looked good in black, so, you know.
Yeah, Wainwright, great drive from him, though. Defence driving to keep that. The fastest man on the track at that time was Stephen Richardson, and he did a great job keeping him back. Rhys Llewellyn, the man in black, was in third place. Adrian Smith in fourth. Fifth is Charlie Jowers. Alistair Cunningham is in sixth. Mark Rao was seventh. Eighth is Steve Gilly. Tom Elridge ninth. 10th was Michael Mallet. And then we had James Yapp, Brendan Smith, Mike Edwards, Ben Hitch, Alex Thomas, Tommy Austin, Harry Rowett, Lawrence Hilton, Brian McCready, Billy Clark rounds off the top 20. And then we had Rob Logan, Ewan Logan, Darren Edwards, the last of the finishers. We lost Jai Oliver on lap 6. We lost Liam Ramjohns on lap 4. Aidan Hammond went out on lap 2. Alex Joyner on lap 1. And Oliver Smith was the unfortunate driver at the first turn there, who lost it and caused consternation to the whole field.
Coming now down to the next 100 UK. I'm going to grab a cup of coffee, by the way. So
I'll have a cup of tea. And a Kit Kat. And a Kit Kat. Have you got any money?
Literally, I've got enough for a coffee.
Right, hang on. If you are coming to ROWRAH, I bought the boys the dinner. Oh, don't forget it. If you are coming to ROWRAH, you need cash for the canteen. So, let's get right back on with the show, as they say. 100 UK. It's the last heat coming up next. It's the third and final heat for 100 UK. After this one, our finals will be 12 minutes and 1 lap. And we'll have more detail of that going into the finals. But for now, we've got one more heat to go. And this one should be an absolute stonker. Eighteen karts have come out to play here at ROWRAH. Round 3 of the NKC. I know I've mentioned the calendar a few times, but it's not going to hurt mentioning it more. This is round 3. We've already been to GYG, Glanny Gores, in March. Then we went to Clay Pigeon. ROWRAH here is round 3. We next are out for round 4 at Wilton Mill. That's the first weekend of July. Landau comes next in August. That's the first weekend of August. And then we go to Fulbeck to round off the season for the National Kart Cup. That's the first weekend in September. All of it live streamed. If you can't make it to the track, then you can have the next best thing, which is, of course, the live stream. We'll bring you all of the action live. I know we can't cover everybody, and I know we miss so much, because with mixed grids, there is so much action, and it's virtually impossible for us to grab it all. And we really need eyes in the back of our heads, and about, well, even if we had 30 cameras, we can only really show you one. So, you know, that doesn't really affect what we can do. But there's been such great racing here all the way down the field, as ever in NKC. And let's not forget the Super Prix. Milk and one, please. Let's not forget the Super Prix at Fulbeck, first weekend of June, where we go to Fulbeck. And again, that will be live streamed all of it live, all of the action coming to you as it happens. So it's been a great season of NKC racing. Once again, we're only coming up to half distance in it, so all to play for. The 100 UK heat that we're about to see, well, their championship is being led by Ed Peed and Ben Clucas. Well, I say being led, that's coming into this weekend. They were leading the championship. Ed Peed hasn't been able to attend, so that's let Ben Clucas maximise his championship attack. The problem for Ben has been an off-pace kart, it seems. And hopefully he's managed to get that thing up and running again. The karts are on track, so let's have a quick look at the grid of 18 karts that will come round to take the lights. Tom Pattle is on the pole position with Jordan Kendall alongside. James Murray and Charlie Leonard are on row 2. Wes Graves on the number 2. Matthew Lawrence are on row 3. Jamie Crease and Dominic Pine are on row 4. Liam Hamling and Glenn Rayland are next on row 5. Marcus Dorey and Brendan Williams are on row 6. Lee Jackson, Dennis Barclay are on row 7. Then we've got Ben Clucas and John Allen on row 8. Leonardo Taggio, the novice. John Allen and Leonardo Taggio showing novice plates. They are in 16th and 17th. Once again, the pall of blue two-stroke smoke. A sight for a joyful sight, I would say. Two-stroke 115cc air-cooled engines. They're going to be let around again as we got a couple of stragglers. Oh, no, we are racing. I thought we would give them another lap, but it seems that we have... I can't fathom that starter out, Paul. I really can't. We didn't have a grid at all, but we've let them go, and we are racing. Into Iredale's for the first time. The field come through. We've got 2 karts at the very back who have joined on. Things getting very bunched. We'll be able to get an idea of who's who as they come back into our sight in front of us through St John's. The sweeping right-hander over the brow there. Beautiful when
so
you come over there.
14 that's leading, and then number 2.
That's Matthew Lawrence.
It was Wesley Graves who's come up to second.
Graves, wow.
6 to second.
Yeah.
Straight through.
Incredible.
A couple of karts losing out badly there. I think it was the 66 may have lost. Yeah, but James Murray was losing out all the way around the outside of Paddock Bend there.
We had a big. I wasn't sure once again, Nick, that whether we'd started or not, and we had a big off at the chicane, and that's where Matthew Lawrence and Wesley Graves have come through. Wes Graves down the inside at Iredale's. Lawrence will come back at him, but no, he doesn't. He's not able to. So Wes Graves gets into the lead on the number 2. Remember this driver? We spoke to him in the paddock show that you may have seen at the lunch break. Wes Graves, former teammate of Lewis Hamilton, was a McLaren supported driver back in the junior karting days and has been karting ever since. And certainly a very, very difficult man to pass and indeed catch at this rate. Matthew Lawrence now slotting back into second across the line now. I'll give you a rundown of the top 10 when they do. Matthew Lawrence leads the race. Sorry, Wesley Graves leads the race. Matthew Lawrence is second.
Oh,
down the inside has gone the number 3 of Liam Hamling. So Liam Hamling, who came across the line in third, he's now into second. Jamie Crease came across the line in fourth. Tom Pattle, Glenn Rayland, Jordan Kendall, Marcus Dorey and Dominic Pye. Ben Clucas up 3 spots and now 10th. Ben looking like he might have just sorted out that pace problem.
Crease has got past Lawrence as well, so Lawrence has dropped like another place. So it's Crease now has moved into third, I think. Yep. So they go round now. It's 2 from 3 from 61. So Hamling second, Graves first, Lawrence and Crease third. Settling itself down a little bit.
So it is a change.
Kart, the 61. It's Crease up.
We've got Glenn Rayland dropping down to 8th with Jordan Kendall and Marcus Dorey going through for 6th and 7th. Ben Clucas stays in 10th. Brendan Williams moves up to 11th. We should see Brendan begin to challenge and get inside that top 10. There's the 61 of Jamie Crease looking over his shoulder there. He's a bit lonely there in third place. Not sure if that battle for the front is going to develop into anything. Liam Hamling in the number 3. So the number 2 challenges the number 3. These two, second and third in this championship last year. The 2021 vice champion there, Wesley Graves. Liam Hamling on the number 3. These two now beginning to come together. It's going to be a big ask for Liam Hamling to actually challenge Wes Graves. He's very, very quick around here.
Thinking about it, he's carrying some speed through the chicane. Picked up probably a 10th, and there's a little kind of acknowledgement of where he are and what's going on. Hard braking for the right-hander at Airedales, and now we've seen this being one of the best places to pass. Taking a neutral line so far is Graves, and he moved out. As soon as he moved out, wow, bang! Thank you very much. Hamlin took it, they throw the in or out, but no, it's going to be Hamlin who's going to take it. Graves had a little bit of a think about seeing what they could do elsewhere, but it didn't work.
Yeah, you know what, Nick? You said why do people not defend more into Stewart's, and I've got to say I really do not know that. Maybe they think that we've just clicked past half distance, and maybe you know what, I can keep him back for a lap or two, but I'm not going to keep him back for 4 minutes of racing. And Wes Graves choosing the discretion being the better part of valor, maximising his points all rather than potentially, coming away with nothing if he starts scrapping.
But I'm wondering whether that attitude is going to change for the finals. I know it's still points, but
it absolutely will.
Trophy, isn't it?
Still points though.
Shiny points, they're shiny points, which is better than ordinary points.
Yeah.
If one's a shiny point, you know that.
Hamling extends the gap. It was 2/10 across the line. It's certainly looking like that might just be about the same, if not slightly more. So these two now, they're definitely pulling away, aren't they? Liam Hamling, the gap's out at just under 6/10. So Hamling, the kart really did pick up the time there through the medium fast and fast sections here towards the end of the lap.
And here comes Jamie Crease.
Yeah, Jamie Crease catching Wes Graves. Wes Graves knows that as well. Looks over his left shoulder. He sees him there. And he'll be just getting him in his peripheral vision there. He'll know he's there. You can actually hear the engine of your competitors, can't you? You can actually hear. You know the note of the engine in front of you. You can hear the engine coming up behind you. It's
sounds like this.
Raises your awareness.
It
sometimes feels like that. Marcus Dorey up to 5th, by the way. And he's Gasberry. There you go. Thank you, Gaz. With our grids for our finals. Gasberry he does the social media for the NKC, so everything you see for the National Kart Cup on Facebook and the like is all Gaz's work, and he does help us out massively here for all of our meetings. Big round of applause to Mr. Berry. And he's a massive motorsport fan. He's a right geek.
No, we don't want those.
Yeah, I think.
Why? We know enough of those.
We are in good company. So the first, second, and third beginning to space out a little bit, isn't it?
Yeah, they're just putting down a bit of space. I think the distance between Graves and Crease has stayed pretty standard, about 0.6 or 0.7.
62. That's Glenn Rayland. He's got. What's he doing? Changing his plug. He's done something. He's
going to try and start it again.
High tension lead. Oh, that was class act.
Look at that.
Class act.
Yes. It's like, do you know what that looks like? Do you know at fairground rides, where the fairground ride operator just hops on the back of the Dodgem and slides around because some semi-attractive woman from the local area is there.
Semi-attractive.
And he's hanging around. That looks exactly the same when we started that.
We're inside the final minute, Nick. We're inside the final minute, so I'm not sure just how far away they are. They are heading to Stewart's now, the leader, Liam Hamling. So with 34 seconds on the clock, I think he's going to have enough time for 2 more laps. So 2 more laps for Hamling by my estimation. Here he comes down the hill to St John's. Wes Graves there, the number 2. There's the number 3, the leader. Heading towards paddock turn now. So across the line with about 10 seconds or so on the clock. It'll be the last lap board for Liam Hamling. Behind Liam Hamling, Wes Graves 2nd, Jamie Crease 3rd, Marcus Dorey 4th, Jordan Kendall 5th. Then there's Ben Clucas, who's gone up to 6th, good points haul for Ben. Matthew Lawrence is in 7th, Dominic Pine 8th, Tom Pattle 9th. And then we have Brendan Williams, Charlie Leonard, Lee Jackson, Dennis Barclay, Glenn Rayland we saw go off and restart, and he'll be down the order. Oh, and there he's gone off again.
Shoved off
found
the track
himself,
62 there.
Found himself alongside the novice, John Allen, and John Allen was kind of unaware that Rayland was there, and Rayland had to take evasive action.
He's our leader.
He's the leader.
About to start the last lap. Graves across the line second. Creaser in third. Marcus Dory, who's had quite an eventful event so far, but he's in a bit of a calmer race this time. He hasn't been kind of had any issues with going past or getting home. Come on, Marcus, in fact, says Jim McGraham. Well, he's in a good fourth at the moment. 62 trying to get out of the way after his problems early on.
So he really has had a bit of a... He's going to be a hard man to beat in the... I mean, the way that he picked off Wes Graves was the most impressive thing.
He's looking
and
quick.
Then he's gone and pulled a second on him.
Well, we've not had Ed Pete's not here, and Ben Clucas is completely out of form today for some reason.
And we don't know how optimised their tyres setup is, their kart setup is. I think the final's going to be that, it's really going to give us an insight as to where people are.
Handling from Graves, from Creaser, from Dory, from Kendall. That's a lapped kart getting in the way slightly there. Clucas is 6th. Oh, no, he did get past. Clucas got past on the line there. What's happening here is that Joe is currently trying to be a Kit Kat whilst offering me pieces of Kit Kat whilst I'm trying to talk. So, what do you do? Oh, Kit Kat. Anyway, yeah, we are kind of trying to stock up whilst we go, because it is a bit of it's a long haul when you're speaking and talking and trying to find cash to buy food. So that one has finished. Hamling from Graves, from Creaser, from Dory, from Clucas, from Kendall, from Pine, from Patty, from Lawrence, from Williams, from Leonard, from Barkley, from Jackson, from Murray, from Taggio, from Allen, from Reynard. But the key thing is that actually that was the end of the heats. And next up is the first of the finals, which is the Senior TKMA final. You need to talk, because I'm doing management stuff.
I've just noticed where the billboard, where the thing is, we're not going to be able to film it. I think the saying is, have a break, have a Kit Kat.
Have a break. No, in my case, have a break, put some batteries on for charge.
Ah, so you're going to do techie stuff?
Yeah, that was the point.
Okay, hang on. Right. The mystery has been resolved. The TKMs have taken to the track for their final. This is what the grid looks like after 3 heats, 3 very hard-fought heats for our senior TKMs. Mitchell Ball on the pole position with Callan Lamont alongside. Leo Crabtree and Matthew Horton are on the second row with Charlie Savage and Louis Bevan. Will Cregeen, I should say. James Huller on row 4. Row 5 is Oliver Fathers and Gordon Smith. Matt Slate and Liam Surkar on row 6. Leanna Page and Alexander Lehman are on row 7. Adam Surkar and James King are on row 8. Row 9 is Ricky Wright and Steve King, and Andy Wagstoff rounds off the 19 kart field. I tell you what, just reading down those names at the front of on the front row of this grid, that was... This is going to be quite something. Here they come. They are all ready in grid formation as they come through Sunny Bend. This is the year final, everybody. Round 3 of the NKC. And it's senior TKMs about to come across the line. Is the starter happy? The red light goes out. That pall of two-stroke smoke hits the air, and we just breathe it in. As Mitchell Ball, I think it was Mitchell Ball out of the chicane into McRae's for the first time and down the middle of the road to defend slightly, as does the whole of the field. That's the Adam Surcar.
Yeah.
We spoke to Adam in the paddock show, didn't we, with his brother and his dad mechanicking for them this weekend. So not all good for the year in the year final for Adam. It's very tight at the front though, Nick.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, line and stern.
Yeah, brilliant.
It's the red and white helmet. There's so many karts that have blue and yellow stickers, aren't there? Blue and yellow is a very popular sticker regime.
Well, the Flex team in this category has got a lot of karts in it, and if you watch the paddock show, which I know you did,
there we go.
Found out who they are.
Leads changed. Into the lead has gone the 23. And it looks like the 44 is also going to get up the inside of Ball as well. So Callan Lamont, Kaylan, who knows? But he's leading now. Mitchell Ball, Crabtree's second. I think Ball's third as they went around those corners. They come into McRae's for the second time. It is indeed Kaylan who's leading.
Uncle Craig is on the edge of his seat watching this. Well, Uncle Craig, Callan Lamont.
Kaylan leaning.
Whatever. Callan Lamont is at the front of this field, and he's got Mitchell Ball breathing down his neck. Leo Crabtree, Matthew Horton, Charlie Savage. Oliver Fathers is going to join in very soon. And just look at this. Out onto this. I love this stretch of ROWRAH. St John's through the sweeping right into the left-hander at Sunny. Use all the track and more. Then into paddock. How many karts are in this train, by the way?
I'd say 8 at least.
It's huge.
1, 2,
into the
3,
chicane
4,
then.
5. You've got 5 and then you've got another 5 behind them. But they're all up and about. So Lalonde is not getting away.
No.
Ball shadowing him into McRae's. Just not really even shaping for a move. But he's waiting for an error. The problem he's got, of course, if he makes a move and he costs him time, he's very likely to get snaffled up. So with these longer finals, you can start thinking a little bit more tactical and actually try and encourage the gaps between the karts, which gives you a chance to make a minor mistake whilst going ahead and not losing a position yourself.
There's a lot of those karts in the Flex team with the Flex livery. Callan Lamont has got Mitchell Ball right on his bumper, who has Leo Crabtree on his. Through St John's into Sunny now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 karts at the trail of this field. Down the inside for second.
The inside.
Yeah, Leo Crabtree there, bit of opportunity.
Threw it up the inside.
This is what you said, exactly what you said, Nick, was going to happen. They're taking their time to get by Callan Lamont, and there into paddock. He used a tin opener there, didn't he? The number 44, Leo Crabtree.
And then it lost the
there
momentum.
was not a gap there
for Ball, and Ball therefore falls off. And you'll see when we come back onto live pictures in a second, is you'll see that there's been gappage at the front. Look at that, the leader away, Lamont's away, and then we've got 4 karts scrubbing over second place, and it's currently the 4 that took. Oh, nudged out.
Louis Bevan. It's Louis Bevan who comes out into second. They were, I don't know what they were.
He went over line in 5th.
2 by 2, like Noah's Ark, going into the stewardesses. And Louis Bevan just took that opportunity to get right in amongst it. Now, Callan Lamont, the young man who came up and chatted to us just before lunch to clarify the pronunciation of his name, which still isn't clarified, has now got the number 1 kart of Louis Bevan breathing down on him.
And I have to say hello to Poppy and Spencer Bevan, Lewis's niece and nephew. Hello to Poppy and Spencer. It's from Caroline. Okay, back to the race action, because it's important to shout out. I'm feeling, and at the inside again. And that's the 82 going up the inside of 4. So that was Mitchell Ball now trying to get by Horton. This is kind of a constant battle and change, lap by lap by lap. And they're coming to join the parties. Oliver Fathers, of course, was very unlucky to start as far back as he lost a really good point scorer in the last round. He's leading, then broke out. So he's got pace, but he's in the wrong part of the track.
Yeah, he did.
1, 2,
look at that. Callan. Right, let's see what the gap was. It was 1.5 seconds between Lamont and Bevan.
A little bit less, but not a huge amount less.
Yeah, let's see what the timing screen says. Oh, it's a second.
6. All right.
He's took half a second off him.
And there goes the 4 past the 24. So there's a constant battle through this. This is the battle over for 4, 5, 6, and 7. You can see the blue and the blue and the yellow overalls of the 4 of Matthew Horton just lost a place again. Well, they haven't really lost the place. They've been scrapping with Fathers the whole way. And up the inside goes the orange side pods of the 31 of Charlie Savage. This is a constant scrappage and change. But the interesting thing is going to be when they come next into our visual. We'll keep an eye on this one because this is where the action's happening. But we're also going to look at Lamont versus Bevan.
Well, Charlie Savage was 7th going into coming across the line this time. He's now, what, up to third or fourth?
I don't know. It's a better lap, I think, for Lamont. I don't think he's lost too much pace to Bevan. Watching him go round at the moment.
Uncle Louis is absolutely closing down that
gain
gap.
at all that time. That was a neutral lap. There's a 31 versus 24 as they go up through the chicane into the race.
It hasn't updated yet.
Oh.
There it is, 6/10. He took another 3/10 out of him. He's taken on average 3 to 4 tenths a lap.
I should believe people aren't going to do things the thousands of the second, shouldn't I? Oh, it's the same again.
Yeah, exactly. This is a great battle. The number 4 of Matthew Horton, Charlie Savage, Oliver Fathers and Will Cregeen getting involved as well. Just ahead of them, though, things beginning to sort of spread out with Leo Crabtree.
It's getting quite. I think we should now think about looking at our leaders. They're coming over start-finish
coming
now.
Over start-finish now.
There's going to be a couple of laps. Here they come. Start-finish. Bang. Gap will, when it's down to 3, so he does now 3:10. So Bevan will be on his bumper.
It's only half distance as well, Nick.
At the end. This is a long race. He's
Remember, I don't know if we told everybody, it's 12 minutes and 1 lap.
We have now.
I think we did.
No.
Oh, we have now. No, I think I did earlier while you were off getting the tea, which is the most important thing of the afternoon.
Thank you.
Yeah. Here we go then. Uncle Louis.
Let's look behind him, but there's no one there.
He's after him.
1.1 seconds from Crabtree. So Lamont, who's looked very, very keen and very, very cool. The only problem he's got is knowing how to pronounce his own name.
Well, he's got more than that to worry about now because Louis Bevan is a lot closer than 3/10 of a second. It was 6/10 last time by. Well, sorry, it was 3/10, just under 4/10 last time by. I would say that's about a tenth of a second now. He looks over his shoulder. Yep, there's the blue and yellow flex livery that he can see across the chicane, using all the curb. Not quite in the realms of having to defend yet for Lamont, but it's getting there because right now we've got Louis Bevan. One more braking area, he's going to be on his bumper, isn't he?
Absolutely.
There he is.
There we go. Now, will he immediately try and get up the inside? Will Lamont defend? I think this time, it's a little bit too far away because you need to be completely on the end to make that dive up the to the right-hander work through the S's. And they power up the short straight into St John's. No one's gone past St John's yet. So I want to see a St John's pass at some point in this final.
Hard to do. So hard to do.
And
very, very hard to
lines, taking a wide line to get to the arc there. Bevan was just trying to get a bit more speed, which he may have done as he drives up and through the chicane. Very, very reclined. I know did you hear how reclined Lamont looks in the kart? I know it's a kind of optical illusion because of his racing overall, but he looks like he's really lying down incredibly flat.
You sometimes do that to get the weight over the rear axle.
Because if you look how laid back he looks compared to
Louis
others.
Bevan sits up. Different. I tell you what, though, Louis has closed the gap, but he hasn't continued that momentum and gotten by him, which is sometimes what we see. So that tells me the margins are absolutely tiny between the performance of Callan Lamont and Louis Bevan. I think they're both out of flex, aren't they?
Is Bevan doing the thing you said that you shouldn't do, which is so you find yourself pacing yourself for the person ahead? I mean, the other thing I suppose is in his mind is he's got a long time to go past. You know, he's got several minutes to get past, and sometimes that can work against you because you don't make the move in time.
Well, it was Murray Walker who coined the phrase, it's one thing catching someone, it's another thing altogether getting past. And we've still got 3.5 minutes of this duel, let's call it. Leo Crabtree remains in third. He's about a second back. Then Mitchell Ball. Oliver Fathers in fifth. Just gotten ahead of Matthew Horton after a couple of laps following him. Charlie Savage is back down to seventh. Charlie was up to fourth. Now he's dropped back down. This is the battle for the lead, though, with 3 minutes remaining. Callan Lamont through St John's. Love that part of the track. Through Sunny. And now into paddock turn. Louis Bevan gets right onto the bumper, but as he does so, he slides wide. It was as if he lost aero there, wasn't it? The way he got right under his bumper and he started to understeer. It was like, what? These cars haven't got aero. No, Bevan straight back onto his bumper there, into the McRae's hairpin then. Using all... I tell you what, it looks like Leo Crabtree is closing the gap.
It's only by a tenth.
Only by a tenth, yeah.
It's you know, unless he's got some sort of fantastic strategy to bring his tyres on for the last couple of minutes.
No, he hasn't. That doesn't happen.
It's just not going to work for him.
No.
Again, at no point has Bevan even shaped to try and do that inside right-hander into this. Now, whether that's because the positioning of Lamont is a little bit more subtle than we think it is.
There's a reason why Uncle Louis is carrying that number 1. He knows how to win championships, and he knows how not to be silly and chance coming away with no points at all. And Callan Lamont, in all credit, he's absolutely on the pace here. He is driving very, very well indeed.
Oh.
We are getting towards, well, we're underneath 2 minutes, so we're getting towards, look how Louis' body language has changed.
It's not raining, the sun's out.
Callan Lamont is now thinking about defending.
Now this is his chance.
See him look over his shoulder.
There's been a mental change there.
Dips his head down. Look,
wide
on the inside.
Cut back. No, Lamont is taking a slightly middle
right.
line
defensive
through the Stuart S's. So he is slightly defensive, but he's got a problem in that I think he's now had 5 minutes of shaping him up, and Bevan at some point in the very near future has worked out where to get past, because I think he's got more ground speed.
And plus, when the driver ahead of you thinks defensively, you can then just back off and then exploit that sort of lack of pace that develops from having to drive offline. You start getting, your tyres start to get dirty a little bit, and you've just got to sort of try and use the disadvantage that. But there he's back. I mean, Callan is totally aware of where Louis is, and Louis has now got Leo Crabtree to contend with. So if Louis doesn't get it done very quickly, well, we're inside the final minute. So
and
two more laps.
A little bit of daylight as well. A little bit of daylight.
Yeah.
Now I think that must have been a micro mistake we didn't quite see from Louis. That is pulling Leo Crabtree into the battle now, because what was 1.5 from first to third is now 0.7 of a second. So as they come round with 2 to go.
So it will be the last lap board next time by. And these drivers, remember, are completely aware as they go across the start-finish line.
He's made a mistake.
There's a
Callum made a mistake then. He got slightly offline where he wanted to be. Lost a little bit of drive, but it wasn't a case where Bevan can make the most of it. The person who did gain from that was actually third-place man Leo Crabtree. And Crabtree now looking very feisty.
This is what I said. Uncle Louis going to have to watch himself. Look how defensive Lamont
is.
And
then what you saw there was that Crabtree was able to take the faster line as they both defended. Is it going to be a St John's pass? They come up the hill? No. But what's at the outside? And they come round 3 abreast almost. And then we've joined the fourth man's joining our party.
Yeah,
Here comes Mitchell Ball.
Mitchell Ball is wanting a bit of this.
1 lap to go.
Right, here we go, guys. The last lap board is coming out now. And they all see it. Callan Lamont into the chicane. Louis Bevan.
Lost
look
drive,
at that.
Lost drive.
No, he slowed them up. He just backed out of that one. Down the inside. He's going to disadvantage himself there. He hangs on to that. He'll defend into Iredale. Middle of the track, though, not quite.
More worried, I think, about Crabtree than he is about moving forward past Lamont.
He will be.
Obviously is going to go defensive. Look how defensive he's gone.
And look
right
at Mitchell
on the right-hand
Ball.
side.
Look at Mitchell Ball. Mitchell Ball's going to go around the outside. They're into Stewart's for the final time. Out to Stewart's towards St John's. It's not a passing place. It's an acceleration zone. He's not going to get by here. He might dive down the inside here, but no, Lamont's got the gap. Out of Sonny for the final time, down towards Paddock. It's Lamont who's going to take the win, because if he can get round Paddock, and he has, it'll be the checkered flag for Lamont. And behind him, Louis Bevan takes second, but who took third?
Crabtree just got it by about 100th and a half.
18 thousandths of a second.
Well, fantastic. Well, that was amazing. Can I just say, well, great race. Brilliant drive by Lamont to hold off the pressure. Well done for Louis coming through in the first place, but wow.
Yeah. Callum Lamont.
Great.
Callum Lamont is...
Now he knows who he is.
It was a fabulous drive from all of those 4 drivers. Very, very entertaining stuff there. And Uncle Louis came through to take second from... Where was Louis? Where was Louis on the grid? He was 6th. And this is what we expected to happen in the finals, Nick. Because the faster drivers are at the front. So great race win for Callan Lamont. It will be the trophy presentation later on this evening, after all of our finals are through. Wow, let's take a bit of a breather there. Next out, Senior Rotax B final. Now, the regulations are that the first 4 qualify through to the A final. Is that right? Yeah, let's go with that one. So once again, 12 minutes and 1 lap for the B final. So I always think that you're kind of very disadvantaged considering you're only allowed 2 sets of tyres in this series. You could end up, you're using your tyres for another 12-minute heat, or final as it is. So you're going to have more wear on your tyres than the people who, I suppose, the thing is to qualify through the A final.
Well, yeah, but you also get more track time for your money.
There is that.
It's all about track time.
16 karts then have qualified for the B final. And it will be 4 karts that come first, second, third and fourth. So we're going to be looking at the battle for 4th and 5th, I think, because that's the battle of that's the most important aspect of this final that's coming up. Like I say, 16 karts qualified. Matthew Hildred will start on pole position with Tom Radburn alongside. James Costin is on row 2 with Ben Harper alongside. Andy Powell, unfortunately for Andy, starting 5th. Charlotte Parker is alongside in 6th. Jamie Hardy and Nathan Hope are on the 4th row. Ben Blowers, Steve Jackson start on row 5. Row 6 is Patrick William Rahaj with Rob Statham alongside. Grace Lee Davies and Martin Jackson are on row 7. And then the 8th and final row of this B final is George Boxall and Toby Case. So, let me have a look and see. So Tom Radburn will not be starting this B final. Information that multiple collisions have rendered not fit for even a coffee table. I hope you mean the cart and not Tom.
Hello. Yes, I'm now a coffee table. That's what I can do. My career is over. I'm living as furniture. Scotty is chatting away. He's in full Fernando Alonso mode now from Brazil, lying in his deck chair. Now he feels that he's getting a little tan. So after freezing his whatever he was saying off last time, he's now getting a lovely time in the sun.
And I take it Scott can hear me as well.
Oh yeah.
Scott, don't be taken in by the fact that it's cloudy and it's not like Torremolinos. You'll still get burnt. And when you're so fair-skinned as you are, you're a Welshman, remember?
That's a horrible thing to say about someone.
What, fair-skinned? Don't.
What?
Right, we've come out onto the grid. So a little bit of a jiggle with the grid, no doubt, as we've lost Tom Radburn because of damage. So this is all to play for, remember. We've got the Rotax 177B final coming next after this one. This is the 162 senior Rotax category. All karts, minimum weight 162 kilograms. All 125cc water-cooled Rotax motors. 0 to 60 of about 3 seconds with a top speed here at ROWRAH of about 75, I would say.
God, you suddenly turned into a salesman. Any car you like, sir, including black. How much do they cost, these things?
For an engine and motor, you probably pay about $7,500.
What? Really?
Yeah. Is that cheap or?
No, it's expensive.
Oh, really?
I thought that when I was karting, it was like 30 years ago.
Was it a long time ago?
I don't know. Think about it. It probably.
Here we go. We're starting.
We'll start the race rather than reminiscing because no one wants that. So I was now trying to work out. I was literally going to work out the inflation of what last 30 years.
Don't even think about it. We've got everybody through the chicane, which is nice. And on towards Iredale. The first 4 breaking away. So there's your 4.
Yeah,
there's your 4 qualifiers.
Andy Powell has had a terrible
really
day.
has.
So he definitely should, if he finishes, have no issue.
Oh, we've got a spinner. And you know what? It was Ben Harper who spun going into Stewart's and just got locked. He nearly spun and took out Andy Powell.
Well, that would have
That would have been just
Andy's day, wouldn't it,
his
really?
day. Yeah. Now watch this.
Oh,
there he goes on the brakes, has to overbrake, and look, Andy Powell on the outside.
What happened there was, do you know what? That was an iRacing accident. That was
Well, I'll tell you
when
what
the guy
happened
in front of you brakes. Suddenly, you see he locks up. You see the closing distance. Coming closer than you thought it was, so you ram your brakes in, which in iRacing means you ram up the backside, and in karting you spin round because you just go, oh, it's an overreaction you didn't need to do.
Right, Paul, we need to go back to the group of karts behind these leading three, because that kart there, the yellow one with the pink helmet, that's Charlotte Parker, and she's hanging on to the final qualifying place. I think she's just lost out there.
Nathan Hope, yeah.
Nathan Hope there through on Charlotte Parker. He's the final qualifier into the A final. This is the fourth place kart. And there's Charlotte, who'll want to get back on terms. She'll be aware of where she is. She can see the kart ahead of him, and you can kind of work out when you're as close to the front. Andy Powell up into second on the number 19. He's had a torrid day, as you see it, and it's a day when it's his first run out with a Hunter Motorsport motor, and he was saying how great he was feeling, and then he's just had rotten luck, hasn't he?
He has, and he's
has nothing to do with your chassis preparation or anything.
Yeah, the point is you can spend as much as you like, you can do as much preparation as you like, you can be as physically well prepared as you like, but if Lady Luck's saying, nah, it doesn't really matter, does it?
And that was nearly it for him.
I mean, to be honest, that would have given you a superb underline on the day, wouldn't it?
It would have just
I
been
got
it.
3/4 of a lap round in the pre-final, the B-final, and I was taken out. So these are, we've got the top three who are away, and this is the second batch of three. Now, why is that interesting? Because the last person to bump up the main A final is in that. What time is the final race?
We don't know about the times. The 12 we've got.
Well, we were told it will finish by 5, so my guess is the final race will probably be around 20 to 5.
Yeah.
If you want to be safe, go for 4:30.
Who's asking?
Jojo Bow 75, one of the many fans of, I don't know who it is now. Zach, yeah.
Zach Bolton. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you want to know that. Zach's qualified for the year final, by the way.
He has. So Powell leading this, unsurprisingly. Hildry, Costin and Hope, and there we can see that's the 15 of Charlotte Parker. Now Parker, unfortunately for her, is dropping off. Let's do that word. That's the correct word.
Yeah. Yeah, she's dropped off now to about a second off the back of Nathan Hope. He is indeed the final qualifier for the year final.
Behind Parker is Steve Jackson, who's got kind of a McLaren-inspired livery, it appears, with the sort of golf element to it. The golf livery, the most overused livery in motorsport now. Looked good on a Ford in 1967.
Looked good on a Porsche 917.
Didn't look too bad on a Porsche 917. Since then, it's just been overused.
I thought it looked good in the McLaren. No. Did for me.
It's an overused livery, isn't it?
So Andy Powell.
Everyone thinks it gives them instant kind of kudos. It doesn't. It just think of something new. Especially when it's not even sponsored by Golf. They just use the colours.
Right, Charlotte Parker there. She's got the yellow with the pink traces there, and she's under pressure from the 99 of Steve Jackson.
There could have been facing the other direction very easily with that much tyre on the dirt. But neither of these two are bumping up, of course. It's Hope ahead of them is the final bump upper.
That's right. Yeah.
Powell's running about a second faster than everyone else in this.
Yes.
Now he's got to the front. He'll do very comfortably in second, therefore very comfortably bumping up. Costin he's bumping up and he's got about 1.3 seconds. So the top three are very comfortable. In fact, in many ways, the top four are comfortable because Hope is also a reasonable way away ahead of Parker. Now, the only question is that if Jackson, who's putting Parker under pressure right now, can get past, can he actually find enough pace to then bridge that gap to Nathan Hope? We're not halfway yet, so there's plenty to play out.
I've just done a really strange and silly thing there, Nick.
Have you donated? Have you given money to a Nigerian prince?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
I've just messaged someone for some information.
Yeah, who's
and
here?
then realised
they're racing.
It's Andrew Powell who's leading this race.
Well,
he'll get it eventually.
Let's see how clever he is. Let's see if he can answer what's on the car.
Yeah.
Because there's no rule against texting and karting.
I needed some information about someone else, and he'll get it. I don't need the information now.
It's just worry, isn't it?
Yeah. half distance then.
I love that. You people go buzz, buzz, reach into his pocket.
Yeah,
Bloody hell,
yeah,
is it?
they keep it. Yeah, yeah. The first 4 are comfortable, I would think. 3 seconds, well, 4.2 seconds now between Nathan Hope in 4th and Charlotte Parker, who were following
So the only
around.
thing is if Parker loses this place, perhaps. Oh, we've lost the 54.
Oh, and the 54.
End of a bad day.
Yeah, end of a bad day for Jamie Hardy.
Hardy dropping back down. Grace Lee Davis will pick up the place.
So 47-1 is Andy
I
Powell's
think who has had a
quickest
bad
lap.
day is Patrick Williams Rauhaj, who's going to end up being scored. Oh, there she goes. That's through. In through goes Jackson now to begin a 5-second chase on 4th place. But I'll just say Patrick Williams Rauhaj, you remember he led the first 3 or 4 laps of the first heat and then had a problem.
Yes, yeah. Yeah.
He's dead last. He's now
Yes, I
scored.
know, I
He's
know.
had nothing but more technical issues ever
Yeah,
since.
I don't get it. He's obviously had a problem.
He's another one. He's another one who's going. I have driven all. I assume he's not local. I've driven all this bloody way. Just.
Yes.
But the good news is when he goes home, he can clip out those first 3 laps when he was leading and show them to all his friends.
Yeah. There is coming up to 5 minutes remaining, and the 4 qualifiers are pretty settled now. They've got a 5.5 second gap.
Parker's not taking
to
it lying
fifth
down, is she?
in
Is he
Steve
fifth?
Jackson. Yeah, Andrew Powell leads. He's got 3 seconds on Matthew Hildridge, who's got half a second on James Costin, who's got half a second on Nathan Hope. So 2nd, 3rd and 4th are relatively close together. There's no need for them to fight. They're going to be on the final 2 rows of the grid for the year final. So, you know, it doesn't really make a difference when you're in a 30 kart, on a 30 kart grid. Steve Jackson has finally got ahead of Charlotte Parker. He's up to 5th.
Yeah, she's giving me a strap
Yeah, she
back.
is. She's
And
staying
in
with him,
fairness,
yeah.
that's what you
Took
need
him
to
a
do.
while, though, didn't it?
Yeah, because also you never know. One of the top 4 could have a problem.
Well, we interviewed Charlotte at Glanny Gores at round 1, and she was telling us, you know, she likes the aspect of competing, and she's there for the competition.
I think at the end of the year, I'm going to produce an interview supercut.
What does that mean?
I'm going to put all the interviews together into one.
Oh, like a season.
Yeah, just not, obviously not for the general consumption of the YouTube audience, just for people who want to see it from the championship.
Yeah, makes sense.
It does, doesn't it? Happens occasionally.
So we're just off 3.5 minutes now. Can we pick up number 19, guys? He's got a white nose cone and white.
Here he comes
side
up
pods.
the short straight into St John's now.
Here he comes. Let's have a
Should be
look
under.
at our leader here for the B final. He's clearly, I mean, the gap that he's pulled here, 4 seconds. Andy is clearly, you know, had a bad day to be qualifying in the B final. It's not really, you know, there's a lot of drivers that we see in the B final have had a torrid day, and it's not been down to their lack of pace, let's say. And it does give them a chance to qualify. But I'll probably play with his head when I speak to him next and say, you know, you've put an extra 12 minutes of running on your tyres. What's that going to mean towards the end of the season?
I think he lost some minutes of running by not actually finishing the race.
Well, that's a good point, actually, yes.
He's got some
yes,
spare
he
minutes.
Yeah, he did. It balances out, I suppose.
If we just drop back to 2nd, 3rd and 4th, because they've been rather silly in arguing with each other.
Are they really?
Yeah. They are.
I thought they were just steadily
No,
dueling round.
well, they weren't this close. Last time round, they were all over each other. In fact, there has been a change because I think Hope has got past. Yeah, there's been a change. Hope's got past Costin for third. Sorry. So they were having a bit of a battle behind. I mean, what they need to do is just trundle round and qualify through.
He has, yeah. He's put himself alongside James Costin on the back of the grid. Yeah.
So it's gone from the left to the right, or the right to the left, whichever way it goes.
Yeah. Which is important here. I've noticed that the pole position kart on the right always gets the lead at the chicane. Always.
That's how it should be.
Always. Yeah, absolutely. But there are some tracks, Warden Law, for instance, my own track, the outside is sometimes beneficial and advantageous. You go all the way around the outside.
You've got a much longer run.
There's a much longer run. And it's a very short run.
It's a short run into a difficult corner here.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Yeah, remember, there was always carnage.
Always carnage.
At the chicane.
At ROWRAH.
We're getting towards 90 seconds of this B final. Andy Powell has
lots of sensible
made his way
driving,
through. Very sensible drive. And Matthew Hildred now has half a second to Nathan Hope, who has 0.8 of a second to James Costin. So Nathan Hope was being held up slightly, he thought. Steve Jackson there waiting in Hope 2 seconds behind. Oh, sorry, no, that's James. Steve Jackson.
He's 7
He is 6 seconds behind.
Yeah, it's not happening, is it?
So he's off the.
The top 4 have proved themselves to be the top 4.
They have.
We've also had a number of retirements. We've lost 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 16 starters. We lost six of them.
53 seconds on the board as Andy Powell goes through. That means he's going to have 2 more laps after this one. So he's going to be literally seconds off.
There is the 60 kart of Toby Case.
Toby Case's day gets worse.
Consider the driver who's retired so early. He's had the time to go back to the pit and get his kart trolley. So that must be he must have retired very early for that long.
Yeah, tell you what, Nathan Hope is not giving up. He's after Matthew Hildred. Is that Matthew Hildred that he's chasing? The 26? Yes, it is. Yeah, now Nathan Hope, if he overtakes Matthew Hildred, he will go a row further at the start. He'll go further up. So he will benefit. 0 time on the clock.
I always quite like being on the absolutely last row. Because you can just take a view, can't you, what the
so
carnage.
It'll be checkered flag next time by.
Yeah, let's pick up the leader. Let's see if we can find Andy.
Here he is, just coming. Is that him coming
No.
into St John's? No, it's not.
That's somebody else.
Yeah.
That's the 85 car. It's got a very over-intense sticker set.
Here he comes into St
Rob
John's
Statham.
now.
Here we are.
Drops down at St John's.
And little does he know that when he gets out the car, there's a text from Joe waiting for him.
There is, yes. Yeah, out of paddock turn then for the final time. Andy Powell with that Hunter Motorsport motor doing him some good to give him a lead of 3.6 seconds at the line. That'll be out to even more when the timing screen updates. We'll wait a little while for that to happen. And there it is. It is indeed 3.6 seconds. Matthew Hildred finishes second. Nathan Hope third. Final qualifier for the into the A final is James Costin. And then, unfortunately, it's round 3 is over for Steve Jackson in 5th, Charlotte Parker in 6th, Martin Jackson in 7th, Ben Harper 8th, 9th is Ben Blowers, and then 10th will be Rob Statham. Toby Case went out on lap 12. We lost Jamie Hardy and Grace Lee Davies and George Boxall on lap 6. And on lap 5, we lost Patrick Williams-Rahash. We'll see those drivers back out at round 4, which will be at Wilton Mill the first weekend of July.
We might see them again if they decide to come and to join us at the
or we'll
Super
see you
Prix.
at the Super Prix, absolutely, yeah.
On Jubilee weekend.
Why wouldn't you?
Avoid spending time with your family, come kart racing. Otherwise you have to go to some barbecue, which won't work because it'll be raining.
Of course it'll be raining.
So next up is the second B final, which is the Rotax Heavy, or 177B final.
Yes, it is.
How many entrants we have? That 18?
We've got 18 again. Yeah. So we'll just let the dust settle on the senior Rotax class as they just file into the Parc Fermé area.
Parc
4
Fermé.
qualifiers, just to confirm. Andy Powell qualified through, Matthew Hildred qualified through, and Nathan Hope and James Costin. They're your 4 qualifiers for the year final.
And we have a comment on the Facebook. Hello.
Hello.
On Facebook.
Hello.
Keith Brown says, nice to see track limits being monitored.
No.
Well, there are track limits. The point about it is that extra bit of tarmac is there to be used. The
Yeah.
limit, which is often missing in other, is the fact then you hit dirt and grunk. So that's your limit. You come off and you lose time.
The limit here is where there is no grip.
Mm.
If there is a bit of tarmac that you can run over, then you can. You can even put 4 wheels off.
Yes, but that wouldn't
Remember
work,
that
would it?
track limits is only a Jonathan Palmer thing for places like Brands Hatch and Snet,
and F1,
where he didn't want to replace his grass verges all the time, which is understandable. And for places things like Formula, for instance, here's an example. Sorry, who am I talking to?
Hang on a second. Let me just go back to get the name of the person you're talking to. You are speaking to Mr.
Yeah.
Keith Brown.
Keith. Quarter, the Circuit of the Americas for the Formula One race. Formula One went there, they applied track limits. Then we had IndyCar at the same track. And it was completely a different race, a completely different racetrack. The penultimate bend, for instance, where they went off camera. The TV people weren't even ready for them going so far off track, which is a bit crazy. And I think
very dangerous.
And very dangerous because you've got a track that has a safety standard to the element of the constraints of the track. If you then widen them out, there's only really outside of Sunny where they are really going off track. And I was saying back in the days when I raced here, there was no extra tarmac on the outside of that corner. No, this is
no, that's
context.
fine. No, that's
in context.
That's a warranted back
context.
reference. Yes, I'll give you that.
For
the corner track limits.
Yes,
tarmac.
There was no tarmac, extra tarmac, and so when you put a wheel over the exit verge or edge of tarmac, you were on the grass.
Is Edge of Tarmac the sequel to Tom Cruise's film of Edge of Tomorrow?
Edge of Tarmac.
Yeah. So he repeats the day again and again and again, but he's part of an Irish crew. We do the M6.
And you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if the club, the Cumbria Car Club who own this track, put that tarmac down to save them having to replace the grass verge. However, drivers will continue to push and push and push. 177s.
A lot less than 18 karts started that.
Yeah, I'll tell you exactly. 14. We've got Thomas Childs and Dan Millward, Jack Goodyear, Alex Thomas, Oliver Smith and Adrian Smith, Jake Lewis and Rob Logan, Steve Maidment, Brian McCready, Martin Heath, Aidan Hammond, Richard Edwards and Carl Bryant.
I don't think we've got anything like that many karts.
We have not got Liam Rabjohns.
14, okay.
14.
We didn't lose a mate, so we lost 4 then.
14. There you go. You couldn't see for the bottle.
Sorry, I couldn't see the bottle.
Yeah.
So we lost 6 then, have we?
Yeah, we lost Liam Radjohns.
Oh, no, 4. Sorry.
I'm just picking out who we may have lost.
I mean, this is the point. Some of these people have actually had damage to themselves or the cars, and that's it. They can't take part.
Yeah.
You know, they popped an engine or bent the chassis and they haven't got spare parts.
Same deal on this one, everybody. It's the first 4 that qualified through to the A final. It's 12 minutes and 1 lap. And we've got Thomas Childs and Dan Millward at the front of the grid, just controlling the pace through paddock turn. And the starter, I'm trying to read his body language. Is he happy?
It's pointless. You don't know. You've no idea.
Who knows? Red lights are out.
Here we go. And they're off. And into the lead, as you said, once again, is a man in pole, Thomas Childs. And it was Dan Millward second. It's a sensible start. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think they've all gone through in order, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, one
We've
problem.
Lost
the one. The 77, that is Richard
Edwards. Yeah, that's it. His weekend continues
to improve. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They've got a lovely little even gappage there, isn't there? It's the 47 in 6th place, Jake Lewis. So that's he started 6th, he's still 6th. And Childs, as he carved his way through the Stuart S's, using that patented, it's the end of the day a bit tired method of moving your entire body.
Once again, we're seeing 4 karts eke out from the rest of the pack. Now, they're the 4 qualifiers as they stand. 4 of them maintaining a gap already after lap 1. Look at that, across the line. Thomas Childs, Dan Millward, Alex Thomas, Oliver Smith. And then we've got a gap of nearly 4 seconds to Adrian Smith, Jack Goodyear, Steve Maidment, Rob Logan, Carl Bryant. So these 4, all these 4 need to do, Nick, is continue round.
Yeah, and we're down to effectively 11 active runners. We've got Edwards a long way back, and Jake Lewis and Martin Heath didn't complete the first lap. I just saw one of them pull off. So there's been some problems. Lewis was running in 6th, and he's just pulled off. Engine running a bit sick.
Well, the thing is, like we say, the constraints of this championship, 2 sets of tyres for 6 rounds of racing. If you have had a problem on the first lap of this B final, and you're not in a chance to qualify for the A final, you are going to pull off. And think about that. I'm sure it's a consideration.
I wish I had that much intelligence to do that. I'll just carry on going.
Would you?
Yeah. I've paid to be here.
Well, there is that as well, yeah.
It's a long way.
Yeah, I mean, this guy at the back here.
Up the inside goes to 22, take the lead, so Millward now takes the lead.
Number 77, he's taking a leaf out of your book.
I know. Hopefully
Richard Edwards continuing
a tad quicker than that.
Because he's just enjoying the drive.
I probably wouldn't, actually.
Change for the lead.
Yep, 22 got the inside of Millward. So Millward got the inside of Childs.
Oh, he comes back.
Now Childs come back.
Childs coming back.
So they're slowing each other up.
Do you think this is staged?
No, I think they're not thinking about it.
Yeah.
So that's bringing them back into Thomas and Smith. But the big gap is the gap between 4th and 5th, which Oliver Smith, the 83, had 3.8 seconds, and Adrian Smith, the 37. And that gap doesn't appear to be getting any smaller. And the top 4 are nose to tail.
Yeah, the top 4 are. That's what I mean. Is it staged? Do they know they don't have to race?
There's only 4 tenths between the top 4. And
if we had a pit lane and a pit board, we'd be putting the pit board out.
Up the inside. No.
Oh, look at that!
Backed up, and he's just lost
yeah.
all drive coming. He had to do the bouncy move.
Yeah, he did. They were tripping over one another, weren't they? Thomas Childs, Dan Millwood, Alex Thomas, and Oliver Smith side by side now.
Right then, Thomas was thinking of edging Smith onto the grass. You could see. So
is that Smith now ahead of Thomas?
Yep,
it is.
It is. So it's Childs, Millwood, Smith, Thomas. Top 2 broken away from the second 2. Running currently in the not bumping up 5th place. It's the 2 karts that's come through. So Carl Bryant coming through now. Has he got the pace to bridge that gap now, which is going to be at least 4 seconds, I would say.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's 4.3. Oh, yeah. Another kart has withdrawn.
Who'll be lost?
I think we lost Adrian Hammond has gone now, pulled off.
Ah, right. We'll find out because Richard
I think
Edwards
I think he might actually have been looking for his tyres. He's gone. That's not going to work.
Aidan Hammond has pulled off. Did he pull off into the pits?
No, he pulled off into this other road. There's another way you can get off into the.
He went up there.
Yeah.
All right. That's the old pit entrance.
So
back in my day.
Yes, obviously.
Did I ever mention that this is the place that I
there's the
debuted?
other, to the left-hand side now is that same pits, which they're not using. That's where he pulled off.
Right. Did I mention that I debuted here? You did say debut.
It was a starring debut.
Yeah.
Was it after you signed associate professional terms?
I'll tell you what, it was the same weekend as Alan McNish.
Oh, okay.
Multiple Le Mans winner.
Yes.
Was his first race in seniors.
Really?
My first race
still
in karts.
4'3".
I tell you what, I followed him into the hairpin, which was a right-hand hairpin before you went into McRae's left.
Oh, was he
then?
That
didn't exist. Well, he'll have been 16.
Oh, okay.
He was as small as he is now. And I followed him into the hairpin, he followed him into the hairpin, and he just flicked it sideways and pointed it at the apex. And I just thought, I'm not sure I can do that. He just flicked it sideways on the brakes. I also tried to follow him through the chicane, which is exactly the same as it was now. And I got through the first part, and then the left-hand bit I got through, and then I followed him out the right-hand bit, and he went out and just continued on, and I fired off to the left and into the tyres. And it was then that I realised there was this thing called kart setup, and tyre pressures.
And spending money on the kit.
Well, there was that, yeah.
Also, there's the other thing, of course, you haven't mentioned, talent.
No, I think I was a contender. I think I was a contender in the right circumstances. Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yeah, not with Alan McNish.
Have I told you
I've made Alan quite often, and I did say I was at your first race. Oh, we're coming together with the leaders.
No.
And this is what we were talking about.
Oh, let's see that one again.
This is what we were talking about.
He's got going again.
He's not qualified for the year final though.
No, he's not. Let's watch that one again.
It was absolutely needless. Here they come. He gets a little bit sideways, comes back
that
across.
was just lack of observation. That's a racing incident. That's no one's fault. It has cost the 62 of Thomas Childs incredibly seriously there. So the top 3 now are out on their own. And the really disappointing thing is it's brought an end to our Alan McNish stories, and there's going to be more of those.
Well, that was important because those 4 karts had qualified through without any issue whatsoever. Now we've got... Where has he gone? Thomas Childs. Is he out or has he continued? Is he out or has he continued? Thomas Childs still hasn't come round to complete 7 laps. So now we've got the number 2 of Carl Bryant, our last qualifier. Somebody's gotten a warning board, probably for that incident. Not quite sure what. So there's the battle still raging between the leaders, and there really is no point because these 2 boys have qualified through. Oliver Smith leads, Dan Millwood second. You've qualified to the year final. Just follow each other around. You're going to be on the penultimate row of the grid. As they continue round, there's the number 11 of Alex Thomas. Another qualifier falls out. So Alex Thomas from third place is off on the side of the track.
Does no one want to be in this final?
So we've still got 5 minutes of racing left. Smith and Millward are through. Colbrine up to third. Who's going to be the final qualifier? It's Steve Maidment, and he's only got 3/10 on Adrian Smith. Let's find kart 17, because that's where the action's at. Steve Maidment will
back about 3 from here.
Get a location on him for our camera crew. And we've got the number 17 and the number 37.
I think it's his next batch
very,
of karts
very
about coming to
close.
shot now. 37 and 17. There we are. The 17's not in. There's the 17. That is the guy in fourth, but that's not Adrian Smith anymore. I think Brian McCready's come through with the orange nose.
He could. Brian McCready, yeah.
It's not Brian himself, obviously.
So there's the 17. That's Steve Maidment. He's the final qualifier. Now then, behind him, right on his bumper, is it Brian McCready?
Yeah.
Pretty
sure
it is indeed Brian McCready. This is the race for the final qualifying position in the year final. What was turning into be a bit of a ball fest, to be frank with you, because we had the 4 qualifiers out there. Ended up us talking about Alan McNish and me going off at wherever I was going off.
A tangent.
A tangent, yeah.
Of your
Here we are,
career.
action for the last 3.5 minutes, because Steve Maidment has now got to hold off Brian McCready for 3.5 minutes. Can he do it? Here they come. Down the hill, through the right-hander at St John's. Just pick your mark very carefully. Keep off the curb on the inside of Sonny. Into paddock turn then. It'll be 11 laps completed for these drivers. Steve Maidment in 4th place. Steve running in the Masters class. He's not the fastest Masters here. That's Oliver Smith in 2nd in this race. B final qualifiers. Dan Millward at the moment from Oliver Smith, Carl Bryant, and that man there in the white helmet and the grey race suit, Steve Maidment. Can Brian McCready have a go at him? That's the question. Doesn't look like it with 2 minutes remaining in this heat. It's not looking good for Brian McCready unless he steps up the pace a little bit as they cross the line. 12 laps completed into the chicane. Oh, and here comes McCready. Here McCready having a look down the inside. He slotted back in using all of the road. There's Steve Maidment. Out towards Stewart's now. McCready moving along and down the inside of Maidment and into 4th place. That all-important 4th place for Brian McCready. It looked like he wasn't able to catch Maidment ahead of him, but he has indeed caught him and passed him. And he's probably done it at the right time now with less than 90 seconds in this B final. It's the final qualifying place into the A final is what we're looking at right now. And Brian McCready has gone and clinched it. We're inside of the final minute, almost. Into the Iredale hairpin. McCready, if anything, is pulling out a gap now to Steve Maidment. Into that right-hander at the stewardesses. Very strange entry into that. It's a hairpin, really, coming out immediately into a chicane. We call it the stewardesses. It's a very technical part of the track here at ROWRAH. So with 30 seconds on the clock as they cross the line, the leader, Dan Millward, has gone off. We've had a change for 2nd with Carl Bryant on the number 2, getting ahead of Oliver Smith. That's not going to affect their qualification into the year final. It is going to affect where they start on the grid. And with the number 22 just coming through now and into paddock turn, we'll continue watching this final qualifying position. Last lap board then for the leader. Out of sunny turn there, using all of the curb and more. Last lap board for Brian McCready, the final qualifier for the A final. Into the McRae hairpin for the final time. Not be the final time of the day for Brian McCready though. He's got an A final coming up. It'll be the last race of the day for these drivers. There's the leader as Dan Millwood takes the B final victory and crosses the line. He will take victory in this B final and qualify through to the penultimate row of the grid for the A final. Carl Bryant is second, 2 seconds back, 0.8 of a second further back, Oliver Smith. And then here comes McCready to take that fourth place. Drama in the B final for the 177 Rotax class, as we had all sorts of things happening, karts coming together, and then that unfortunate retirement for Alex Thomas. Not quite sure exactly what the problem was there, but an absolute shame for Alex Thomas. It was Steve Maidment who finished in 5th, Jack Goodyear in 6th, 7th was Adrian Smith, and then we lost Richard Edwards on lap 9. We lost, as I said there, Alex Thomas, kart number 11 on lap 8, along with Rob Logan. Thomas Childs went out on lap 6 with Aidan Hammond finishing on lap 3, and then Jake Lewis and Martin Heath we lost on the first lap. It's the junior final next, and it's Junior Rotax and Minimax, and that one's coming next. 12 minutes and 1 lap for the finals. 4 Minimax runners will be taking to the track. Reese Green is on the pole position in Minimax from Louis Reese, and then third is Alex Fraser, and fourth is Charlie Gillam. So we're about to go ahead with, there's Gaz. How's your day been, Gaz? Busy but good, says Gazberry. Thanks again. He just brings me our grid sheets for the remaining finals that we have for you. So coming next, Junior Rotax and Minimax. It'll be 4 karts of the Minimax field off the back of the Junior Rotax field. The karts are all ready and set to go. We're just recovering some karts from the Rotax 177B final. When we've got the track clear, we'll be giving the go-ahead. Green flags flying on most of our marshals post. Last of the karts just using one of the access gates onto that. Paul, you know when we went over for a walk over that far side and we saw that little strip of tarmac and I wondered why that was there? Perfect, brilliant idea. Recovering karts, getting them behind the fence, and that little strip of tarmac leads onto the pit entrance roadway, and that enables us to get the karts off the track very quickly here at ROWRAH. Great venue for the owned by the Cumbrian Kart Club and managed by their president Malcolm Fell and his wife Marion, who does a great job here and kept us fed and watered throughout the weekend. Let's have a look at the grid then for the Junior Rotax final, round 3 of the NAVOS NKC Championship. And it's Mason Perrin on the pole position from Samuel Wyatt. Ronnie Shrimpton and Ethan Wyatt are on row 2. Braden Hill and Ben Ficini are on row 3. Archie Buttle and Ashton French are on row 4, with Dylan Mitchell and Levi Goodyear on row 5. Row 6 is Adam Catling and Oscar Shrimpton. Sophie Hadley and Joel Bowden are on row 7. Row 8, Rafi Celentano, I should say, Ollie Morris, Thomas Hadley and Jack Briscoe are on row 9. Jacob McDonald and Archie Hardiman are on row 10. And the final row of the grid, 22 kart field for Junior Rotax, is Josh Eaton-Brown and James Rigby. Karts forming up nicely just before paddock turn. Mr. Starter has let them go. He's released them. And into the lead has gone Mason Perrin. That the red overalls, the red livery of the kart. Off has gone the 69. And that is Oscar Shrimpton there, losing it coming out of the chicane. Oh, look at this battle for second and third. Thomas Hadley, Archie Hardiman coming together 3 wide. Somebody on the grass there. The number 20 was that? We'll fathom out who that was as they come out of the stewardesses and down towards us. It should be the number 30. It is indeed Mason Perrin. Then we've got the 72. Then we've got the 72 of Ronnie Shrimpton, who's gone right up and into second place, side by side across the line. And they're still sorting themselves out as they come out of the hairpin. Mason Perrin has gone. These karts squabbling behind Perrin, 3 wide almost coming out of McRae's. These three karts battling. Oh, they're coming together there at the hairpin. All sorts of junior drivers tripping over one another outside of the Iredale hairpin. Let's have another look at this as they head into Iredale. It's the right-hand hairpin. And then it's Ronnie Shrimpton, Braden Hill, Samuel Wyatt involved there. The 72 of Ronnie Shrimpton diving down the inside. Here they come then. It's 2 laps completed. Perrin leads. Braden Hill now on the 35 up to second. It's Ronnie Shrimpton in third. Samuel Wyatt fourth. Archie Button fifth. Ethan Wyatt, Ashton French, Dylan Mitchell, Ben Ficini and Adam Catling rounding off the top 10. These karts have sorted themselves out, and Braden Hill, current championship leader coming into this round, has gotten off into second place and will be chasing down Mason Perrin. The gap at the line last time by was 1.6 seconds. We'll keep an eye on that. Mason Perrin, however, are going to be a hard man to beat. Fastest lap of the race there. Battle for third. Ronnie Shrimpton and Samuel Wyatt. Absolutely nose to tail. Being joined by Archie Buttle. And down the inside has gone Wyatt on Shrimpton. Wyatt makes it stick across the line. Samuel Wyatt up to third. Shrimpton fourth. And as they come out of the chicane and head towards McRae's, great drive from Samuel Wyatt. He's gotten by Shrimpton now, and he'll be chasing after Braden Hill. Braden Hill, fastest lap of the race. The second place kart, number 35, is chasing down the leader, Mason Perrin. That's the battle for third there. That orange overall of Sam Wyatt is now chasing after second place Braden Hill, who likewise is chasing after race leader Mason Perrin. We've had a third of this race coming up to...
What's happened? I've been fiddling with stuff.
All sorts, mate, all sorts. I know you've been fiddling with technicals. I'll tell you what we've got. We've got Mason Perrin leading, but we've got Braden Hill, who's reduced the gap from 1.8 seconds. It's now down to 0.8 of a second in 3 laps.
Wow.
And he's closing him down. Let's, if we can, Paul, let's find kart 35. He's second at the moment, and he's just behind the leader. There's Mason Perrin coming out of the stewardesses. Here they come, down into St John's, just a little bit ahead of where you are now.
I got some good luck messages. Good luck to Sophie and Thomas. Good luck all, especially Alex Fraser. Sorry, say that again. I was saying good luck messages. It's fine.
I've totally neglected the Minimax race because this is really getting hot. We've got a mechanical flag being shown. Can't see the number of the driver. Can't hear what that is for. There's the battle for the lead.
79 is the mechanical.
Right, 79. He's down in 18th
Jack
place.
Briscoe.
This is the battle for the lead. It's Reece Green leading Minimax. Alex Fraser is second in Minimax. But the junior Rotax class, this has been Mason Perrin, who's led from the start. However, Braden Hill, current championship leader coming into round 3, is chasing him down. He's got the gap down to half a second, but that's not half a second, is it?
Braden Hill, who has looked suspiciously off the pace at some points in this race, has bolted on a different set of tyres.
Yes, no doubt.
He's been using some right old rubbish in qualifying.
Is that a fact, or have you just thought of that?
I've been surprised about Braden's lack of forward motion in a couple of these heats.
Right.
And now he's just, that's a 60 kart, don't know who that is. It's Dylan Mitchell in last. And now, looking both ways.
Challenge now.
So Braden's now got back to the amount of grip he should have.
Yes, it's as we get towards the final rounds of this championship. We're at half distance now. You've got 2 sets of tyres, which you can basically factor in at any point, at any part of any race weekend. And so it's hard for us to judge just who's got rubber. Look at that, nose to tail.
He's saving him fuel at the moment. He's pushing him along.
He's not happy, is he?
No,
Mason Perrin.
If you push me at the backside, I'm going to wave at you, is the basic concept.
Also, Braden Hill is risking a bumper penalty. What's a bumper penalty, I hear you ask?
Well, hang on. What's a bumper penalty? It's gone for the lead. It doesn't matter what it is.
Well, it is. He's going to need to pull 5 seconds if that bumper's down. Basically, the front of the cart, I know I'm pointing to you, Nick.
Thank you.
But to our viewers, the front of the cart, the nose cone, as they call it, the nose section, has a device on it, a mechanism on it, that if you hit it hard at the front, it releases and drops the nose down. That's called a drop-down penalty. And it's there to stop people nudging people off. Because back in the day, when I raced here in 1986, being nudged off was part of the thing. It got out of hand, though. Got ridiculously out of hand. And I think it's a great way. So when you come in after the race, the scrutineer checks your nose cone, and if it's dropped, you immediately get a 5-second penalty. There's no argument. You haven't got any appeal. It's a nose cone. So what we're going to have here, and I'm just preempting this because I do not know if that nose has dropped. I'm trying to see if it. I think it has.
Well, the one ahead of it certainly, Mason's is higher, but whether that's just because they set the cart up, I don't know.
Well, it's just the way that he hit the back of Mason Perrin's cart that could cause him a nose penalty. So he's going to have to pull 5 seconds. It's all in the hands of the officials. We're going to shout it as we see it. So right now, Braden Hill is leading.
So who sets the pressure at which it drops?
It's based on the design mechanism. The design of the mechanism.
And I take it it's something you can't be tampered with.
It's like a clip.
Can't be tampered with.
No, people have tried.
Well, obviously.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah. Stiffen it up so it takes a bit of a... what I do see is when you get a brand new nose cone, you have the edges, the ends of each side of where the nose cone bends around the front of the wheels, you basically press it and mould it and bend it and bend it and bend it so it becomes soft. So that if you do hit it, it's not hard, but it actually bends.
Stick it in a bucket of water. Hot water.
Yeah. I'm sure there's all sorts of things being tried.
Well, he's pulling away now, Braden.
Yeah.
He's going to be up to about a second by the time they complete this lap with 4 minutes and change to go. Behind them, it's Samuel Wyatt in third, Ronnie Shrimpton in fourth, Archie Buttle in fifth, Ethan Wyatt, Ollie Morris, Ashton French, Ben Faccini, Adam Catling makes up the top 10. The Hadleys, who got some support for on the stream, they are nose to tail. Well, they're next to each other anyway. In 11th and in 12th and 13th, actually Thomas is about a second and a half off his sister. Actually 2 seconds off his sister. So there's a gap there.
Yeah, that's definitely.
There's a bit of a scrap between fourth and fifth, actually, between Ronnie Shrimpton and Archie Buttle. Looking at the here we come. This is the battle, fourth and fifth.
Let's watch that, and I'll keep an eye on the gap between Braden Hill and Mason Perrin.
The brightly covered 72 of Ronnie Shrimpton and Archie Buttle 22. We obviously spoke to Archie in the pit. Well, we didn't. Joe did in the pit walk. That's available, obviously, whenever you want to see it. Just scroll back on the live stream. It's at lunchtime, where you can watch it on a completely standalone on kartinglive.tv. And if you haven't liked kartinglive.tv on Facebook, please do. And if you haven't subscribed to Control Sport on YouTube, do that as well. It makes it a lot easier for us to talk to you and make sure you don't miss any of our other things. We've got a really random selection of stuff coming up. We've got more karting. We've got studio vision from Le Mans. We can get to see people commentating.
Oh, really?
Then we've got a whole succession of radio control car events, more karting. It's all going on.
When you say Le Mans, you don't mean Le Mans
karting. He's nudged him out there on the on the.
That was Ronnie Shrimpton nudging out Samuel Wyatt.
Buttle taking.
Buttle.
So he comes in. He's behind him, into St John's, and he just gives him a bit of a shove round.
Oh, I see. Yeah, Archie Buttle nudged out Ronnie Shrimpton. Yeah,
with not a massive speed differential. He may not have dropped his nose.
Again, that's tricky. These noses do tend to drop down for the slightest of things. So, and there's Buttle moving away now. The 22, having got by Ronnie Shrimpton, is pulled out. So,
picking up fourth
Archie
place.
Came into the weekend as third in the championship. Now then,
what's happening in the mini-maxes? They're only a few tenths apart. I don't know where
Reece Green is leading by about. They are only a few tenths apart, but they've got a junior right in the middle of them.
So we need to find 71 and give them a bit of love for a few seconds.
Let's find Kart 71. That's Reece Green. He's leading Minimax. Alex Fraser is second in Minimax. Then we've got Louis Reese, Kart 47. They've got the yellow number boards.
Here it comes.
They've got
Ash has got them. It's going through Erdales now. Now it's 71.
No, that's 77.
Oh, right. Where's 19?
You're looking for a yellow number board with a black number.
So what's the problem when they've split themselves into each other?
Yeah, we're gonna try and find Reece
Here we
Green.
go. Here's yellow number.
There's 71.
There's 95.
There's 71.
Where?
Yeah, you've got it. You've got it now.
We've got it now.
Well done.
Going through McRae's.
There's Reece Green looking very, very sinister in his black helmet.
Going through Airedale now. Right underneath you, Ash.
It would be nice to get more of the Minimax karters out there. It's a huge field. There's the gap between them, and they've got Josh Eaton-Brown in the middle of them.
Which is it'd be hard to overtake because he's got more power, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's a different class of kart. So the kart there, the Lando Norris kart of number 55, Alex Fraser.
Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate. It's a hard kart to get past someone who's in a faster class, effectively.
Yeah, it is.
Even though it's going to make it really difficult to get anywhere closer to Reece Green, who's leading this one.
Well, it was Alex Fraser who came into this round leading the Minimax Championship.
So we're going to take them over the line and we're going to go back to Braden Hill.
Braden Hill is leading by
a second.
So let's stick with Minimax, shall we?
Yeah, why ever not?
And give Reece Green. Braden Hill is being looked for by. There's the Minimax leader coming through now. Where's Braden Hill?
Well, he hasn't started his last lap yet.
Number there he is. Braden Hill just coming through now. He gets the last lap board now. There it is. Braden Hill, Mason Perrin. 1.2 seconds is the gap. Samuel Wyatt is 4 seconds further back. Archie Buttle is 8 seconds off the lead. Archie Buttle only 6/10.
I do feel this Minimax fair, and this is nothing against Josh Eaton-Brown, but he wasn't there. This would be a much better race.
Well,
I actually do think that the second car there, the 55 machine, actually has a bit more pace than the leader.
Yeah.
And now they've got two karts between them, so I need to wipe the nose off almost.
Yeah, I'm afraid that Reece Green and Alex Fraser's race has been.
Well, Reece Green had an absolute bonus out of that because he's managed to get them between them. So the race part hasn't worked, but the actual winning bit's gone terribly well.
Yeah, it has. It's enabled. Checker flag for Braden Hill. Them. Mason Perrin second. Samuel Wyatt will finish third. Then we've got Archie Buttle finishing across the line now in fourth. Ronnie Shrimpton fifth. Ollie Morris, Ethan Wyatt, 6th and 7th. Then we've got Ashton French in 8th. Ben Ficini will finish 9th. As the rest of the field come through, Adam Catling 10th, 11th as Lever Goodyear. Sophie Hadley 12th. Thomas Hadley in 13th. Rafi Salentano and Archie Hardiman 14th and 15th. Jacob McDonald coming through now. And Oscar Shrimpton, Joel Bowden. Joel Bowden, in fact, finishing ahead of Oscar Shrimpton there, just getting 17th and 18th. Here comes the Minimax leader, who has already crossed the line. Reece Green takes the win. Alex Fraser second. Louis Reese takes third. And fourth was Charlie Gillam.
Congratulations to Braden Hill. Managed to find the pace that had been lacking earlier in the day. And we now get ready for the 100 UK final.
I've been looking forward to this one, Nick. I really have. This is one
100 UK final.
This is going to be. This is going to be.
It's on the hut.
Oh, I see. Yeah. You're being all techie, aren't you?
No,
100.
What's happening is that Paul's being all smug. Paul's being super smug Paul there because I reminded him to change the logos. He'd already done it, but I hadn't noticed because the logo's right on top of that hut. Oh dear, it's funny. Who's in this one? What's the grid? Tell me all about it. Joseph?
Sorry, say again.
Who's in this one?
Well, it's
tell
100
me
UK.
about it and the grid.
100 UK. Just to remind everybody what 100 UK is about. This is our retro class. What do you want?
A pink box.
Pink box. Right. Okay. This is our retro class. These are karts from the 90s era. 100cc TKM engined. They are a little bit different to the more modern Rotax Max categories and even the 100 TKM class or the 115 senior TKM class. The chassis have no adjustable geometry on the front, for instance, very little adjustability. Certainly on the front of the kart, rear of the kart, exactly
side of the car,
similar.
Back of the car. So what can you do? You can widen the track.
Widen the track, tow, tracking.
Front, yeah.
You can slightly widen the track with spacers.
Right, so...
But you can't change caster and camber, that's the biggest thing. The engines are 100cc air-cooled, TKM engines. They're still very fast. They're still, 0 to 60 in 3.5 seconds.
Gemma Graham says, good luck in the 100 UK final, Marcus Dory. What a day you've had. He has. He's been entertaining us. And where is he on the grid?
Marcus Dory is second.
Second.
Wesley Graves is on the pole position. Marcus Dory is alongside. Jamie Crease and Jordan Kendall are on row 2. Liam Hamling and Ben Klukas are on row 3. Dominic Pine and Glenn Rayland are on row 4. Tom Pattle and Lee Jackson are row 5. Brendan Williams and Charlie Leonard are row 6. Matthew Lawrence and Leonardo Taggio are on row 7. James Murray and Dennis Barclay are on row 8. And John Allen, who's on the novice plate, he's the 17th and final qualifier. It's going to be another pole of two-stroke smoke, the final pole of two-stroke smoke for the day. We've already had our senior TKM final. It was one of the finals that kicked things off. But perhaps, Nick, the reason why I look forward so much to this 100 UK category is the racing. You said yourself, dimensionally, the karts are narrower, they're smaller, they're a little bit more nimble in the corner. The tyres are a little bit different. They're on Dunlop tyres, and they're quite a hard compound. Again, 2 sets per season. And the racing tends to be
close.
Very, very close.
Smoky.
Very, very close indeed, yeah.
The Real Afro King says, come my best boys, Liam Hamling and Dom Pine. Love you guys. And that's Dom Pine.
Dominic Pine.
Starting 8th?
Yeah,
and
Liam
Hamling
7th.
All right.
5th. Liam Hamling is starting right ahead of Dominic Pine. They're nose to tail.
Battle
5th and 7th.
Battle of the Real Afro King's best boys.
Yeah.
I must say, when I was fiddling with some more technical stuff at the start of the TKM race, it was amazing because I got a fantastic smell of fuel. It was great.
Oh, was it really? Yeah.
Love a bit of two-stroke.
Now, you'll see Wes Graves, who, if you were with us at lunchtime, you saw us interviewing him and telling us about the Flex team here this weekend, and a big part of the NKC paddock. I say big part, they've got the most massive of awnings because they're running about 10 or 12 karts.
Oh, problem for 62.
Massive team.
Oh, big problem. The 62's
big problem.
The 62's had a problem, and he's taken the 24 out. That isn't going to be a start in a million years.
It has. They've started them off.
Really?
Yeah.
That wasn't very fair on the 24.
No, it's because the starter can't see what's happening over there.
That's really, really bad. Who is the 24? It's really bad luck on who it was.
24 is the
62.
62 is Glenn Rayland.
I think he ordered his plug up. It was going so slow.
24 or 34.
Well, I don't know. It was one of the ones. It's 34. It must be Lee Jackson. There is the 62. I think he ordered his plug up during all this ridiculously slow running in. They're all choking the engines whilst they were doing it. This isn't the first time we've seen him do this, is it?
No, he's pretty good at it.
He's giving it a big old run here. Obviously, it's not sounding right.
Meanwhile, Wes Graves is off into the lead, number 2. And he's got Marcus Dory along right behind him. They're already coming round to where that problem was. Wes Graves leads across the line, and just look at this line of karts as they do. That's the lead battle right there. Wes Graves leads, Marcus Dorey second, Jamie Creech third, Jordan Kendall fourth, Liam Hamling fifth, Dominic Pine sixth, Ben Clucas seventh, Tom Pattle eighth, ninth is Brendan Williams, and rounding off the top 10 is Matthew Lawrence.
Aggressive amount of dirt and curb taken on the right-hand side there by 22 through the chicane. Obviously, it's far more interesting to hear about who's in the top 10 position. People read them on the right-hand side. But anyway, get me. Oh, saucer of milk for me.
That's what I'm thinking of, mate.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it? Oh, we should stop having fun. I don't know if it translates that well.
Here's the leader, already with us, Wes Graves. You know what? Wes Graves, the number 2. I've been saying this all day, so I'll remind everybody if you just joined us for the finals. This lad we interviewed yesterday, and it went out today on the on this live stream at lunchtime. He was teammate to Lewis Hamilton, and he was McLaren backed, and it's one of those drivers that the career just didn't go in the same direction. It's a very, very tough business to get to the very top, like Lewis Hamilton was, and arguably the greatest Formula One driver of all time, statistically certainly. And Wes Graves showing that even still enjoying his karting and being very, very competitive, and considering the knowledge that he has of how to drive these karts, he just sits there very composed. He's not going to get flustered. He knows he's got Marcus Dorey all over him. He knows Jamie Creech is not far behind there. And he knows Liam Hamlin's there as well.
Has he been running since the mid-90s non-stop, or did he take a break?
I think he said that. I think he said he's been pretty much
in these karts. Because these are.
Well, I'm not sure if he's raced TKMs. He probably raced Formula A's.
Well, 100 UKs. These are karts which the chassis have to be from the 90s, don't they?
They do, yeah.
They're found in sheds.
I think he said he raced Jicker and the sort of the primary sort of class in the national championships and the like. It's a long race, 12 minutes and one lap. It's a long race for these karts, and we're seeing not so much tyre management, but race management going on here. It's, they are as fast as they can. They're absolutely flat out, and it's a great race developing here, what we see. Wes Graves, Marcus Dorey, Jamie Creech, Liam Hamling. They're just about to come through Paddock Bend. They're about to be joined by Jordan Kendall as well. So we've got effectively a 4-kart race for the lead, about to become a 5-kart race for the lead. And you see how those drivers are driving, Nick. They're not really pushing into the corner, and Wes Graves is aware of that. You see they're not really getting out of shape. They're driving very smoothly. Don't get me wrong, they're on the limit. They're absolutely on the limit. If you and I were out there on one of these karts, we couldn't keep up with these boys. Not a chance.
There's no chance of that. I'll be tired now. I've done 3 laps.
Well, yeah, that's true.
4 laps, blimey.
Coming in for oxygen now.
So how much better, this is a question you might not be able to answer, this is a question for you for next time. How much better are these reimagined karts 25 years after they were actually original karts? What's been improved on them subtly by this? You know how when they make these
you mean different material?
Yeah, when they make these they make new versions of things like the Lotus Cortina, they're way better than the original ones were.
Oh no! There's massive reasons why that is. Let's not get involved in historic motor racing.
No, but I'm saying this is
it's historic karting we're talking about.
Yeah, and
so a little bit different.
The most obvious thing that's improved, I guarantee that because you've got very, very modern synthetic oils, the engines will be way happier.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think tyres are better. They're using the Dunlop tyre, and if you just watch the way these. 7 minutes remaining already, and you can just see the body language beginning to get a little bit more sort of intense, let's say. These two beginning to break away from third and fourth. But I think there's a lot of karts original. Mm-hmm. But, yeah, you're right. Materials, the standard of metals that are used in the tube frames of building these karts will undoubtedly be a better grade of steel. Who knows? But
computerized CNC milling has improved everything.
Yeah, it has.
That's why a Cosworth DFV made by hand can make 450 horsepower for 3 litres.
Change for second. So number 3, Liam Hamling, down the inside of Marcus Doring, caught us snapping, Nick.
I know.
I didn't see that because a second ago there was a gap between second and third, and first and second were breaking away from Liam Hamling. Maybe Liam Hamling
he's been keen on that corner. Let's say that's why Cosworth DFE made 450 horsepower. I thought it was amazing back in 1967. And now you can get a road car with 3 litres.
Oh, I know you can. It's ridiculous.
It runs 18,000 miles between oil changes.
Yeah.
And it's because that's all down to the precision of actually because the best blueprinted by hand engine is not as good as a pretty shonky one done by a computerised milling machine.
Well, I was at the Donington Historic Festival a couple of weeks ago, and there was RS 500 Sierras that were from the British Touring Car Championship. They had more horsepower than James Hunt's McLaren that won the World Championship, Formula One World Championship in 1976. It's bizarre, isn't
turbo, isn't it?
Yeah.
The ever advancing rate. I mean, it gets to ludicrous figures, and we'll get back onto the karting in a second, but the most ludicrous thing is that when you buy your GT3 version of Ferrari or Mercedes, it has significantly less power than the road car version.
Yes.
Because so you actually buy a slower car for $500,000. Well, slower theoretically engine. This is getting tight now. Look up the inside. Oh, that was
Wes Graves coming together at the McRae hairpin there. I think he caught Wes napping a bit. And
because
it was Liam Hamling who had Marcus Dory down the inside.
Second. Yeah, I mean, Dory was shaping to go past Hamling in the 3, backed out of it, hadn't then decided to go up the inside of Graves. Graves managed to hold on. Dory backed out of his move. At the end of the day, they were in the same order they were, but they all had to go at something. And even towards the end of that, Jamie Creaser was thinking about perhaps sneaking on the back of Dory. So there's 4 karts here with 4 minutes and a half to go.
It's like
absolutely going for it.
A bit like game of basketball where it's all down to the final quarter. This is all down to the final third. And they've just been pacing themselves, haven't they? They've been looking towards this final 4 minutes of racing. And now we kind of switched the button, and these 4 that have been circulating together, now we're going to see some challenges being mounted.
Dory is quick through the chicane. He's brave enough to take a little bit of dirt on the right-hand side, and he always gains a few yards, or meters, on Hamling, but not always useful meters. He can actually turn into a move. Now, Hamling is going to start shaping up a Graves for the inside run through Stuart Estes. Thinks about there is a cart width. He's going to get through as well, I think.
Oh, he squeezed him down, didn't he? Used the tin opener as I say.
But he's lost all his momentum halfway through. Got away with it.
But the thing is, with the chicane straight after that, you can't then get by. You can't then be disadvantaged. You can just sit there.
Wesley can't get past, but oddly, the person in third can. But he was too close as well. So
down the inside of Paddock, he came out of Sonny much quicker, and I've seen that happen many, many times. A little bit of a nudge there from Liam Hamling. No harm, no foul. Needs to be careful though. Doesn't want to drop down into McRae's. Wes Graves. Wes has been woken up here, hasn't he? It's like, right, now you want to play.
We're in a scrap, are we?
Now you want to play.
Dory now under heavy pressure from Creaser. But the top 2 have got some breathing right on the inside again. He's taking him off the track, but he carried on going. That was interesting.
Oh, and same move. Same as last lap. Now then, can Liam Hamling wake up to that drive through Sonny? Here they come. This is the section of track. Just look how close Wesley Graves is there, just touching the rear bumper. This is where he had the momentum. This is where he gets the drag down into Paddock. Liam Hamling will know what's coming though, and he's seen it, didn't he? He knew it was coming.
I'm not sure why Graves gave up the line. He had a line where he was taking Hamlin from not being able to get up the inside of the Stuart S's, and he just backed off it. I'm not quite sure why.
He did. He moved over to the left and kind of opened the door, didn't he?
He was doing it, as aggressively as you're allowed legally. But look, now it's away. Hamlin's managed to gap it. So Hamlin looking like he's got the speed to win this.
He really has. He's
that
back marker. No, back marker. Trying to get out of the way and doing a great job.
That's John Allen, I think, in the 79.
John Allen, the novice, doing a great job not tripping
and now,
these boys over.
Graves, believe it or not, is falling into the hands of Marcus Dory. And Dory's right on his tail. So Dory's been ebbing and flowing a bit between the back of the top 2 and then having to fight off Creaser. But now it's definitely plan B, and he's much, much closer.
Well, Liam Hamling, 7th in the championship coming into this round. Scott Williams hasn't turned up on the O plate in this category. Ed Peed, championship leader, hasn't turned up. So maximising the points haul for Liam Hamling. Wes Graves will be thinking about that as well, because Wes is second in the championship. Wes Ben Clucas, by the way, He's down in 7th. He's had a torrid day, hasn't he?
Not had the car set up.
He's not at all. And just look at that gap already. Liam Hamling, he was 0.3 of a second across the line. We're into the final minute, Nick. Into the final minute. Would you believe that?
So they've got this and 2 more.
It was a high-speed game of chess, the start of this race, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And now it's woken up into the final 4 minutes and already into the final minute.
They're right on the cusp of getting...
Oh, we are. 48 seconds there as we cross the line.
Right, I think they're doing the laps under 48 seconds, aren't they?
They're doing 52s.
Oh, they are. Oh, they're not then. All right, this will be the penultimate lap then.
Yeah, it'll be 1 lap to go by next time by.
Stabilising down, a nice comfy lead of 3 or 4 tenths. If it's going to happen now, it's going to be Dory on Graves.
Yeah, they've dropped Jamie Crease in 4th, haven't they? They've dropped Jamie Crease. That's none of our phones. We're in the Cumbria Kart Club Cafe Lounge.
Lounge, love.
That could be anybody's.
Advanced Lounge,
yeah.
First class only. Dory really trying to get himself to Graves. Graves, I don't think, is going to get anywhere near Liam Hamling without a major mistake from Liam in this final lap that's coming up. Time expired, so this will be the last lap. Can Dory, though? White helmet, grey kart. There again, look, he's got superb speed up and over the chicane again. Now, he's going to have to go for it.
Not quite.
And it's one of those when you back out, you end up losing more than your advantage.
Yeah, but the thing is, Nick, you're on such a knife edge. You remember, there's only brakes on the rear axle of these karts. Yep. So when you press the brake, tad more.
No room at the inn from Smith this time.
Griff should have done that to keep Liam Hamling behind him.
But he backed out for some reason.
Yeah. It's so easy to spin and lock the rear axle and spin off in these karts. Side by side into St John's, that's not going to work. Here they come into Sunny for the final time then. And it's the checkered flag being ready for Liam Hamling.
He got the inside. No, he can't.
Liam
Hamling. I'll lead over the line.
There
he goes. Waves it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Close as ever. Another great final from the 100 TKMers.
I'm just going to reboot my
timing.
So
it's Liam Hamling from Wesley Graves. Marcus Dory was 3rd. Jamie Creaser was 4th. Dominic Pine was 5th. We had some Dominic fans earlier. And then we have Ben Klukas, Jordan Kendall, Tom Pattle, Matthew Lawrence, Lee Jackson, Dennis Barkley? Yes. There's Barkley. Troy Leonard, Leonardo Taggio, John Allen, Brandon Williams, and Glenn Reynard.
Right then.
Now you've broken your computer.
I have, yes. I'm going to reboot while we talk amongst ourselves.
I always like talking about myself. So so that's the there's 2 races to go. We've got the 2 Rotax finals to come.
Yeah, 2 Rotax finals to come. So senior Rotax A final coming up first. That's the 162 weight category. And
Jojo Bow 75 says some amazing driving today from everybody. Shame everyone could not win a medal or a trophy. Well,
really is well said.
Proud of you, Marcus Dory, says Gemma Graham. Yep, 3rd place with Marcus and very, very competitive all day. And when he gets home and watches the stream, he's going to see himself both being brilliant and slightly confused at the same time. But some brilliant driving by Marcus. In fairness, he's absolutely been one of the stars of the day, but not the driver of the day, I don't think.
No. That's hard. It's going to be a hard one, that. I'm really struggling to think about a driver of the day, and I know that's what we've been tasked with. You got any thoughts?
I am, kind of was thinking about someone. I've changed my mind.
Really?
Yeah.
I think my driver of the day is based on utter stupidity.
Well, that's the best way, I think, normally.
And he'll take that as it was meant. Because I think I said that to his face, actually.
Oh, I've got a technical question from Scotty here.
Yes.
You need to answer. You've only got 8 tyres, yeah?
Yeah.
What happens if you're unlucky and get a puncture or something?
Well, then that's called force majeure.
Right.
And you can apply with the said damaged tyre, and the organisers will allow you to replace the tyre. you've got to be very careful insofar as, no foul play is
have a right or go at this.
If it happens to have no tread on it, and you puncture it, it's going to be like, no, you can sit there's tread depth indicators. Did you not know that?
Yes, I did actually.
Yeah, of course you did.
I've sat there with the
right,
dog.
let's have a look at this. Jay Lewis on the pole position. James Wood, our on-kart cameraman, is on the front row alongside him. This is his local track. He's a Workington lad. Callum Davies and Miles Barthorpe are on the second row. George Sanders and Luke Evans on the third row. Scott Smith and Adam Rogers. Then we've got Lewis Jones, Paul Lozan, Harry Barker, Jack Jones, Simon Keeble, Alex Warnaby, Pedro Oliveira, Jez Owen, Lewis Ball, Thomas Storer, Scott Lowther, Paul Moran on row 10, Tommy Lee Davies, Dylan Tatum, Ellis Humphreys, Jodie Fox, Dan Andrews, Tyler Fossey, Scott Russell, Alexander Mirazan are on row 14. Row 15 is Martin Coe and Sam Elliott. Then we've got our B finalists, Andrew Powell, Matthew Kildred, Nathan Hope and James Costin.
Well done. That's a superb example of just going for it. And they go, and here they go, over the line now.
Yeah, they've been released. Looks like Jay Lewis. That's James Wood in second on the number 12.
Oh, he lost a bit of momentum there.
Yeah, he's going to have Miles Barthorpe and Callum Davies all over him, though, if he's not careful.
Full start. Full start.
Full start, shouted. Couldn't tell by his, I know that, but couldn't tell by his body language. He looked happy.
I just went, it's written at the top. Sometimes you get surprised by the things your own system does.
So that was a great start, I think, from the front row.
Someone's
They'd
got a problem.
been happy with that.
Who's that with a problem?
Can't see the number of that one, I'm afraid.
It's a plain white helmet. It's probably Andy Powell because he's
not. Kart 80.
80.
I've got nobody.
Jodie Fox. Jodie Fox. That's really bad luck for Jodie there. Might be able to get started again. The thing about it, they had their own self-starters. Oh, some right old tyre warming going on from from Callum Davis. No, it was Miles Barthorpe doing it in the 1-2-4 kart. Trying again. 12 minutes of racing.
Not sure why the starter was unsatisfied with that. But
the 80 has rejoined. He's at the back, so he's got going again. Jodie Fox, but he's at the back now.
Right, here they go then. Jay Lewis, James Wood once again.
Right across. That one was very sleepy.
That's got to be not a full start, because that was worse than the first start. James Wood was chopped across. Yeah.
And that one's going. Okay, fair enough. Right, so in the lead is the Lando Norris machine with the...
Callum Davies, I think, number 95.
Yeah, it's 95 from 42 from 1-2-4 from 12. So James Wood drops to 4th. So he's not made as good a start this second time around.
No, because he got chopped out before we even got across the line. That was not a very good start there in my book. Callum Davies in the lead, though, taking full advantage of that utter confusion at the start, and will lead across the line with one lap completed. Callum Davies leads, Jay Lewis second, Miles Barthorpe third.
Beautiful move there by Barthorpe. If he can make it stick during the next two parts of the corner, and through here does, and he can.
So he's ahead of Jay Lewis.
Came through, just we hadn't seen it. Oddly, we saw quite a few of these dives into McRae during this first run of heats. We've hardly seen it since. And then we'll say, well, no, I think I'll save my overtakes for this, the entry to the Stuart S's. But this time, Miles leapt in. Off you go.
So, leader Callum Davies on the Lando Norris kart continues to lead. He's now got Miles Barthorpe behind him, though. And then behind Barthorpe, Jay Lewis. And Jay Lewis has got James Wood to contend with. Looks over his shoulder. James Wood through in 4th. George Sanders 5th. Luke Evans 6th. Scott Smith. Paul Lozan up to 8th. Adam Rogers 9th. Lewis Jones in 10th now. Lewis Jones, the man in 10th place there, the number 21. He's the championship leader coming into this round, as the leaders are still together, aren't they? Oh, and that's James Wood who spins, and he's been hit massively. I'm not sure he'll be able to continue with that one. And he just spun there. There's the number 12. going down into Stewart's. He just
he just lost it on his own. Lost it on his own, and then
contact.
It was the front. At least it wasn't the. At least it wasn't the actual radiator, but that's really not good news.
Oh, and that is a terrible state of affairs.
He's dropping down.
James Wood's dropping like a stone.
14th set down. So
14th, 10 spots lost for the local driver.
Andy Powell up to 25th from the back of the grid, trying to make the best of a very difficult day.
Yeah, Andy will continue to make his progress. Meanwhile, Callum Davies continues to lead by exactly 1 second.
That's not 1
second.
second.
1/10 of a second, I should say.
That's not a second in anyone's
not at
language.
all. Miles Barthorpe is the man on the move. He's right on his bumper now, isn't he? Jay Lewis through in third. George Sanders I should say, up into fourth. Luke Evans, Paul Azan sixth. Adam Rogers, no change all the way down the order. Scott Lowther there in 13th. James Wood now 14th still. 2 seconds from Scott Lowther.
Andy Powell up to 24th.
Powell continues to progress. Oh, I've somehow moved very close to you, Nick.
Oh, well, you can't hurt yourself. It's just our magnetic attraction, that's what it is. So Barthorpe absolutely putting Davis under the ultimate pressure as they go through Sunny.
He is, isn't he?
But interestingly, good exit there from Davis, means he's not really under any pressure through Paddock Bend. So Barthorpe needs to really get himself in line as they come down into McRae's. Shapes to think about it, just brakes not quite obviously on the bumper of Callum. To explain that can result in a bumper drop, but he didn't get a good exit. And Davis pulls away a little bit. And this now means that second and third are getting closer. So it's Jay Lewis now in the 42, trying to reel in the 1-2-4. And there's the 95, and they're obviously none of them are overtaking. So they'll take that wide line, which is the fastest way theoretically through the Stewart S's, but not if someone's trying to overtake you.
A little bit of a cushion there, hasn't he, Callum Davies, from having Miles Barthorpe literally breathing down his neck through paddock turn there. Still 7 minutes of this 12-minute final to go, so still a little game of managing the kart, managing the driver, managing yourself. Jay Lewis hasn't lost sight of those karts ahead of him. He's keeping them very much in his sight. Paul Ozan's a man to watch. Now, Paul is third in the championship coming into this round, and he's currently fifth. These three off into the lead. And there's the fourth place kart of George Sanders, just dropping back. 2.2 seconds is the gap. And then we've got Paul Ozan right on his tail. So the question is, Nick, can Miles Barthorpe pull out a little bit more pace and get back on terms and then even have a challenge, whether he wants to at this stage?
I'm sure he does.
Yeah, 10th of
the
a
problem
second.
he's got is less than half a second behind is Lewis. Now they have the top three have now got a reasonable gap over Sanders in fourth. There's a second and a half. I think if Barthorpe had the pace, he'd go now, because it's not really serving him anything sitting in Davis's slipstream. Coming in and thinking about it, but there's really no way of going up on three wheels and bumping around.
Callum Davies going into the Stewarts there. He just put his left rear wheel on the grass.
And he's lost a couple
as
of
he
tenths.
and look at that. Yeah.
We've seen a couple of times where if you really just overdo it, you get that the waggly wheel is too waggly.
Yeah.
And you begin skipping across the track, and therefore what happens is you lose a bit of drive. And that drive is that sort of tenth of a second.
It is. And once you lose that momentum, it kind of knocks you out of the rhythm a bit. It's a little bit tricky to get back into that rhythm. And here we have them coming together again. Callum Davies from Miles Barthorpe. And Barthorpe struggling, if anything, to get. He gets back onto the bumper of Davies, doesn't he? And then he falls back off it.
I don't think he knows what to do next. And that's not me having a go at him. I think
I know what you mean.
I think he's finding himself where he's faster. There's nothing you can do with it. And where he's slower, we just end up with a gap. It's almost like most of his speed's in the straights, but they'll come around the corner and he's dropped off. Again, less than 2 tenths behind. Jay Lewis is 4 tenths behind Barthorpe. Sanders getting closer actually. Sarnda's down to a second now, so they are beginning to trip over each other at the front here. 4.5 minutes to go, so we're only just over halfway. We're not down to 2/3 yet by any means. Then there's an extra lap. Glance over the shoulder, you can see there's the next three, which is Sanders, Ozan and Smith, are covered by half a second, so it's tight as ever in the Senior Rotax A final here at the NKC round 3. This is Karting Live TV, giving you the live streaming coverage. If you have a karting event you want covered, contact us on Facebook. We're happy to talk about how we can do it. My name's Nick Damon. To my right is Joe Bradley, and there's a move. Barthorpe thought about move. Apparently he doesn't want us to talk about who we are. He wants to get past. On cameras, it's Ash and Scott pressing the buttons and having to interpret my hand signals. It's Paul Bateman. And we now have 3 carts right together.
Just about to see
and
it.
This makes it more difficult for Barthorpe because he now has to measure up any attempt he makes to get past Callum Davies with a potential loss of that same position to Jay Lewis if it goes slightly wrong.
Yeah, he's got to contend with defending as well as attacking. I'm not sure. It's 3.5 minutes now. Barthorpe has really got to go for it. He's really got to have a chat. He's really got to challenge Callum Davies now, because it's getting to the point of the race where time is basically running out, quite literally. And of course, Jay Lewis, who's kept a lovely watching brief in that 3rd place. Oh, look at who's behind Jay Lewis, though.
Ozan.
Paul Ozan. Yeah, you can't rest when Paul Ozan's on your tail. There really is. It's like racing against a Sensei master. There's nothing that man doesn't know about how to race a kart. Been doing it for years. And this 2-kart battle for the lead is almost becoming a 5-kart battle for the lead. And we know what happens there. We start having people trip over one another. Callum Davies, though, very, very composed. He hasn't really reacted to the pressure from Barthorpe. But then again, Nick, as Barthorpe down the inside,
here he goes.
Like what I'm seeing now.
Is he going to drive him out? He tried to drive him out, but no, he backed
Callum
out
Davies,
of it.
Yeah. Now that's concertinaed everybody up. So we're all gonna start tripping over one another here.
And the cork in the bottle, I think, is Jay Lewis. I think Azan's got more pace than Lewis.
Yes, I think so too. Yeah, these two at the front though, Callum Davies. And there's Ozan down the inside at St John's.
Yes.
You wanted to see it happen. There it is. The old master shows you how it's done, Nick.
That took us to the penultimate race of the day.
And with just under 2 minutes to
I
go.
get to see it again now.
There it is. It's total momentum. Slips out from the behind Lewis.
Look at that.
And puts the kart down the inside.
I thought we were seeing so many of those.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, it's an acceleration zone. It's very, very hard. And with the new track, you get more. I say the new track. It's been like this for years.
What? We've been here before then?
Yeah, just a bit. Now we've got a 3-card battle for sure. Lewis.
And
Barthorpe's through.
Taking him.
Yeah.
Taking him.
That was so easy.
Finally got
that
through.
look so easy. Miles Barthorpe now leading, coming into the final minute. Can Paul Ozan increase that 3rd place podium place and make that the 2nd step, or indeed the 1st?
He's
nudging. Right with him, isn't he?
Nudging on the back of Davis there. Oh, look at Barthorpe. He's managed to pull a good few yards straight away.
He has. Davis, great job in keeping Barthorpe behind him.
Oh,
and there's down the inside.
None of that.
Textbook
Took
from
him.
Paul Ozan.
And you're going to lose 2 positions. It's bad. It looks like on the outside, Scott Smith is thinking about it as well, but not quite. The winner of the final heat. Got him again. So Smith's through. So it's been a terrible lap for Callum Davis.
Oh, Callum Davies. He's absolutely livid with himself for allowing Scott Smith to be able to do that in such a textbook way. Here they come. Ozan, if anything, dropping off the back now of Miles Barthorpe.
I think Barthorpe's just lit the afterburners.
Now the question is, can they get across the line? I think they will.
Oh,
so
yeah.
it's going to be 2 more laps, 13 seconds on the board. 2 more laps of racing. Ozan chasing after Miles Barthorpe. I'm not sure he's got enough pace, you know.
Barthorpe, once he got through, he just found a little bit more. Pushed hard.
He did indeed. There they are, down the back straight for the penultimate time. Miles Barthorpe, I think he's got this. Paul Ozan needs to pull something massively out. We know he's quick around here. He's come through the field. He was 10th on the grid, would you believe? He's where he started this final. And to come through
in second
to latch on to the leading cart across the line then. 1 lap to go. Barthorpe out of the chicane, heading down to McRae's. Into Iredale and out onto the back straight. Ozan is closer than he was the last lap. We know how strong he is out of here. Textbook line. He wants to get on terms with Barthorpe, who is equally as quick. Tries to get the momentum. He closes the door off, does Barthorpe. Into Sonny, little bit of defensive driving. Ozan, it's the last chance into Paddock. He hasn't got the momentum. He comes up the inside. He's going to get it across the line, though. Ozan takes the win.
Wow.
Paul Ozan, the old master, former Super 1 champion. And this is what he did. He stuck his nose down the inside. And he was, both drivers, Barthorpe and Ozan, were absolutely on the limit into Paddock for the final time.
700ths of a second.
75 thousandths of a second was
brilliant.
The gap of the line.
Absolutely brilliant.
So that's
Do you know why I like that?
Go ahead.
An old bloke won.
Yeah, I know. That's
Blooming
fabulous.
kids. Blooming kids.
Yeah. Unbelievable. Great effort. 10th on the grid as well.
That's fantastic, right? Absolutely superb by Paul there.
Let's
Absolutely superb.
Let's have a quick rundown. Paul Ozan takes the win. Miles Barthorpe second. Scott Smith third. Callum Davies fourth. Jay Lewis is fifth. Lewis Jones sixth. George Sanders seventh. Eighth was Luke Evans. Ninth was Pedro Oliveira. James will be a very disappointed 10th. Adam Rogers 11th. Harry Barker 12th. Scott Lowther 13th. Simon Keeble 14th. Lewis Ball 15th. Thomas Storer 16th. 17th was Tommy Lee Davis. 18th was Jez and Andrew Powell gets all the way up to 19th after that dilemma that found him in the B final. Paul Moran 20th. Jack Jones 21st. And let's have a look at the rest of the finishers. We've then got Tyler Fossey. Hopefully his ribs and his wrist are okay. Scott Russell, Matthew Hildred, Ellis Humphreys, Martin Coe, Nathan Hope, James Costin, Jody Fox. Dylan Tatum finishes 30th. Alexander Mirazan finishes 31st. Alex Warnaby 32nd. We lost Dan Andrews, who went out of the race on lap 11, and Sam Elliott, who went out at the beginning. Well, Nick, round 3 of the NKC about to come to its conclusion.
We've had some good final. I know we've got one race to go. We've had some very good finals this time. I remember the clay of the finals a little bit more. We've had some really good finals here. I mean, let's hope we get one final one to round off the day.
I think it's the nature of the track, though, isn't it? When we came here and we've said that there was lots of potential overtaking spots, some of which weren't as apparent as the others.
Some have been invented,
and the ones
by
that
the
we
drivers.
thought were apparent have not been.
No. Well, until last race. Mr. Ozan is my hero for doing that going to St John's. So we have one more race to go, and that is the 177A final, heavy. So that's going to see the Louis Large battle against...
Have a guess what the front row looks like.
Well, it's Louis Large and Phil Howarth, isn't it, really?
Yes, it is. On the pole position, though, and getting more championship points.
One more point
than Louis. Is Philip Howarth. He's on the pole. Louis Large is second. I'm going to cough, Nick.
Okay.
So talk amongst yourselves.
And in third on the grid, it's Steve Richardson. Fourth is Joe Fifner. In fifth, it's Richard Evans. Sixth is Harold Wainwright. He's had some good performances. Seventh, Reece Llewellyn in the all-black cart. Mark Rowe in eighth. Keith Mason in ninth. Zach Bolton's in 10th. I can hear the cheers from the internet right now. In 11th, it's Ben Hitch. 12th is Stephen Horner. 13th is Lawrence Hilton. 14th is Harry Rowitz with 7 rows in. 8th row is Steve Gilly and Charlie Jowers. 9th row is Michael Mallet and Thomas Hinton. Then we have Alasdair Cunningham and Tim Darlow. Tommy Austin and Brendan Smith, row 11. Then it's Taylor Adams, Billy Clark, Tom Eldridge, Alex Jones, Mike Edwards, James Yap, Jai Oliver and Colin Campbell. Jai Oliver's had a difficult day to qualify in row 15. Then the bump-ups are Dan Millwood, Carl Bryant, Ollie Smith and Brian McCready. And that is your 34 runners and riders.
Thank you, Nick. That was indeed a
Here we go.
cracking rundown.
That's the only one I could do.
We're being released as well. This is going to be a cracker.
Scotty's asking me, is this the last one? Yeah, get up, it is the last one, you lazy man sitting on your deck chair.
Yeah. Take your red legs and get up.
Yeah.
Match your red brow. Actually, I've got a red brow.
He says he needs to do a number one, and he's right next to a septic tank.
What is a number one? No, don't
It's
answer.
a wee.
Yeah, all right. Where
Happens to us
where is Louis Large? Is
I
he
don't
still
know.
having problems with his transponder?
Oh, no, I hope not.
Louis Large has come out at the back.
21 seconds behind. 21 seconds behind. 21 seconds behind. Diddly-diddly-diddly-diddly. I can't sing too much because I'll just ping the copyright.
Right, where is Louis Large?
He's
not there. He's not there.
He says he's 21 seconds behind.
I know. Where has Louis Large? Has he failed to get off the dummy grid? Because he's not there. Philip Howarth is there on the pole position. And then who's that?
No, Large is running through he's trying to get through the field now. Look,
he is. Yeah. So
he's
trying to make his way
literally
through,
nudging people as they go. This is not going to be a start, I don't think.
No, I hope not.
Oh, bloody
'Cause
hell!
I was looking forward.
Look at
to
that.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. That's the way to do it.
Hey!
That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. We're going to get
There
them.
we go. He's a little bit behind.
Have we let them go?
They let them go.
Wow. It's Howarth that leads into the chicane. Louis Large second. He's well fired
sorry,
up.
I bet his heart rate was
I
above
bet his heart
70.
rate's above 72 now, for sure. Stephen Richardson, he comes through into third place. And I'm pretty sure that was my question to Andy Powell. I was wondering who Stephen Richardson was. There's a car that's off.
66.
Oh,
And that's Stephen Horner.
Unbelievable. The look that man has in this series. He's in the 100 Motorsport liveried kart, and he's had some absolutely rotten luck.
Large all over the back of Howarth, and they're already breaking away. This is going to be the story of this 12 minutes, unless one of them does something silly or one of them just proves to be way quicker than the other.
I'm not sure that these two will play a waiting game. I'm not sure they'll play a waiting game in a game of high-speed chess. I think Louis will go straight out. Although, no, you know what? Louis is a thinking man. He's a clever driver, is Lewis.
Yeah, but he's fired up from his
heart rate's up to 77. Is he going to have a chance?
Oh, no. Positioning there by Howarth, but Howarth's going to go wide, and they're side by side already.
They're defending. He's got the momentum.
Up. No. Looking for interesting, though, they're not breaking away from Steve Richardson. So Stephen Richardson is staying with them.
Yeah,
in the 59 car. Louis is going to go and get the lead.
Oh, now that is the textbook ROWRAH overtake that we found. The stewardesses down the inside. Now Philip Howarth, he's going to be trailing him round. But look at Stephen Richardson right on their tail there. Stephen Richardson's come back towards Philip Howarth. Now what Louis will want to do, if he's got any sense, is maybe back Howarth up into Richardson and get Richardson to overtake Howarth, and he gains more points.
I think Large is trying to prove a point here, and I believe he's trying to check out and to hell with anything that he might have to deal with in the second half of the race.
Yeah, I think so too. This is what I mean about a high-speed game of management. I think it's going to be an absolute flat chat race.
He's just going for it.
Yeah, he knows how dangerous Howarth is. Howarth, very, very good driver is Philip Howarth. Both of these drivers, British national champion standards. Stephen Richardson showing that he's worth something as well. Into paddock turn then. It's going to be 3 laps completed. Into the chicane and out the chicane. Large, he's got a half a second.
Howarth there absolutely blocked Richardson, and Richardson's not happy about it, shaking his head in his helmet.
I saw a shake of a fist there.
Basically, Howarth came out and did a double block. I mean, he would definitely been reported to the stewards in F1, but what all that has done is meant that Louis now has a rather nice, comfy lead.
Yeah, it was half a second across the line first time by Nick. We're inside of just on 9 minutes remaining, so plenty of time. First quarter of the race over. Got a mechanical flag for somebody coming out. Not sure who.
Large, long way ahead.
Yeah, let's see what the gap is.
Oh, second and third nailed together, 1.1 second. But Richardson's showing pace we've not seen so far in evidence, he may have been showing pace, but not quite. Oh, no point just sitting behind someone. He can't
He's not
see
happy,
you.
is he? He's
You
not
can't
happy.
see them. There's no point giving him the finger. He goes, no idea what's going on.
He's not happy. I don't know what he's saying. Come
he
on,
got
hurry up, get out of my
massively
way.
blocked by Howard.
Not that time, though.
No, previously, he's still upset.
Yeah, he is. Just a little flick of
He
the
bears
radiator
a
flap
grudge.
again. This is going to bear fruit, I think. This battle, Howarth and Stephen Richardson, is going to bear
Look
a little,
how far ahead
little
Louis
fruit.
is.
Yeah, Louis gone out to 1.1 seconds.
There's a lot more than that now. And the 101 from the 59.
Oh, there it's Richardson down the inside of Howarth at Paddock. He's been waiting to do that. What can Howarth do about it?
And now he gives
What
him
little bit of a
gives him
gesticulation.
hand there,
Yeah, Richardson. Off he goes out of the chicane. He knows ROWRAH very, very well. Into and out of the McRae hairpin. Now then, the question is, can Stephen Richardson on the number 59 leave Philip Howarth behind and catch Louis Large? We'll keep an eye on the gap. The gap was 1.6 to second place for Louis Large last time by. What's it going to be this time by? Because the quicker driver has got ahead of Howarth now, proving that to be the case, pulling out a bit of a gap. Richardson using all of the road. Looks over the shoulder. Howarth isn't there. Here's the gap then. Louis Large across the line. It was 1.6. It's 1.7. So Louis still the fastest driver on the road. On the race track at the moment, 47.2. Fastest lap of the race for Large. He's on the 128, former British champion in this class, so he knows what he's doing, and he knows ROWRAH like the back of his hand. He's been racing here since he was in junior karting.
Is that as long as you?
Yeah, yeah. We've got a spinner at the McRae hairpin, causing consternation with the field. Not sure who that is. Yellow flags fly. Meanwhile, Stephen Richardson. We haven't been a while since with coming up to half distance, isn't it? So 46. Who's kart 46? Where's 46? Oh, there he is, Billy Clark. He's getting the mechanical flag. He's way down the field. Billy Clark in 19th. So Large leads. Richardson second. Haworth is in third. Richard Evans is in fourth. And then 3 seconds behind him, 1.8 seconds behind Evans is Piffner. Zach Bolton up to sixth.
Wow.
What a drive for Zach, but he's got Mark Rowe right on him. Let's have a look for the 69 car.
Drop back into sixth. So it's back
he's
about
in sixth
3.
place, yeah. So drop back another one. And then we're going to get...
Is that the 69?
Back another one? No, because he's got a bunch of carts right behind him. Now then, is that the 69 there coming through?
There he is. That's a 60-something.
Yeah, that's Zach, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got 5 carts behind him.
Right, he's got 5 carts. Now then, I did think... Now, the last time through, Mark Rowe was right on his tail. 0.8 of a second. Back out to 1.3. So let's stay with Zach for a little bit. And see if he can increase the gap to Mark Rowe, who's got... There's Mark Rowe, Rhys Llewellyn, Ben Hitch, Lawrence Hilton, Harold Wainwright. And then Keith Mason, 2.5 seconds behind them in 12th on the number 12. So Zach Bolton, great drive from Zach. Out towards St John's. And it looks to me, as though Zach has pulled out that gap and is increasing that gap.
A lot of scrapping, but the next 3 are having a right old row with themselves. So just drop back one.
Let's just drop back to Mark Rowe.
And there we are. This is 4 or 5 having a right old row, including the all-black car 4 of Rhys Llewellyn.
Yeah, I did think Zach Bolton was holding these off, but what happened there was Zach Bolton was coming through on this pack of carts that we're now watching, and Zach's now pulling away. So he'll be very, very much delighted with that top 6 at the moment. Let's hope he can hang on to that. Meanwhile, behind him, 7th, 8th, 9th,
about
and
to break
10th.
out.
Yeah.
Just squeezed in there.
Into the final third of the race as well.
So I think, was that Wainwright getting through? Back with Zach.
It's that battle there into paddock turn now.
So who took the position there?
I think who's that? It's Ben Hitch.
Ben Hitch got through.
So Mark Rowe has been a bit of a cork in the bottle, hasn't he? Mark Rowe now holding up.
So Ben Hitch is now
behind him.
1.8 seconds behind. Llewellyn can try to get the inside as well into McRae's. That's the all-black machine. And they're now moving down through to the entrance to the Stuart S's. Will the 5 car to Mark Rowe give it a go? Nope. They've all gone round in a semi-racing line. A little bit of defensive line by Reese Llewellyn, to be honest, but not too silly. Down to 3 minutes to go. The last quarter of the race is about to start. Louis Large has a 3-second lead. Richardson himself is now in second, not Howarth, and it's another second there. So third and fourth are getting quite close now. Let's see if we can pick up third and fourth. It's Howarth and Evans. They'll be coming out onto the probably underneath about to go onto the back straight any second now. There goes Louis on the back straight. There goes your second place man. Here come third and fourth right together in the back straight now, coming towards our second camera position. There we are.
Oh, he's lost it. Evans is through.
Evans is through.
Yeah, Evans is through.
So
now,
what's happened to Howard's pace?
I'm not sure. Well, there might be tyres. You don't know what tyre configuration he's got. This is what's so intriguing about this series. And championship-wise, this is going to play very nicely into Louis Large's hands, and he's going to gain ground on that championship lead of Philip Howarth. Philip Howarth, remember, was at his home track at Clay Pigeon last round. This is kind of the closest we get to Louis Large's home track, ROWRAH, and he needed to maximise his performance here. He has. He's in line to take the win in the final. 2 minutes and 20 seconds is what we see on the board. The clock seems to have stopped there, Nick. We're inside of 2 minutes, I believe.
There's a bit of he doesn't like this heat very much. Hasn't liked it all day.
yeah, that's true.
Software hasn't liked it.
Yeah, it has. I wonder why. Richard Evans, though, fine third place for Richard. Moving up and ahead of Philip Howarth, championship leader. Joe Piffner still in 5th. Zach Bolton still in 6th. Zach has now got Ben Hitch right on his tail.
Right on his tail.
Right on his tail. And it's going to be a tough ask for Zach to keep him back.
So just drop back.
In fact, I think Ben Hitch has already gone through. He has.
Well, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
there we go. Next one will be Ben Hitch, who comes through the screen now. It's a bit of a wait, and there we go.
Oh, has he? No, that's 69.
No, still Zach ahead of Ben Hitch.
Yep, here we come.
As they come up. But he bridged that gap really quickly.
He did, because Ben Hitch was being held back, was Ben Hitch, by Mark Rowe, who's dropped all the way down to 12.
Got him coming through Sonny.
Yeah, and if we're not careful, Lawrence Hilton is going to follow Ben Hitch through. We're inside the final minute, and it could well be one lap to go aboard next time by. As we
down to 35 seconds.
Yeah, it will be one lap to go. Where's Louis?
He's a long way ahead.
Here he comes he's just coming down the hill to St John's now.
So pick up our leader. He's going to go around the paddock bend for the penultimate time.
We've got him. Well done, guys. Here he comes. There's 10 seconds on the clock, though. It's not going to be the last lap.
2 laps.
Yeah. There he goes across the line. 9 seconds on the board, or whatever it was.
So started in second. Very quickly got in the lead and has pulled out he's pulled out a 6-second lead on the man on Philip Howarth.
Didn't start in second. Came out of the dummy grid.
Started dead last. We've got a pulling off. The 92 cart has had to pull off. Who is that?
92 is Harold Wainwright.
Oh, dear.
The youngster there.
Dear. He was leading some of the earlier heats.
Yeah, Harold Wainwright was doing so well inside the top 10. And that's allowed Keith Mason on the Hunter Motorsport engine to get inside the top 10 now for Keith. He'll be delighted with that one. It's just behind Reese Llewellyn. Zach Bolton drops to 8th now as Lawrence Hilton comes through.
Last lap begun.
Last lap board for Louis Large. And it really has been, he knew he was coming into this round and he knew he had to take the win. It was going to be win or bust for Louis. And he's had some good focus, very positive thinking. And it is, told me he found that third and final heat very hard. But I was telling him, you wouldn't have thought it from the sort of composed body language. And that's, I suppose, the kind of thing we expect from someone like the champion that is Louis Large. Very composed driving style.
Didn't quite win the qualifying, missed out by a point, but he's going to get a hatful of points over Howathan's final. And Louis Large takes the final race of the day, the 177 Rotax A final, convincingly from Stephen Richardson. I think he'll be chuffed with second place.
Yeah, very good drive
Richard
from
Evans
Stephen.
comes in third. Philip Howe, I'm sure, will be thinking, what on earth did I do wrong for this final? It's 7 seconds behind Louis. I think you're almost certainly right. It's tyres. I'm sure it's tyres.
Yeah.
It's either the fact that he was using faster tyres in the heats and Louis put on a set of newer ones for the final. But great work by everybody involved.
So let's have a quick rundown, shall we, Nick?
Yep, go for it.
Louis Large takes the win. Stephen Richardson second. Richard Evans, a very fine third. Philip Howarth, championship leader, fourth. Joe Piffner is in fifth. Sixth is Ben Hitch. Lawrence Hilton seventh. Zach Bolton, he should be happy with that, Zach, but he'll not be because he was as high as sixth at one point. Reece Llewellyn ninth. Keith Mason, a very good 10th. Steve Gilly 11th. Mark Rowe drops to 12th. Charlie Jowers 13th. Tommy Austin 14th. Alistair Cunningham 15th. 16th is Brendan Smith. Carl Bryan 17th. Oliver Smith is in 18th. And then we've got Michael Mallet and Mike Edwards round off the top 20. Dan Millward, James Yapp, Brian McCready, Jai Oliver, Tom Elridge, Harry Rowett, Colin Campbell finishes 27th. Harold Rainwright we lost on lap 14. We lost Billy Clark and Alex Jones on lap 7. Thomas Hinton on lap 6. Tim Darlow went out on lap 5. We lost Taylor Adams on lap 4. We lost Stephen Horner, who's had some absolutely diabolical luck in this series. Poor Stephen. He went out at the start of the race. Driver of the day, Nick.
Well, we have had a long conversation by looking at each other, and the driver of the day is Andrew Powell.
Why is that?
For never giving up and having a shocking set of races, despite having some real pace, and then having to bump through the repechage. Let's call it that, shall we? I like repechage better than B-final.
No, pre-final.
B-final?
Yeah.
It's not pre-final.
Well, repechage is a British championship sort of thing.
Okay, well,
it's a
and
European
then
thing.
Once he got in, down about 33rd place, got all the way to 19th. The salvage, it's the salvaging something from a day of disaster, which I think makes you driver of the day.
He didn't give in, did he?
No.
He didn't give in. So Andy Powell takes the Driver of the Day award. We'll be presenting that shortly.
You'll be doing, but not. Unfortunately, we haven't got a shot of this, so you'll be doing. I think if you talk to Gaz, but we won't be doing it on camera because we haven't got a shot of it. So it only remains me now to say thank you very much for everybody involved. Thank you to NAVOS, thank you to RG Racing, Halfano, Edward Motorsport, A47 Self-Storage, Raptor, Custom Raceway. Thank you to my friend Joe Bradley. Thank you to my friend Paul Bateman. Thank you to my friend. Is he my friend? Thank you to my stepson, Ash Leontine. And thank you to Scott Dumain, who has done a fantastic impersonation of Fernando Alonso all day, including the constant moaning.
Is he my friend? He's my stepson. That's hilarious. He's not categorised as your friend then.
I don't know.
Because he's your stepson.
That
makes sense, that Nick.
Does that like kind of top? I don't know the hierarchy.
Yeah, don't know.
Anyway, I'm Nick Damon. We are Karting Live TV. We'll be back in 3 weeks' time with the Super Prix from Fulbeck, and then we'll be back in 6-7 weeks' time from Wilton Mill with round 4 of the NKC Championship. Until then, thank you all very, very much indeed. It's been lovely talking to you. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, and we've now got to pack up and drive 5 hours home. So thanks for all. Bye for all.